Chapter 40 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 40. Mr. Toogood's Ideas about Society. A day or two after the interview which was described in the last chapter, John Eames dined with his uncle, Mr. Thomas Toogood, in Tavistock Square. He was in the habit of doing this about once a month, and was a great favourite both with his cousins and with their mother. Mr. Toogood did not give dinner parties, always begging those whom he asked to enjoy his hospitality to take pot luck, and telling young men whom he could treat with familiarity, such as his nephew, that if they wanted to be regaled à la Russe, they must not come to number 75 Tavistock Square. "A leg of mutton and trimmings, that will be about the outside of it," he would say, but he would add in a whisper, "and a glass of port, such as you don't get every day of your life." Polly and Lucy Toogood were pretty girls, and merry withal, and certain young men were well contented to accept the attorney's invitations, whether attracted by the promised leg of mutton, or the port wine, or the young ladies, I will not attempt to say. But it had so happened that one young man, a clerk from John Eames's office, had partaken so often of the pot luck and port wine that Polly Toogood had conquered him by her charms, and he was now a slave, waiting an appropriate time for matrimonial sacrifice. William Summerkin was the young man's name, and as it was known that Mr. Summerkin was to inherit a fortune amounting to £5,000 from his maiden aunt, it was considered that Polly Toogood was not doing amiss. "I'll give you £300, my boy, just to put a few sheets on the beds," said Toogood the father, "and when the old birds are both dead, she'll have £1,000 out of the nest. That's the extent of Polly's fortune, so now you know." Summerkin was, however, quite contented to have his own money settled on his darling Polly, and the whole thing was looked at with pleasant and propitious eyes by the Toogood connection. When John Eames entered the drawing-room, Summerkin and Polly were already there. Summerkin blushed up to his eyes, of course, but Polly sat as demurely as though she had been accustomed to having lovers all her life. "Mamma will be down almost immediately, John," said Polly, as soon as the first greetings were over. "And papa has come in, I know." "Summerkin," said Johnny, "I'm afraid you left the office before 4 o'clock." "No, I did not," said Summerkin. "I deny it." "Polly," said her cousin, "you should keep him in better order. He will certainly come to grief if he goes on like this. I suppose you could do without him for half an hour?" "I don't want him, I can assure you," said Polly. "I have only been here just 5 minutes," said Summerkin, "and I came because Mrs. Toogood asked me to do a commission." "That's civil to you, Polly," said John. "It's quite as civil as I wish him to be," said Polly. "And as for you, John, everybody knows that you're a goose, and that you always were a goose. Isn't he always doing foolish things at the office, William?" But as John Eames was rather a great man at the Income Tax Office, Summerkin would not fall into his sweetheart's joke on this subject, finding it easier and perhaps safer to twiddle the bodkins in Polly's work-basket. Then Toogood and Mrs. Toogood entered the room together, and the lovers were able to be alone again during the general greeting with which Johnny was welcomed. "You don't know the Silverbridge people, do you?" asked Mr. Toogood. Eames said he did not. He had been at Silverbridge more than once, but did not know very much of the Silverbridgians. "Because Walker is coming to dine here. Walker is the leading man in Silverbridge." "And what is Walker, besides being leading man in Silverbridge?" "He's a lawyer. Walker and Winthrop. Everybody knows Walker in Barsetshire. I've been down at Barchester since I saw you." "Have you indeed?" said Johnny. "And I'll tell you what I've been about. You know Mr. Crawley, don't you? The Hogglestock clergyman that has come to grief. I don't know him personally. He's a sort of cousin by marriage, you know." "Of course he is," said Mr. Toogood. "His wife is my first cousin, and your mother's first cousin. He came here to me the other day, or rather to the shop. I had never seen the man before in my life, and a very queer fellow he is too. He came to me about this trouble of his, and of course I must do what I can for him. I got myself introduced to Walker, who has the management of the prosecution, and I asked him to come here and dine to-day." "And what sort of fellow did you find Crawley, Uncle Tom?" "Such a queer fish, so unlike anybody else in the world." "But I suppose he did take the money," said Johnny. "I don't know what to say about it, I don't indeed. If he took it, he didn't mean to steal it. I'm as sure that man didn't mean to steal £20 as I ever could be of anything. Perhaps I shall get something about it out of Walker after dinner." Then Mr. Walker entered the room. "This is very kind of you, Mr. Walker, very indeed. I take it quite as a compliment, your coming in this sort of way. It's just pot luck, you know, and nothing else." Mr. Walker of course assured his host that he was delighted. "Just a leg of mutton and a bottle of old port, Mr. Walker," continued Toogood. "We never get beyond that in the way of dinner giving, do we, Maria?" But Maria was at this moment descanting on the good luck of the family to her nephew, and on one special piece of good luck which had just occurred. Mr. Summerkin's maiden aunt had declared her intention of giving up the fortune to the young people at once. She had enough to live upon, she said, and would therefore make the two lovers happy. "And they're to be married on the 1st of May," said Lucy. That Lucy of whom her father had boasted to Mr. Crawley that she knew Byron by heart. "And wouldn't that be jolly? Mamma is going out to look for a house for them to-morrow. Fancy Polly with a house of her own. Won't it be stunning? I wish you were going to be married too, Johnny." "Don't be a fool, Lucy." "Of course I know that you're in love. I hope you're not going to give over being in love, Johnny, because it is such fun. Wait till you're caught yourself, my girl." "I don't mean to be caught till some great swell comes this way. And as great swells never do come into Tavistock Square, I shan't have a chance. I'll tell you what I would like. I'd like to have a corsair, or else a gyow. I think a gyow would be nice. Only a gyow wouldn't be a gyow here, you know. Fancy a lover who thundering comes on blackest steed, with slackened bit and hoof of speed. Were not those the days to live in? But all that is over now, you know, and young people take houses in Woburn Place instead of being locked up or drowned or married to a hideous monster behind a veil. I suppose it's better as it is for some reasons. I think it must be more jolly, as you call it, Lucy." "I'm not quite sure. I know I'd go back and be Medora if I could. Mamma is always telling Polly that she must be careful about William's dinner. But Conrad didn't care for his dinner. 'Light toil to cull and dress thy frugal fare. See, I have plucked the fruit that promised best.' And how often do you think Conrad got drunk?" "I don't think he got drunk at all. There is no reason why he should, any more than William. Come along and take me down to dinner. After all, papa's leg of mutton is better than Medora's apples, when one is as hungry as I am." The leg of mutton on this occasion consisted of soup, fish, and a bit of roast beef, and a couple of boiled fowls. "If I had only 2 children instead of 12, Mr. Walker," said the host, "I'd give you a dinner à la Russe." "I don't begrudge Mrs. Toogood a single arrow in her quiver on that score," said Mr. Walker. "People are getting to be so luxurious that one can't live up to them at all," said Mrs. Toogood. "We dined out here with some newcomers in the square only last week. We had asked them before, and they came quite in a quiet way, just like this. And when we got there, we found they'd 4 kinds of ices after dinner, and not a morsel of food on the table fit to eat," said Toogood. "I was never so poisoned in my life. As for soup, it was just the washings of the pastry cook's kettle next door." "And how is one to live with such people, Mr. Walker?" continued Mrs. Toogood. "Of course we can't ask them back again. We can't give them 4 kinds of ices. But would that be necessary? Perhaps they haven't got 12 children." "They haven't got any," said Toogood, triumphing. "Not a chick belonging to them. But you see one must do as other people do. I hate anything grand. I wouldn't want more than this for myself, if bank notes were as plenty as curl papers." "Nobody has any curl papers now, papa," said Lucy. "But I can't bear to be outdone," said Mr. Toogood. "I think it's very unpleasant, people living in that sort of way. It's all very well telling me that I needn't live so too, and of course I don't. I can't afford to have 4 men in from the confectioner's, dressed a sight better than myself, at 10 shillings a head. I can't afford it, and I don't do it. But the worst of it is that I suffer because other people do it. It stands to reason that I must either be driven along with the crowd or else be left behind. Now I don't like either. And what's the end of it? Why, I'm half carried away and half left behind." "Upon my word, papa, I don't think you're carried away at all," said Lucy. "Yes, I am, and I'm ashamed of myself. Mr. Walker, I don't dare to ask you to drink a glass of wine with me in my own house. That's what I don't, because it's the proper thing for you to wait till somebody brings it to you, and then to drink it by yourself. There is no knowing whether I mightn't offend you." And Mr. Toogood, as he spoke, grasped the decanter at his elbow. Mr. Walker grasped another at his elbow, and the two attorneys took their glass of wine together. "A very queer case this is of my cousin Crawley's," said Toogood to Walker, when the ladies had left the dining room. "A most distressing case. I never knew anything so much talked of in our part of the country." "He can't have been a popular man, I should say." "No, not popular, not in the ordinary way. Anything but that. Nobody knew him personally before this matter came up. But a good clergyman, probably. I'm interested in the case, of course, as his wife is my first cousin. You will understand, however, that I know nothing of him. My father tried to be civil to him once, but Crawley wouldn't have it at all. We all thought he was mad then. I suppose he has done his duty in his parish." "He has quarrelled with the bishop, you know, out and out." "Has he indeed? But I'm not sure that I think so very much about bishops, Mr. Walker." "That depends very much on the particular bishop. Some people say ours isn't all that a bishop ought to be, while others are very fond of him." "And Mr. Crawley belongs to the former set. That's all?" said Mr. Toogood. "No, Mr. Toogood, that isn't all. The worst of your cousin is that he has an aptitude to quarrel with everybody. He is one of those men who always think themselves to be ill-used. Now our dean, Dr. Arabin, has been his very old friend, and as far as I can learn, a very good friend. But it seems that Mr. Crawley has done his best to quarrel with him too." "He spoke of the dean in the highest terms to me." "He may do that, and yet quarrel with him. He'd quarrel with his own right hand if he had nothing else to quarrel with. That makes the difficulty, you see. He'll take nobody's advice. He thinks that we're all against him." "I suppose the world has been heavy on him, Mr. Walker?" "The world has been very heavy on him," said John Eames, who had now been left free to join the conversation, Mr. Summerkin having gone away to his lady love. "You must not judge him as you do other men." "That is just it," said Mr. Walker. "And to what result will that bring us?" "That we ought to stretch a point in his favour," said Toogood. "But why?" asked the attorney from Silverbridge. "What do we mean when we say that one man isn't to be trusted as another? We simply imply that he is not what we call responsible. And I don't think Mr. Crawley is responsible," said Johnny. "Then how can he be fit to have charge of a parish?" said Mr. Walker. "You see where the difficulty is, how it embarrasses one all round. The amount of evidence as to the cheque is, I think, sufficient to get a verdict in an ordinary case, and the Crown has no alternative but so to treat it. Then his friends come forward, and from sympathy with his sufferings I desire to be ranked among the number, and say, 'Ah, but you should spare this man because he is not responsible.' Were he one who filled no position requiring special responsibility, that might be very well. His friends might undertake to look after him, and the prosecution might perhaps be smothered. But Mr. Crawley holds a living, and if he escape he will be triumphant, especially triumphant over the bishop. Now, if he has really taken this money, and if his only excuse be that he did not know when he took it, whether he was stealing it or whether he was not, for the sake of justice that ought not to be allowed." So spoke Mr. Walker. "You think he certainly did steal the money?" said Johnny. "You have heard the evidence, no doubt?" said Mr. Walker. "I don't feel quite sure about it yet," said Mr. Toogood. "Quite sure of what?" said Mr. Walker. "That the cheque was dropped in his house." "It was at any rate traced to his hands." "I have no doubt about that," said Toogood. "And he can't account for it," said Walker. "A man isn't bound to show where he got his money," said Johnny. "Suppose that sovereign is marked," and Johnny produced a coin from his pocket, "and I don't know but what it is, and suppose it is proved to have belonged to someone who lost it, and then to be traced to my hands. How am I to say where I got it? If I were asked, I should simply decline to answer." "But a cheque is not a sovereign, Mr. Eames," said Walker. "It is presumed that a man can account for the possession of a cheque. It may be that a man should have a cheque in his possession and not be able to account for it, and should yet be open to no grave suspicion. In such a case a jury has to judge. Here is the fact, that Mr. Walker has the cheque and brings it into use some considerable time after it is drawn, and the additional fact that the drawer of the cheque had lost it, as he thought, in Mr. Crawley's house, and had looked for it there, soon after it was drawn, and long before it was paid. A jury must judge, but as a lawyer I should say that the burden of disproof lies with Mr. Crawley." "Did you find out anything, Mr. Walker?" said Toogood, about the man who drove Mr. Soames that day? No, nothing. The trap was from the Dragon at Barchester, I think. Yes, from the Dragon of Wantley. A respectable sort of house. Pretty well for that, I believe. I've heard that the people are poor, said Mr. Walker. Somebody told me that they'd had a queer lot about the house, and that 3 or 4 of them had left just then. I think I heard that 2 or 3 men from the place went to New Zealand together. It just came out in conversation while I was in the inn yard. I have never heard anything about it, said Mr. Walker. I don't say that it can help us. I don't see that it can, said Mr. Walker. After that there was a pause, and Mr. Toogood pushed about the old port and made some very stinging remarks as to the claret-drinking propensities of the age. Gladstone claret, the most of it is, I fancy, said Mr. Toogood. I find that port wine which my father bought in the wood 25 years ago is good enough for me. Mr. Walker said that it was quite good enough for him, almost too good, and that he thought he had had enough of it. The host threatened another bottle, and was up to draw the cork, rather to the satisfaction of John Eames, who liked his uncle's port. But Mr. Walker stopped him. "Not a drop more for me," he said. "You are quite sure?" "Quite sure." And Mr. Walker moved towards the door. "It's a great pity, Mr. Walker," said Toogood, going back to the old subject, "that this dean and his wife should be away." "I understand that they will both be home before the trial," said Mr. Walker. "Yes, but you know how very important it is to learn beforehand exactly what your witnesses can prove and what they can't prove. And moreover, though neither the dean nor his wife might perhaps be able to tell us anything themselves, they might help to put us on the proper scent. I think I'll send somebody after them. I think I will." "It would be a heavy expense, Mr. Toogood." "Yes," said Toogood, mournfully, thinking of the 12 children. "It would be a heavy expense, but I never like to stick at a thing when it ought to be done. I think I shall send a fellow after them." "I'll go," said Johnny. "How can you go?" "I'll make old Snuffle give me leave." "But will that lessen the expense?" said Mr. Walker. "Well, yes, I think it will," said John modestly. "My nephew is a rich man, Mr. Walker," said Toogood. "That alters the case," said Mr. Walker. And thus, before they left the dining room, it was settled that John Eames should be taught his lesson, and should seek both Mrs. Arabin and Dr. Arabin on their travels. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 41. Grace Crawley at home. On the morning after his return from London, Mr. Crawley showed symptoms of great fatigue, and his wife implored him to remain in bed. But this he would not do. He would get up and go out down to the brickfields. He had specially bound himself, he said, to see that the duties of the parish did not suffer by being left in his hands. The bishop had endeavoured to place them in other hands, but he had persisted in retaining them. As he had done so, he could allow no weariness of his own to interfere, and especially no weariness induced by labours undertaken on his own behalf. The day in the week had come round on which it was his wont to visit the brickmakers, and he would visit them. So he dragged himself out of his bed and went forth amidst the cold storm of a harsh, wet March morning. His wife well knew, when she heard his first word on that morning, that one of those terrible moods had come upon him, which made her doubt whether she ought to allow him to go anywhere alone. Latterly there had been some improvement in his mental health. Since the day of his encounter with the bishop and Mrs. Proudie, though he had been as stubborn as ever, he had been less apparently unhappy, less depressed in spirits, and the journey to London had done him good. His wife had congratulated herself on finding him able to set about his work like another man, and he himself had experienced a renewal, if not of hope, at any rate of courage, which had given him a comfort which he had recognized. His common sense had not been very striking in his interview with Mr. Toogood, but yet he had talked more rationally then, and had given a better account of the matter in hand than could have been expected from him for some weeks previously. But now that the labour was over, a reaction had come upon him, and he went away from his house, having hardly spoken a word to his wife after the speech which he made about his duty to his parish. I think that at this time nobody saw clearly the working of his mind, not even his wife, who studied it very closely, who gave him credit for all his high qualities, and who had gradually learned to acknowledge to herself that she must distrust his judgment in many things. She knew that he was good and yet weak, that he was afflicted by false pride and supported by true pride, that his intellect was still very bright, yet so dismally obscured on many sides as almost to justify people in saying that he was mad. She knew that he was almost a saint, and yet almost a castaway through vanity and hatred of those above him. But she did not know that he knew all this of himself also. She did not comprehend that he should be hourly telling himself that people were calling him mad, and were so calling him with truth. It did not occur to her that he could see her insight into him. She doubted as to the way in which he had ever got the cheque, never imagining, however, that he had wilfully stolen it, thinking that his mind had been so much astray as to admit of his finding it and using it without wilful guilt, thinking also, alas, that a man who could so act was hardly fit for such duties as those which were entrusted to him. But she did not dream that this was precisely his own idea of his own state and of his own position, that he was always inquiring of himself whether he was not mad, whether, if mad, he was not bound to lay down his office, that he was ever taxing himself with improper hostility to the bishop, never forgetting for a moment his wrath against the bishop and the bishop's wife, still comforting himself with his triumph over the bishop and the bishop's wife, but for all that accusing himself of a heavy sin, and proposing to himself to go to the palace and there humbly to relinquish his clerical authority. Such a course of action he was proposing to himself, but not with any realized idea that he would so act. He was as a man who walks along a river's bank thinking of suicide, calculating how best he might kill himself, whether the river does not offer an opportunity too good to be neglected, telling himself that for many reasons he had better do so, suggesting to himself that the water is pleasant and cool, and that his ears would soon be deaf to the harsh noises of the world, but yet knowing, or thinking that he knows, that he never will kill himself. So it was with Mr. Crawley. Though his imagination pictured to himself the whole scene, how he would humble himself to the ground as he acknowledged his unfitness, how he would endure the small-voiced triumph of the little bishop, how from the abjectness of his own humility, even from the ground on which he would be crouching, he would rebuke the loud-mouthed triumph of the bishop's wife. Though there was no touch wanting to the picture which he thus drew, he did not really propose to himself to commit this professional suicide. His wife, too, had considered whether it might be in truth becoming that he should give up his clerical duties, at any rate for a while, but she had never thought that the idea was present to his mind also. Mr. Toogood had told him that people would say he was mad, and Mr. Toogood had looked at him when he declared for the second time that he had no knowledge whence the cheque had come to him, as though his words were to be regarded as the words of some sick child. Mad, he said to himself as he walked home from the station that night. Well, yes, and what if I am mad? When I think of all that I have endured, my wonder is that I should not have been mad sooner. And then he prayed, yes, prayed, that in his madness the devil might not be too strong for him, and that he might be preserved from some terrible sin of murder or violence. What if the idea should come to him in his madness that it would be well for him to slay his wife and his children? Only that was wanting to make him of all men the most unfortunate. He went down among the brickmakers on the following morning, leaving the house almost without a morsel of food, and he remained at Hoggle End for the greater part of the day. There were sick persons there with whom he prayed, and then he sat talking with rough men while they ate their dinners, and he read passages from the Bible to women while they washed their husbands' clothes, and for a while he sat with a little girl on his lap, teaching the child her alphabet. If it were possible for him, he would do his duty. He would spare himself in nothing, though he might suffer even to fainting. And on this occasion he did suffer, almost to fainting, for as he returned home in the afternoon he was forced to lean from time to time against the banks on the roadside, while the cold sweat of weakness trickled down his face, in order that he might recover strength to go on a few yards. But he would persevere. If God would but leave him mind enough for his work, he would go on. No personal suffering should deter him. He told himself that there had been men in the world whose suffering was sharper even than his own. Of what sort had been the life of the man who had stood for years on the top of a pillar? But then the man on the pillar had been honoured by all around him. And thus, Though he had thought of the man on the pillar to encourage himself by remembering how lamentable had been that man's suffering, he came to reflect that after all his own sufferings were perhaps keener than those of the man on the pillar. When he reached home he was very ill. There was no doubt about it then. He staggered to his arm-chair and stared at his wife first, then smiled at her with a ghastly smile. He trembled all over, and when food was brought to him he could not eat it. Early on the next morning the doctor was by his bedside, and before that evening came he was delirious. He had been at intervals in this state for nearly 2 days when Mrs. Crawley wrote to Grace, and though she had restrained herself from telling everything, she had written with sufficient strength to bring Grace at once to her father's bedside. He was not so ill when Grace arrived but that he knew her, and he seemed to receive some comfort from her coming. Before she had been in the house an hour she was reading Greek to him, and there was no wandering in his mind as to the due emphasis to be given to the plaints of the injured heroines, or as to the proper meaning of the choruses. And as he lay with his head half buried in the pillows he shouted out long passages, lines from tragic plays by the score, and for a while seemed to have all the enjoyment of a dear old pleasure placed newly within his reach. But he tired of this after a while, and then, having looked round to see his wife was not in the room, he began to talk of himself. "So you have been at Allington, my dear?" "Yes, papa." "Is it a pretty place?" "Yes, papa, very pretty." "And they were good to you?" "Yes, papa, very good." "Had they heard anything there about me, of this trial that is to come on?" "Yes, papa, they had heard of it." "And what did they say? You need not think that you will shock me by telling me. They cannot say worse there than people have said here, or think worse." "They don't think at all badly of you at Allington, papa." "But they must think badly of me if the magistrates were right. They suppose that there has been a mistake, as we all think. They do not try men at the assizes for mistakes. That you have been mistaken, I mean, and the magistrates mistaken. Both cannot have been mistaken, Grace." "I don't know how to explain myself, papa, but we all know that it is very sad, and are quite sure that you have never meant for one moment to do anything that was wrong. But people, when they are, you know what I mean, Grace, when they are not themselves, do things that are wrong, without meaning it." Then he paused, while she remained standing by him with her hand on the back of his. She was looking at his face, which had been turned towards her while they were reading together, and which now was so far moved that she knew that his eyes could not be fixed upon hers. "Of course, if the bishop orders it, it shall be so," he said. "It is quite enough for me that he is the bishop." "What has the bishop ordered, papa?" "Nothing at all. It is she who does it. He has given no opinion about it. Of course not. He has none to give. It is the woman. You go and tell her from me that in such a matter I will not obey the word of any woman living. Go at once when I tell you." Then she knew that her father's mind was wandering, and she knelt down by the bedside, still holding his hand. "Grace," he said. "Yes, papa, I'm here." "Why do you not do what I tell you?" And he sat upright in his bed. "I suppose you are afraid of the woman." "I should be afraid of her, dear papa." "I was not afraid of her. When she spoke to me I would have nothing to say to her, not a word, not a word, not a word." As he said this he waved his hands about. "But as for him, if it must be, it must. I know I'm not fit for it. Of course I am not. Who is? But what has he ever done that he should be a dean? I beat him at everything, almost at everything. He got the Newdigate, and that was about all. Upon my word, I think that was all." "But Dr. Arabin loves you truly, dear papa." "Love me? Psha! Has he ever come here to tea as he used to do? No. I remember buttering toast for him down on my knees before the fire because he liked it, and keeping all the cream for him. He should have had my heart's blood if he wanted it. But now, look at his books, Grace. It's the outside of them he cares about. They're all gilt, but I doubt if he ever reads. As for her, I will not allow any woman to tell me my duty. No, by my Maker, not even your mother, who is the best of women. And as for her, with her little husband dangling at her apron strings, as a call whistle to be blown into when she pleases, that she should dare to teach me my duty. No! The men in the jury box may decide it how they will. But if they can believe a plain story, let them. If not, let them do as they please. I am ready to bear it all. Dear papa, you are tired. Will you not try to sleep? Tell Mrs. Proudie what I say, and as for Arabin's money, I took it. I know I took it. What would you have had me do? Shall I see them all starve? And he fell back upon his bed and did sleep. The next day he was better, and insisted upon getting out of bed, and on sitting in his old armchair over the fire. And the Greek books were again had out, and Grace, not at all unwillingly, was put through her facings. "If you don't take care, my dear," he said, "Jane will beat you yet. She understands the force of the verbs better than you do." "I am very glad that she is doing so well, papa. I am sure I shall not begrudge her superiority." "Ah, but you should begrudge it her." Jane was sitting by at the time, and the two sisters were holding each other by the hand. "Always to be best, always to be in advance of others, that should be your motto." "But we can't both be best, papa," said Jane. "You can both strive to be best, but Grace has the better voice. I remember when I knew the whole of Antigone by heart. You girls should see which can learn it first." "It would take such a long time," said Jane. "You are young, and what can you do better with your leisure hours? Fie, Jane, I did not expect that from you. When I was learning it I had 8 or 9 pupils, and read an hour a day with each of them. But I think that nobody works now as they used to work then. Where is your mamma? Tell her I think I could get out as far as Mrs. Cox's, if she would help me to dress." Soon after this he was in bed again, and his head was wandering, but still they knew he was better than he had been. "You are more of a comfort to your papa than I can be," said Mrs. Crawley to her eldest daughter that night, as they sat together, when everybody else was in bed. "Do not say that, mamma. Papa does not think so. I cannot read Greek plays to him as you can do. I can only nurse him in his illness, and endeavour to do my duty. Do you know, Grace, that I am beginning to fear he half doubts me?" "Oh, mamma!" "That he half doubts me, and is half afraid of me. He does not think as he used to do, that I am altogether heart and soul on his side. I can see it in his eye as he watches me. He thinks that I am tired of him, tired of his sufferings, tired of his poverty, tired of the evil which men say of him. I am not sure but what he thinks that I suspect him." "Of what, mamma?" "Of general unfitness for the work he has to do. The feeling is not strong as yet, but I fear that he will teach himself to think that he has an enemy at his hearth, not a friend. It will be the saddest mistake he ever made." "He told me to-day that you were the best of women. Those were his very words." "Were they, my dear? I am glad at least that he should say so to you. He has been better since you came, a great deal better. For one day I was frightened, but I am sorry now that I sent for you." "I am so glad, mamma, so very glad." "You were happy there and comfortable, and if they were glad to have you, why should I have brought you away?" "But I was not happy, even though they were very good to me. How could I be happy there when I was thinking of you and papa and Jane here at home? Whatever there is here, I would sooner share it with you than be anywhere else while this trouble lasts." "My darling, it is a great comfort to see you again. Only that I knew that one less in the house would be a saving to you, I should not have gone. When there is unhappiness, people should stay together, shouldn't they, mamma?" They were sitting quite close to each other on an old sofa in a small upstairs room, from which a door opened into the larger chamber in which Mr. Crawley was lying. It had been arranged between them that on this night Mrs. Crawley should remain with her husband, and that Grace should go to her bed. It was now past 1 o'clock, but she was still there, clinging to her mother's side, with her mother's arm drawn round her. "Mamma," she said, when they had both been silent for some 10 minutes, "I have got something to tell you." "To-night?" "Yes, mamma, to-night, if you will let me." "But you promised that you would go to bed. You were up all last night." "I am not sleepy, mamma." "Of course you shall tell me what you please, dearest. Is it a secret? Is it something I am not to repeat?" "You must say how I ought to be, mamma. I shall not tell it to anyone else." "Well, my dear?" "Sit comfortably, mamma. There, like that. Let me have your hand. It's a terrible story to have to tell." "A terrible story, Grace?" I mean that you must not draw away from me. I shall want to feel that you are quite close to me. Mamma, while I was at Allington, Major Grantly came there. Did he, my dear? Yes, mamma. Did he know them before? No, mamma, not at the small house. But he came there to see me. He asked me to be his wife. Don't move, mamma. My darling child, I won't move, dearest. Well, and what did you say to him? God bless him, at any rate. May God bless him, because he has seen with a true eye and felt with a noble instinct. It is something, Grace, to have been wooed by such a man at such a time. Mamma, it did make me feel proud, it did. You had known him well before, of course. I knew that you and he were friends, Grace. Yes, we were friends. I always liked him. I used not to know what to think about him. Miss Anne Prettyman told me that it would be so, and once before I thought so myself. And had you made up your mind what to say to him? Yes, I had then, but I did not say it. Did you not say what you had made up your mind to say? That was before all this had happened to papa. I understand you, dearest. When Miss Anne Prettyman told me that I should be ready with my answer, and when I saw that Miss Prettyman herself used to let him come to the house and seemed to wish that I should see him when he came, and when he once was so very gentle and kind, and when he said that he wanted me to love Edith, oh, mamma! Yes, darling, I know. Of course you loved him. Yes, mamma, and I do love him. How could one not love him? I love him for loving you. But, mamma, one is bound not to do a harm to any one that one loves. So when he came to Allington, I told him I could not be his wife. Did you, my dear? Yes, I did. Was I not right? Ought I to go to him to bring a disgrace upon all the family, just because he is so good that he asks me? Shall I injure him because he wants to do me a service? If he loves you, Grace, the service he will require will be your love in return. That is all very well, mamma, in books, but I do not believe it in reality. Being in love is very nice, and in poetry they make it out to be everything, but I do not think I should make Major Grantly happy, if when I became his wife his own father and mother would not see him. I know I should be so wretched, myself, that I could not live. But would it be so? Yes, I think it would, and the Archdeacon is very rich, and can leave all his money away from Major Grantly if he pleases. Think what I should feel if I were the cause of Edith losing her fortune. But why do you suppose these terrible things? I have a reason for supposing them. This must be a secret. Miss Anne Prettyman wrote to me. I wish Miss Anne Prettyman's hand had been in the fire. No, mamma, no, she was right. Would not I have wished, do you think, to have learned all the truth about the matter before I answered him? Besides, it made no difference. I could have made no other answer while papa is under such a terrible ban. It is no time for us to think of being in love. We have got to love each other. Isn't it so, mamma? The mother did not answer in words, but slipped down on her knees before her child, threw her arms round her girl's body in a close embrace. Dear mamma, dearest mamma, this is what I wanted, that you should love me. Love you, my angel? And trust me, and that we should understand each other and stand close by each other. We can do so much to comfort one another, but we cannot comfort other people. He must know that best himself, Grace. But what did he say more to you? I don't think he said anything more. He just left you then? He said one thing more. And what was that? He said, but he had no right to say it. What was it, dear? That he knew I loved him, and that therefore, but mamma, do not think of that, I will never be his wife, never in opposition to his family. But he did not take your answer? He must take it, mamma. He shall take it. If he can be stubborn, so can I. If he knows how to think of me more than himself, I can think of him and Edith more than of myself. That is not quite all, mamma. Then he wrote to me. There is his letter. Mrs. Crawley read the letter. I suppose you answered it? Yes, I answered it. It was very bad, my letter. I should think after that he will never want to have anything more to say to me. I tried for 2 days, but I could not write a nice letter." "But what did you say?" "I don't in the least remember. It does not in the least signify now. But it was such a bad letter." "I dare say it was very nice." "It was terribly stiff, and all about a gentleman." "All about a gentleman? What do you mean, my dear?" "Gentleman is such a frightful word to have to use to a gentleman. But I did not know what else to say. Mamma, if you please, we won't talk about it. Not about the letter, I mean. As for him, I'll talk about him for ever if you like it. I don't mean to be a bit broken-hearted." "It seems to me that he is a gentleman." "Yes, mamma, that he is. And it is that which makes me so proud. When I think of it, I can hardly hold myself. But now I've told you everything, and I'll go away and go to bed." End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 42. Mr. Toogood travels professionally. Mr. Toogood paid another visit to Barsetshire in order that he might get a little further information, which he thought would be necessary, before dispatching his nephew upon the traces of Dean Arabin and his wife. He went down to Barchester after his work was over by an evening train, and put himself up at the Dragon of Wantley, intending to have the whole of the next day for his work. Mr. Walker had asked him to come and take a return potluck dinner with Mrs. Walker at Silverbridge, and this he had said that he would do. After having rummaged about for tidings in Barchester, as he called it, he would take the train for Silverbridge, and would get back to town in time for business on the third day. "One day won't be much, you know," he said to his partner, as he made half an apology for absenting himself on business which was not to be in any degree remunerative. "That sort of thing is very well when one does it without any expense," said Crump. "So it is," said Toogood, "and the expense won't make it any worse." He had made up his mind, and it was not probable that anything Mr. Crump might say would deter him. He saw John Eames before he started. "You will be ready this day week, will you?" John Eames promised that he would. "It will cost you some £40, I should say. By George, if you have to go on to Jerusalem, it will cost you more." In answer to this, Johnny pleaded that it would be as good as any other tour to him. He would see the world. "I'll tell you what," said Toogood, "I'll pay half. Only you mustn't tell Crump, and it will be quite as well not to tell Maria." But Johnny would hear nothing of this scheme. He would pay the entire cost of his own journey. He had lots of money, he said, and would like nothing better. "Then I'll run down," said Toogood, "and rummage up what tidings I can. As for writing to the Dean, what's the good of writing to a man when you don't know where he is? Business letters always lie at hotels for 2 months, and then come back with double postage. From all I can hear, you'll stumble on her before you find him. If we do nothing else but bring him back, it will be a great thing to have the support of such a friend in the court. A Barchester jury won't like to find a man guilty who is hand and glove with the Dean." Mr. Toogood reached the Dragon about 11 o'clock, and allowed the boots to give him a pair of slippers and a candlestick. But he would not go to bed just at that moment. He would go into the coffee-room first and have a glass of hot brandy and water. So the hot brandy and water was brought to him, and a cigar, and as he smoked and drank, he conversed with the waiter. The man was a waiter of the ancient class, a grey-haired waiter with seedy clothes and a dirty towel under his arm, not a dapper waiter with black shiny hair and dressed like a guest for a dinner party. There are 2 distinct classes of waiters, and as far as I have been able to perceive, the special status of the waiter in question cannot be decided by the observation of the class of waiter to which he belongs. In such a town as Barchester you may find the old waiter with the dirty towel in the head inn, or in the second-class inn, and so you may the dapper waiter. Or you may find both in each, and not know which is senior waiter and which junior waiter. But for service I always prefer the old waiter with the dirty towel, and I find it more easy to satisfy him in the matter of sixpences when my relations with the inn come to an end. "Have you been here long, John?" said Mr. Toogood. "A goodish many years, sir." "So I thought, by the look of you. One could see that you belong in a way to the place. You do a deal of business here, I suppose, at this time of year?" "Well, sir, pretty fair. The house ain't what it used to be, sir." "Times are bad at Barchester, are they?" "I don't know much about the times. It's the people is worse than the times, I think. They used to like to have a little bit of dinner now and again at a hotel, and a drop of something to drink after it." "And they don't like it now?" "I think they like it well enough, but they don't do it. I suppose it's their wives as don't let them come out and enjoy themselves. There used to be the Goose and Glee Club. That was once a month. They've gone and clean done away with themselves, that club has. There's old Bumpter in the High Street. He's the last of the old geese. They died off, you see, and when Mr. Biddle died, they couldn't choose another president. A club for having dinner, sir, ain't nothing without a president." "I suppose not." "And there's the Freemasons. They must meet, you know, sir, in course, because of the duties. But if you'll believe me, sir, they don't so much as wet their whistles. They don't indeed. It always used to be a supper, and that was once a month. Now they pays a rent for the use of the room. Who is to get a living out of that, sir? Not in the way of a waiter, that is." "If that's the way things are going on, I suppose the servants leave their places pretty often." "I don't know about that, sir. A man may do a deal worse than the Dragon of Wantley. Them as goes away to better themselves often worses themselves, as I call it. I've seen a good deal of that." "And you stick to the old shop?" "Yes, sir. I've been here 15 year, I think it is. There's a many goes away as doesn't go out of their own heads, you know, sir." "They get the sack, you mean?" "There's words between them and master, or more likely missus. That's where it is. Servants is so foolish. I often tell 'em how wrong folks are to say that soft words butter no parsnips, and hard words break no bones." "I think you've lost some of the old hands here since this time last year, John." "You knows the house then, sir?" "Well, I've been here before." "There was 4 of them went. I think it's just about 12 months back, sir. There was a man in the yard I used to know, and last time I was down here I found that he was gone. There was 1 of them out of the yard, and 2 out of the house. Master and them had got to very high words. There was poor Scuttle, who had been postboy at the Compasses before he came here." "He went away to New Zealand, didn't he?" "Believe he did, sir, or to some foreign parts. And Anne, as was under chambermaid here, she went with him, foolish she was. They got theirselves married and went off, and he was well nigh as old as me. But seems he'd saved a little money, and that goes a long way with any girl." "Was he the man who drove Mr. Soames that day the cheque was lost?" Mr. Toogood asked this question perhaps a little too abruptly. At any rate, he obtained no answer to it. The waiter said he knew nothing about Mr. Soames or the cheque, and the lawyer, suspecting that the waiter was suspecting him, finished his brandy and water and went to bed. Early on the following morning he observed that he was specially regarded by a shabby-looking man dressed in black, but in a black suit that was very old, with a red nose, whom he had seen in the hotel on the preceding day. And he learned that this man was a cousin of the landlord, one Dan Stringer, who acted as a clerk in the hotel bar. He took an opportunity also of saying a word to Mr. Stringer, the landlord, whom he found to be a somewhat forlorn and gouty individual, seated on cushions in a little parlour behind the bar. After breakfast he went out, and having twice walked round the cathedral close, and inspected the front of the palace, and looked up at the windows of the prebendaries' houses, he knocked at the door of the deanery. The Dean and Mrs. Arabin were on the continent, he was told. Then he asked for Mr. Harding, having learned that Mr. Harding was Mrs. Arabin's father, and that he lived at the deanery. Mr. Harding was at home, but was not very well, the servant said. Mr. Toogood, however, persevered, sending up his card and saying that he wished to have a few minutes' conversation with Mr. Harding on a very particular business. He wrote a word upon his card before giving it to the servant. About Mr. Crawley. In a few minutes he was shown into the library, and had hardly time, while looking at the shelves, to remember what Mr. Crawley had said of his anger at the beautiful bindings, before an old man, very thin and very pale, shuffled into the room. He stooped a good deal, and his black clothes were very loose about his shrunken limbs. He was not decrepit, nor did he seem to be one who had advanced to extreme old age. But yet he shuffled rather than walked, hardly raising his feet from the ground. Mr. Toogood, as he came forward to meet him, thought that he had never seen a sweeter face. There was very much of melancholy in it, of that soft sadness of age which seems to acknowledge, and in some sort to regret, the waning oil of life. But the regret to be read in such faces has in it nothing of the bitterness of grief. There was no repining that the end has come, but simply a touch of sorrow that so much that is dear must be left behind. Mr. Harding shook hands with his visitor and invited him to sit down, and then seated himself, folding his hands together over his knees. And he said a few words in a very low voice as to the absence of his daughter and of the Dean. "I hope you will excuse my troubling you," said Mr. Toogood. "It's no trouble at all. If I could be of any use, I don't know whether it is proper, but may I ask whether you call as a friend of Mr. Crawley's?" "Altogether as a friend, Mr. Harding." "I'm glad of that, though of course I am well aware that the gentlemen engaged on the prosecution must do their duty. Still, I don't know, somehow I would rather not hear them speak of this poor gentleman before the trial." "You know Mr. Crawley, then?" Very slightly indeed. He is a gentleman not much given to social habits, and has been but seldom here. But he is an old friend whom my son-in-law loves dearly." "I'm glad to hear you say that, Mr. Harding. Perhaps before I go any further I ought to tell you that Mrs. Crawley and I are first cousins." "Ah, indeed. Then you are a friend." "I never saw him in my life till a few days ago. He is very queer, you know, very queer indeed. I'm a lawyer, Mr. Harding, practising in London, an attorney, that is." At each separate announcement Mr. Harding bowed, and when Toogood named his special branch of his profession, Mr. Harding bowed lower than before, as though desirous of showing that he had great respect for attorneys. "And of course I'm anxious, if only out of respect for the family, that my wife's cousin should pull through this little difficulty, if possible." "And for the sake of the poor man himself too, and for his wife and his children, and for the sake of the cloth." "Exactly. Taking it all together, it's such a pity, you know." "I think, Mr. Harding, he can hardly have intended to steal the money." "I'm sure he did not." "It's very hard to be sure of anybody, Mr. Harding, very hard." "I feel quite sure that he did not. He has been a most pious, hard-working clergyman. I cannot bring myself to think that he is guilty. What does the Latin proverb say? No one of a sudden becomes most base." "But the temptation, Mr. Harding, was very strong. He was awfully badgered about his debts. That butcher in Silverbridge was playing the mischief with him." "All the butchers in Barsetshire could not make an honest man steal money. And I think that Mr. Crawley is an honest man. You'll excuse me for being a little hot about one of my own order." "Why, he's my cousin, or rather my wife's. But the fact is, Mr. Harding, we must get hold of the Dean as soon as possible, and I'm going to send a gentleman after him." "To send a gentleman after him?" said Mr. Harding, almost in dismay. "Yes, I think that will be best." "I'm afraid he'll have to go a long way, Mr. Toogood." "The Dean, I'm told, is in Jerusalem." "I'm afraid he is, or on his journey there. He's to be there for the Easter week, and Sunday week will be Easter Sunday. But why should the gentleman want to go to Jerusalem after the Dean?" Then Mr. Toogood explained, as well as he was able, that the Dean might have something to say on the subject which would serve Mr. Crawley's defence. "We shouldn't leave any stone unturned," said Mr. Toogood. "As far as I can judge, Crawley still thinks, or half thinks, that he got the cheque from your son-in-law." Mr. Harding shook his head sorrowfully. "I'm not saying he did, you know," continued Toogood. "I can't see myself how it is possible, but still we ought not to leave any stone unturned. And Mrs. Arabin, can you tell me at all where we shall find her?" "Has she anything to do with it, Mr. Toogood?" "I can't say that she has, but it's just possible. As I said before, Mr. Harding, we mustn't leave any stone unturned. They're not expected here till the end of April?" "About the 25th or 26th, I think." "And the assizes are the 28th. The judge is coming to the city on that day. It will be too late to wait till then. We must have our defence ready, you know. Can you say where my friend will find Mrs. Arabin?" Mr. Harding began nursing his knee, patting it and being very tender with it, as he sat meditating with his head on one side, meditating not so much as to the nature of his answer as to that of the question. Could it be necessary that any emissary from a lawyer's office should be sent after his daughter? He did not like the idea of his Eleanor being disturbed by questions as to the theft. Though she had been twice married and had a son who was now nearly a man, still she was his Eleanor. But if it was necessary on Mr. Crawley's behalf, of course it must be done. "Her last address was at Paris, sir, but I think she has gone on to Florence. She has friends there, and she purposes to meet the Dean at Venice on his return." Then Mr. Harding turned the table and wrote on a card his daughter's address. "I suppose Mrs. Arabin must have heard of the affair," said Mr. Toogood. "She had not done so when she last wrote. I mentioned it to her the other day before I knew that she had left Paris. If my letters and her sister's letters have been sent on to her, she must know it now." Then Mr. Toogood got up to take his leave. "You will excuse me for troubling you, I hope, Mr. Harding." "Oh, sir, pray do not mention that. It is no trouble, if one could only be of any service." "One can always try to be of service. In these affairs so much is to be done by rummaging about, as I always call it. There have been many theatrical managers, you know, Mr. Harding, who have usually made up their pieces according to the dresses they happen to have in their wardrobes." "Have there indeed now? I never should have thought of that." "And we lawyers have to do the same thing." "Not with your clothes, Mr. Toogood." "Not exactly with our clothes, but with our information." "I do not quite understand you, Mr. Toogood." "In preparing a defence we have to rummage about and get up what we can. If we can't find anything that suits us exactly, we are obliged to use what we do find as well as we can. I remember when I was a young man, an ostler was to be tried for stealing some oats in the borough, and he did steal them too, and sold them at a rag shop regularly. The evidence against him was as plain as a pikestaff. All I could find out was that on a certain day a horse had trod on the fellow's foot. So we put it to the jury whether the man could walk as far as the rag shop with a bag of oats when he was dead lame. And we got him off." "Did you, though?" said Mr. Harding. "Yes, we did." "And he was guilty?" "He had been at it regularly for months." "Dear, dear, dear. Wouldn't it have been better to have had him punished for the fault, gently, so as to warn him of the consequences of such doings?" "Our business was to get him off, and we got him off. It's my business to get my cousin's husband off, if I can, and we must do it, by hook or crook. It's a very difficult piece of work, because he won't let us employ a barrister. However, I shall have one in the court, and say nothing to him about it at all. Good-bye, Mr. Harding. As you say, it would be 1,000 pities that a clergyman should be convicted of a theft, and one so well connected too." Mr. Harding, when he was left alone, began to turn the matter over in his mind, and to reflect whether the 1,000 pities of which Mr. Toogood had spoken appertained to the conviction of the criminal, or the doing of the crime. "If he did steal the money, I suppose he ought to be punished, let him be ever so much a clergyman," said Mr. Harding to himself. But yet how terrible it would be! Of clergymen convicted of fraud in London he had often heard, but nothing of the kind had ever disgraced the diocese to which he belonged since he had known it. He could not teach himself to hope that Mr. Crawley should be acquitted if Mr. Crawley were guilty, but he could teach himself to believe that Mr. Crawley was innocent. Something of a doubt had crept across his mind as he talked to the lawyer. Mr. Toogood, though Mrs. Crawley was his cousin, seemed to believe that the money had been stolen, and Mr. Toogood, as a lawyer, ought to understand such matters better than an old secluded clergyman at Barchester. But nevertheless Mr. Toogood might be wrong, and Mr. Harding succeeded in satisfying himself at last that he could not be doing harm in thinking that Mr. Toogood was wrong. When he had made up his mind on this matter, he sat down and wrote the following letter, which he addressed to his daughter at the post office in Florence. Deanery, March , 1860 . Dearest Nelly,
When I wrote on Tuesday, I told you about poor Mr. Crawley, that he was the clergyman in Barchester, of whose misfortune you read an account in Galignani's Messenger. And I think Susan must have written about it also, because everybody here is talking of nothing else, and because, of course, we know how strong a regard the Dean has for Mr. Crawley. But since that, something has occurred which makes me write to you again, at once. A gentleman has just been here, and has indeed only this moment left me, who tells me that he is an attorney in London, and that he is nearly related to Mrs. Crawley. He seems to be a very good-natured man, and I dare say he understands his business as a lawyer. His name is Toogood, and he has come down, as he says, to get evidence to help the poor gentleman on his trial. I cannot understand how this should be necessary, because it seems to me that the evidence should all be wanted on the other side. I cannot for a moment suppose that a clergyman and a gentleman such as Mr. Crawley should have stolen money, and if he is innocent, I cannot understand why all this trouble should be necessary to prevent a jury finding him guilty. Mr. Toogood came here because he wanted to see the Dean, and you also. He did not explain, as far as I can remember, why he wanted to see you, but he said it would be necessary, and that he was going to send off a messenger to find you first, and the Dean afterwards. It has something to do with the money which was given to Mr. Crawley last year, and which, if I remember right, was your present. But of course Mr. Toogood could not have known anything about that. However, I gave him the address, Post Restaurant, Florence, and I dare say that somebody will make you out before long, if you are still stopping at Florence. I did not like letting him go without telling you about it, as I thought that a lawyer's coming to you would startle you. The bairns are quite well, as I told you in my other letter, and Miss Jones says the little Ellie is as good as gold. They are with me every morning and evening, and behave like darling angels as they are. Posy is my own little jewel always. You may be quite sure I do nothing to spoil them. God bless you, dearest Nelly, your most affectionate father, Septimus Harding. After this he wrote another letter to his other daughter, Mrs. Grantley, telling her also of Mr. Toogood's visit, and then he spent the remainder of the day thinking over the gravity of the occurrence. How terrible it would be if a beneficed clergyman in the diocese should really be found guilty of theft by a jury from the city. And then he had always heard so high a character of this man from his son-in-law. No, it was impossible to believe that Mr. Crawley had in truth stolen a cheque for £20. Mr. Toogood could get no other information in Barchester, and went on to Silverbridge early in the afternoon. He was half disposed to go by Hogglestock and look up his cousin, whom he had never seen, and his cousin's husband, upon whose business he was now intent. But on reflection he feared that he might do more harm than good. He had quite appreciated the fact that Mr. Crawley was not like other men. "The man's not above half saved," he had said to his wife, meaning thereby to insinuate that the poor clergyman was not in full possession of his wits. And, to tell the truth of Mr. Toogood, he was a little afraid of his relative. There was a something in Mr. Crawley's manner, in spite of his declared poverty, and in spite also of his extreme humility, which seemed to announce that he expected to be obeyed when he spoke on any point with authority. Mr. Toogood had not forgotten the tone in which Mr. Crawley had said to him, "Sir, this thing you cannot do," and he thought that, upon the whole, he had better not go to Hogglestock on this occasion. When at Silverbridge he began at once to rummage about. His chief rummaging was to be done at Mr. Walker's table, but before dinner he had time to call upon the magistrate's clerk, and ask a few questions as to the proceedings at the sitting from which Mr. Crawley was committed. He found a very taciturn old man, who was nearly as difficult to deal with in any rummaging process as a porcupine. But nevertheless, at last he reached a state of conversation which was not absolutely hostile. Mr. Toogood pleaded that he was the poor man's cousin, pleaded that, as the family lawyer, he was naturally the poor man's protector at such a time as the present, pleaded also that as the poor man was so very poor, no one else could come forward on his behalf, and in this way somewhat softened the hard sharpness of the old porcupine's quills. But after all this there was very little to be learned from the old porcupine. There was not a magistrate on the bench, he said, who had any doubt that the evidence was sufficient to justify them in sending the case to the assizes. they had all regretted, the Porcupine said in his softest moment, that the gentleman had come there without a legal adviser. "Ah, that's been the mischief of it all," said Mr. Toogood, dashing his hand against the Porcupine's mahogany table. "But the facts were so strong, Mr. Toogood. Nobody there to soften them down, you know," said Mr. Toogood, shaking his head. Very little more than this was learned from the Porcupine, and then Mr. Toogood went away and prepared for Mr. Walker's dinner. Mr. Walker had invited Dr. Tempest and Miss Anne Prettyman and Major Grantly to meet Mr. Toogood, and had explained, in a manner intended to be half earnest and half jocose, that though Mr. Toogood was an attorney like himself, and was at this moment engaged in a noble way on behalf of his cousin's husband, without any idea of receiving back even the money which he would be out of pocket, still he wasn't quite, not quite, you know, not quite so much of a gentleman as I am. Mr. Walker would have said, had he spoken out freely, that which he insinuated. But he contented himself with the emphasis he put upon the "not quite," which expressed his meaning fully. And Mr. Walker was correct in his opinion of Mr. Toogood. As regards the two attorneys, I will not venture to say that either of them was not a perfect gentleman. A perfect gentleman is a thing which I cannot define, but undoubtedly Mr. Walker was a bigger man in his way than was Mr. Toogood in his, and did habitually consort in the county of Barsetshire with men of higher standing than those with whom Mr. Toogood associated in London. It seemed to be understood that Mr. Crawley was to be the general subject of conversation, and no one attempted to talk about anything else. Indeed, at this time very little else was talked about in that part of the county, not only because of the interest naturally attached to the question of the suspected guilt of a parish clergyman, but because much had become lately known of Mr. Crawley's character, and because it was known also that an internecine feud had arisen between him and the bishop. It had undoubtedly become the general opinion that Mr. Crawley had picked up and used a cheque which was not his own, that he had, in fact, stolen it. But there was, in spite of that belief, a general wish that he might be acquitted and left in his living. And when the tidings of Mr. Crawley's victory over the bishop at the palace had become bruited about, popular sympathy went with the victor. The theft was, as it were, condoned, and people made excuses which were not always rational, but which were founded on the instincts of true humanity. And now the tidings of another stage in the battle, as fought against Mr. Crawley by the bishop, had gone forth through the county, and men had heard that the rural dean was to be instructed to make inquiries which should be preliminary to proceedings against Mr. Crawley in an ecclesiastical court. Dr. Tempest, who was now about to meet Mr. Toogood at Mr. Walker's, was the rural dean to whom Mr. Crawley would have to submit himself in any such inquiry. But Dr. Tempest had not as yet received from the bishop any official order on the subject. "We are so delighted to think that you have taken up your cousin's case," said Mrs. Walker to Mr. Toogood, almost in a whisper. "He is not just my cousin himself," said Mr. Toogood, "but of course it's all the same thing. And as to taking up his case, you see, my dear madam, he won't let me take it up." "I thought you had. I thought you were down here about it." "Only on the sly, Mrs. Walker. He has such queer ideas that he will not allow a lawyer to be properly employed, and you can't conceive how hard that makes it. Do you know him, Mrs. Walker?" "We know his daughter Grace." And then Mrs. Walker whispered something further, which we may presume to have been an intimation that the gentleman opposite, Major Grantly, was supposed by some people to be very fond of Miss Grace Crawley. "Quite a child, isn't she?" said Toogood, whose own daughter, now about to be married, was 3 or 4 years older than Grace. "She's beyond being a child, I think. Of course she is young." "But I suppose this affair will knock all that on the head," said the lawyer. "I do not know how that may be, but they do say he is very much attached to her. The major is a man of family, and of course it would be very disagreeable if Mr. Crawley were found guilty." "Very disagreeable indeed. But upon my word, Mrs. Walker, I don't know what to say about it." "You think it will go against him, Mr. Toogood?" Mr. Toogood shook his head, and on seeing this Mrs. Walker sighed deeply. "I can only say that I have heard nothing from the bishop as yet," said Dr. Tempest, after the ladies had left the room. "Of course, if he thinks well to order it, the inquiry must be made." "But how long would it take?" asked Mr. Walker. 3 months, I should think, or perhaps more. Of course Crawley would do all that he could to delay us, and I am not at all sure that we should be in any great hurry ourselves." "Who are the we, Doctor?" said Mr. Walker. "I cannot make such an inquiry by myself, you know. I suppose the bishop would ask me to select 2 or 4 other clergymen to act with me. That's the usual way of doing it. But you may be quite sure of this, Walker. The assizes will be over, and the jury have found their verdict, long before we have settled our preliminaries." "And what will be the good of your going on after that?" "Only this good. If the unfortunate man be convicted—" "Which he won't," said Mr. Toogood, who thought it expedient to put on a bolder front in talking of the matter to the rural dean than he had assumed in his whispered conversation with Mrs. Walker. "I hope not with all my heart," said the doctor. "But perhaps for the sake of the argument the supposition may be allowed to pass." "Certainly, sir," said Mr. Toogood. "For the sake of the argument it may pass." "If he be convicted, then, I suppose, there will be an end to the question. He would be sentenced for not less, I should say, than 12 months, and after that—" "And would be as good a parson of Hogglestock when he came out of prison as when he went in," said Mr. Walker. "The conviction and judgment in a civil court would not touch his temporality." "Certainly not," said Mr. Toogood. "Of course not," said the doctor. "We all know that, and in the event of Mr. Crawley coming back to his parish, it would be open to the bishop to raise the question as to his fitness for the duties." "Why shouldn't he be as fit as any one else?" said Mr. Toogood. "Simply because he would have been found to be a thief," said the doctor. "You must excuse me, Mr. Toogood, but it's only for the sake of the argument." "I don't see what that has to do with it," said Mr. Toogood. "He would have undergone his penalty." "It is preferable that a man who preaches from a pulpit should not have undergone such a penalty," said the doctor. "But in practice, under such circumstances, which we none of us anticipate, Mr. Toogood, the living should no doubt be vacated. Mr. Crawley would probably hardly wish to come back. The jury will do their work before we can do ours, will do it on a much better base than any we can have. And when they have done it, the thing ought to be finished. If the jury acquit him, the bishop cannot proceed any further. If he be found guilty, I think that the resignation of the living must follow." "It is all spite, then, on the bishop's part," said the major. "Not at all," said the doctor. "The poor man is weak, that is all. He is driven to persecute because he cannot escape persecution himself. But it may really be a question whether his present proceeding is not right. If I were bishop, I should wait till the trial is over. That is all." From this, and from much more that was said during the evening on the same subject, Mr. Toogood gradually learned the position which Mr. Crawley and the question of Mr. Crawley's guilt really held in the county, and he returned to town resolved to go on with the case. "I'll have a barrister down express, and I'll defend him in his own teeth," he said to his wife. "There'll be a scene in court, I dare say, and the man will call upon his own counsel to hold his tongue and shut up his brief. And, as far as I can see, counsel in such a case will have no alternative. But there would come an explanation, how Crawley was too honourable to employ a man whom he could not pay, and there would be a romance, and it would all go down with the jury. One wants sympathy in such a case as that, not evidence." "And how much will it cost, Tom?" said Maria dolefully. "Only a trifle. We won't think of that yet. There's John Eames is going all the way to Jerusalem out of his pocket." "But Johnny hasn't got 12 children, Tom." "One doesn't have a cousin in trouble every day," said Toogood. "And then, you see, there's something very pretty in the case. It's quite a pleasure getting it up." End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 43. Mr. Crosbie goes into the city. "I've known the city now for more than 10 years, Mr. Crosbie, and I never knew money to be so tight as it is at this moment. The best commercial bills going can't be done under 9, and any other kind of paper can't so much as get itself looked at." Thus spoke Mr. Musselborough,
He was seated in Dobbs Broughton's arm-chair in Dobbs Broughton's room in Hook Court, on the hind legs of which he was balancing himself comfortably, and he was communicating his experience in city matters to our old friend Adolphus Crosbie, of whom we may surmise that he would not have been there at that moment in Hook Court if things had been going well with him. It was now past 11 o'clock, and he should have been at his office at the West End. His position in his office was no doubt high enough to place him beyond the reach of any special inquiry as to such absences, but it is generally felt that when the Crosbies of the West End have calls into the city about noon, things in the world are not going well with them. The man who goes into the city to look for money is generally one who does not know where to get money when he wants it. Mr. Musselborough on this occasion kept his hat on his head, and there was something in the way in which he balanced his chair which was in itself an offence to Mr. Crosbie's personal dignity. It was hardly as yet 2 months since Mr. Dobbs Broughton had assured him in that very room that there need not be the slightest anxiety about his bill. Of course it could be renewed, the commission being duly paid. As Mr. Dobbs Broughton explained on that occasion, that was his business. There was nothing he liked so much as renewing bills for such customers as Mr. Crosbie, and he was very candid at that meeting, explaining how he did this branch of his business, raising money on his own credit at 4 or 5%, and lending it on his own judgment at 8 or 9. Mr. Crosbie did not feel himself then called upon to exclaim that what he was called upon to pay was about 12, perfectly understanding the comfort and grace of euphony. But he had turned it over in his mind, considering whether 12% was not more than he ought to be mulcted for the accommodation he wanted. Now at the moment he would have been glad to get it from Mr. Musselborough without further words for 20. Things had much changed with Adolphus Crosbie when he was driven to make morning visits to such a one as Mr. Musselborough, with the view of having a bill renewed for £250. In his early life he had always had the merit of being a careful man as to money. In some other respects he had gone astray very foolishly, as has been partly explained in our earlier chapters. But up to the date of his marriage with Lady Alexandrina de Courcy, he had never had dealings in Hook Court or in any such locality. Money troubles had then come upon him. Lady Alexandrina, being the daughter of a countess, had high ideas, and when, very shortly after his marriage, he had submitted to a separation from his noble wife, he had found himself and his income to be tied up inextricably in the hands of one Mr. Mortimer Gazebee, a lawyer who had married one of his wife's sisters. It was not that Mr. Gazebee was dishonest, nor did Crosbie suspect him of dishonesty, but the lawyer was so wedded to the interest of the noble family with which he was connected, that he worked for them all as an inferior spider might be supposed to work, which, from the infirmity of its nature, was compelled by its instincts to be catching flies always for superior spiders. Mr. Mortimer Gazebee had in this way entangled Mr. Crosbie in his web on behalf of those noble spiders, the De Courcys, and our poor friend, in his endeavour to fight his way through the web, had fallen into the hands of the Hook Court firm of Mrs. Van Siever, Dobbs Broughton, and Musselborough. "Mr. Broughton told me when I was last here," said Crosbie, "that there would be no difficulty about it." "And it was renewed then, wasn't it?" "Of course it was, for 2 months, but he was speaking of a continuation of renewal." "I'm afraid we can't do that, Mr. Crosbie. I'm afraid we can't indeed. Money is so awful tight." "Of course I must pay what you choose to charge me." "It isn't that, Mr. Crosbie. The bill is out for collection, and must be collected. In times like these we must draw ourselves in a little, you know. £250 isn't a great deal of money, you will say, but every little helps, you know. And besides, of course, we go upon a system. Business is business, and must not be made pleasure of. I should have had a great deal of pleasure in doing this for you, but it can't be done in the way of business." "When will Broughton be here?" "He may be in at any time. I can't say when. I suppose he's down at the court now." "What court?" "Capel Court." "I suppose I can see him there," said Crosbie. "If you catch him you can see him, of course. But what good will it do you, Mr. Crosbie? I tell you that we can't do it for you. If Broughton was here this moment it wouldn't make the slightest difference." Now Mr. Crosbie had an idea that Mr. Musselborough, though he sat in Dobbs Broughton's seat and kept on his hat and balanced his chair on 2 legs, was in truth nothing more than a clerk. He did not quite understand the manner in which the affairs of the establishment were worked, though he had been informed that Mrs. Van Siever was one of the partners. That Dobbs Broughton was the managing man who really did the business, he was convinced, and he did not therefore like to be answered peremptorily by such a one as Musselborough. "I should wish to see Mr. Broughton," he said. "You can call again, or you can go down to the court if you like it, but you may take this as an answer from me that the bill can't be renewed by us." At this moment the door of the room was opened, and Dobbs Broughton himself came into it. His face was not at all pleasant, and any one might have seen with half an eye that the money market was a great deal tighter than he liked it to be. "Here is Mr. Crosbie here about that bill," said Musselborough. "Mr. Crosbie must take up his bill, that's all," said Dobbs Broughton. "But it doesn't suit me to take it up," said Crosbie. "Then you must take it up without suiting you," said Dobbs Broughton. It might have been seen with half an eye that Mr. Broughton did not like the state of the money market, and it might also be seen with the other half that he had been endeavouring to mitigate the bitterness of his dislike by alcoholic aid. Musselborough at once perceived that his patron and partner was half drunk, and Crosbie was aware that he had been drinking. But nevertheless it was necessary that something more should be said. The bill would be due to-morrow, was payable at Crosbie's bankers, and as Mr. Crosbie too well knew, there were no funds there for the purpose. And there were other purposes very needful, for which Mr. Crosbie's funds were at the present moment unfortunately by no means sufficient. He stood for a few moments thinking what he would do, whether he would leave the drunken man in his office and let the bill take its chance, or whether he would make one more effort for an arrangement. He did not for a moment believe that Broughton himself was subject to any pecuniary difficulty. Broughton lived in a big house, as rich men live, and had a name for commercial success. It never occurred to Crosbie that it was a matter of great moment to Dobbs Broughton himself that the bill should be taken up. Crosbie still thought that Musselborough was his special enemy, and that Broughton had joined Musselborough in his hostility simply because he was too drunk to know better. "You might at any rate answer me civilly, Mr. Broughton," he said. "I know nothing about civility with things as they are at present," said Broughton. "Civil, by God! There's nothing so civil as paying money when you owe it. Musselborough, reach me down the decanter and some glasses. Perhaps Mr. Crosbie will wet his whistle." "He don't want any wine, nor you either," said Musselborough. "What's up now?" said Broughton, staggering across the room towards a cupboard in which it was his custom to keep a provision of that comfort which he needed at the present moment. "I suppose I may stand a glass of wine to a fellow in my own room if I like it." "I will take no wine, thank you," said Crosbie. "Then you can do the other thing. When I ask a gentleman to take a glass of wine there is no compulsion, but about the bill there is compulsion. Do you understand that? You may drink or let it alone, but pay you must. Why, Mussy, what do you think? There's Carter, Ricketts and Carter. I'm blessed if Carter just now didn't beg for 2 months, as though 2 months would be all the world to him, and that for a trumpery £500. I never saw money like it is now, never." To this appeal Musselborough made no reply, not caring perhaps at the present moment to sustain his partner. He still balanced himself in his chair, and still kept his hat on his head. Even Mr. Crosbie began to perceive that Mr. Musselborough's genius was in the ascendant in Hook Court. "I can hardly believe," said Crosbie, "that things can be so bad that I cannot have a bill for £250 renewed when I am willing to pay for the accommodation. I have not done much in the way of bills, but I never had one dishonoured yet." "Don't let this be the first," said Dobbs Broughton. "Not if I can prevent it," said Crosbie. "But to tell you the truth, Mr. Broughton, my bill will be dishonoured unless I can have it renewed. If it does not suit you to do it, I suppose you can recommend me to some one who can make it convenient." "Why don't you go to your bankers?" said Musselborough. "I never did ask my bankers for anything of the kind." "Then you should try what your credit with them is worth," said Broughton. "It isn't worth much here, as you can perceive. Ha, ha, ha!" Crosbie, when he heard this, became very angry, and Musselborough, perceiving this, got out of his chair, so that he might be in readiness to prevent any violence if violence were attempted. "It really is no good your staying here," he said. "You see that Broughton has been drinking. There's no knowing what he may say or do." "You be blowed," said Broughton, who had taken the arm-chair as soon as Musselborough had left it. "You may believe me in the way of business," continued Musselborough, "when I tell you that it really does not suit us to renew the bill. We are pressed ourselves, and we must press others." "And who will do it for me?" said Crosbie, almost in despair. There are Broughton and Bangles there, the wine merchants down in the yard. Perhaps they may accommodate you. It's all in their line, but I'm told they charge uncommon dear." "I don't know Messrs. Broughton and Bangles," said Crosbie. "That needn't stand in your way. You tell them where you come from, and they'll make inquiry. If they think it's about right, they'll give you the money, and if they don't, they won't." Mr. Crosbie then left the office without exchanging another word with Dobbs Broughton, and went down into Hook Court. As he descended the stairs, he turned over in his mind the propriety of going to Messrs. Broughton and Bangles with the view of relieving himself from his present difficulty. He knew that it was ruinous. Dealings even with such men as Dobbs Broughton and Musselborough, whom he presumed to be milder in their greed than Broughton and Bangles, were, all of them, steps on the road to ruin. But what was he to do? If his bill were dishonoured, the fact would certainly become known at his office, and he might even ultimately be arrested. At the doorway at the bottom of the stairs he stood for some moments looking over at Broughton and Bangles, and he did not at all like the aspect of the establishment. Inside the office he could see a man standing with a cigar in his mouth, very resplendent, with a new hat, with a hat remarkable for the bold upward curve of its rim, and this man was copiously decorated with a chain and seals hanging about widely over his waistcoat. He was leaning with his back against the counter and was talking to someone on the other side of it. There was something in the man's look and manner that was utterly repulsive to Crosbie. He was more vulgar to the eye even than Musselborough, and his voice, which Crosbie could hear as he stood in the other doorway, was almost as detestable as that of Dobbs Broughton in his drunkenness. Crosbie did not doubt that this was either Broughton or Bangles, and that the man standing inside was either Bangles or Broughton. He could not bring himself to accost these men and tell them of his necessities, and propose to them that they should relieve him. In spite of what Musselborough had just said to him, he could not believe it possible that he should succeed, were he to do so without some introduction. So he left Hook Court and went out into the lane, hearing as he went the loud voice of the man with the turned-up hat and the chain. But what was he to do? At the outset of his pecuniary troubles, when he first found it necessary to litigate some question with the De Courcy people, and withstand the web which Mortimer Gazebee wove so assiduously, his own attorney had introduced him to Dobbs Broughton, and the assistance which he had needed had come to him, at any rate, without trouble. He did not especially like Mr. Broughton, and when Mr. Broughton first invited him to come and eat a little bit of dinner, he had told himself with painful remorse that in his early days he had been accustomed to eat his little bits of dinner with people of a different kind. But there had been nothing really painful in this, since his marriage with a daughter of the De Courcys, by which marriage he had intended to climb to the highest pinnacle of social eating and drinking. He had gradually found himself to be falling in the scale of such matters, and could bring himself to dine with a Dobbs Broughton without any violent pain. But now he had fallen so low that Dobbs Broughton had insulted him, and he was in such distress that he did not know where to turn for £10. Mr. Gazebee had beaten him at litigation, and his own lawyer had advised him that it would be foolish to try the matter further. In his marriage with the noble daughter of the De Courcys, he had allowed the framers of the De Courcy settlement to tie him up in such a way that now, even when chance had done so much for him in freeing him from his wife, he was still bound to the De Courcy faction. Money had been paid away on his behalf, as alleged by Mr. Gazebee, like running water. Money for furniture, money for the lease of a house, money when he had been separated from his wife, money while she was living abroad. It had seemed to him that he had been made to pay the entire support of the female moiety of the De Courcy family, which had settled itself at Baden-Baden, from the day, and in some respects from before the day, on which his wife had joined that moiety. He had done all in his power to struggle against these payments, but every such struggle had only cost him more money. Mr. Gazebee had written to him the civilest of notes, but every note seemed to cost him money. Every word of each note seemed to find its way into some bill. His wife had died, and her body had been brought back, with all the pomp befitting the body of an earl's daughter, that it might be laid with the old De Courcy dust at his expense. The embalming of her dear remains had cost a wondrous sum, and was a terrible blow upon him. All these items were showered upon him by Mr. Gazebee with the most courteously worded demands for settlement as soon as was convenient. And then, when he applied that Lady Alexandrina's small fortune should be made over to him, according to a certain agreement under which he had made over all his possessions to his wife should she have survived him. Mr. Gazebee expressed a mild opinion that he was wrong in his law, and blandly recommended an amicable lawsuit. The amicable lawsuit was carried on. His own lawyers seemed to throw him over. Mr. Gazebee was successful in everything. No money came to him. Money was demanded from him on old scores and on new scores, and all that he received to console him for what he had lost was a mourning ring with his wife's hair, for which, with sundry other mourning rings, he had to pay, and an introduction to Mr. Dobbs Broughton. To Mr. Dobbs Broughton he owed £500, and as regarded a bill for the one half of that sum which was due to-morrow, Mr. Dobbs Broughton had refused to grant him renewal for a single month. I know no more uncomfortable walking than that which falls to the lot of men who go into the city to look for money, and who find none. Of all the lost steps trodden by men, surely the steps lost after that fashion are the most melancholy. It is not only that they are so vain, but that they are accompanied by so killing a sense of shame. To wait about in dingy rooms which look on to bare walls, and are approached through some hook court, or to keep appointments at a low coffee house, to which trystings the money lender will not trouble himself to come unless it pleases him, to be civil, almost suppliant, to a cunning knave whom the borrower loathes, to be refused thrice and then cheated with his eyes open on the fourth attempt, to submit himself to vulgarity of the foulest kind, and to have to seem to like it, to be badgered, reviled, and at last accused of want of honesty by the most fraudulent of mankind, and at the same time to be clearly conscious of the ruin that is coming. This is the fate of him who goes into the city to find money, not knowing where it is to be found. Crosbie went along the lane into Lombard Street, and then he stood still for a moment to think. Though he knew a good deal of affairs in general, he did not quite know what would happen to him if his bill should be dishonoured. That somebody would bring it to him noted, and require him instantly to put his hand into his pocket and bring out the amount of the bill, plus the amount of certain expenses, he thought that he did know. And he knew that were he in trade he would become a bankrupt, and he was well aware that such an occurrence would prove him to be insolvent. But he did not know what his creditors would immediately have the power of doing. That the fact of the bill having been dishonoured would reach the board under which he served, and therefore also the fact that he had had recourse to such bill transactions, this alone was enough to fill him with dismay. In early life he had carried his head so high, he had been so much more than a mere government clerk, that the idea of the coming disgrace almost killed him. Would it not be well that he should put an end to himself, and thus escape? What was there in the world now for which it was worth his while to live? Lily, whom he had once gained, and by that gain had placed himself high in all hopes of happiness and riches, whom he had then thrown away from him, and who had again seemed to be almost within his reach. Lily had so refused him that he knew not how to approach her with a further prayer. And had she not refused him, how could he have told her of his load of debt? As he stood at the corner where the lane runs into Lombard Street, he came for a while to think almost more of Lily than of his rejected bill. Then, as he thought of both his misfortunes together, he asked himself whether a pistol would not conveniently put an end to them together. At that moment a loud, harsh voice greeted his ear. "Hallo, Crosbie! What brings you so far east? One does not often see you in the city." It was the voice of Sir Raffle Buffle, which in former days had been very odious to Crosbie's ears, for Sir Raffle Buffle had once been the presiding genius of the office to which Crosbie still belonged. "No, indeed, not very often," said Crosbie, smiling. Who can tell who has not felt it, the pain that goes to the forcing of such smiles? But Sir Raffle was not an acutely observant person, and did not see that anything was wrong. "I suppose you're doing a little business," said Sir Raffle. "If a man has kept a trifle of money by him, this certainly is the time for turning it. You have always been wide awake about such things." "No, indeed," said Crosbie. If he could only make up his mind that he would shoot himself, would it not be a pleasant thing to inflict some condign punishment on this odious man before he left the world? But Crosbie knew that he was not going to shoot himself, and he knew also that he had no power of inflicting condign punishment on Sir Raffle Buffle. He could only hate the man and curse him inwardly. "Aha!" said Sir Raffle. "You wouldn't be here unless you knew where a good thing is to be picked up. But I must be off. I'm on the Rocky Mountain Canal Company Directory. I'm not above taking my 2 guineas a day. Good-bye, my boy. Remember me to the old optimist." And so Sir Raffle passed on, leaving Crosbie still standing at the corner of the lane. What was he to do? This interruption had at least seemed to drive Lily from his mind, and to send his ideas back to the consideration of his pecuniary difficulties. He thought of his own bank, a West End establishment at which he was personally known to many of the clerks, and where he had been heretofore treated with great consideration. But of late his balances had been very low, and more than once he had been reminded that he had overdrawn his account. He knew well that the distinguished firm of Bounce, Bounce, and Bounce would not cash a bill for him or lend him money without security. He did not even dare to ask them to do so. On a sudden he jumped into a cab and was driven back to his office. A thought had come upon him. He would throw himself upon the kindness of a friend there. Hitherto he had contrived to hold his head so high above the clerks below him, so high before the commissioners who were above him, that none there suspected him to be a man in difficulty. It not seldom happens that a man's character stands too high for his interest, so high that it cannot be maintained, and so high that any fall will be dangerous. And so it was with Crosbie and his character at the General Committee Office. The man to whom he was now thinking of applying as his friend was a certain Mr. Butterwell, who had been his predecessor in the secretary's chair, and who now filled the less onerous but more dignified position of a commissioner. Mr. Crosbie had somewhat despised Mr. Butterwell, and had of late years not been averse to showing that he did so. He had snubbed Mr. Butterwell, and Mr. Butterwell, driven to his wits' end, had tried a fall or two with him. In all these struggles Crosbie had had the best of it, and Butterwell had gone to the wall. Nevertheless, for the sake of official decency, and from certain wise remembrances of the sources of official comfort and official discomfort, Mr. Butterwell had always maintained a show of outward friendship with the secretary. They smiled and were gracious, called each other Butterwell and Crosbie, and abstained from all cat and dog absurdities. Nevertheless, it was the frequently expressed opinion of every clerk in the office that Mr. Butterwell hated Mr. Crosbie like poison. This was the man to whom Crosbie suddenly made up his mind that he would have recourse. As he was driven back to his office, he resolved that he would make a plunge at once at the difficulty. He knew that Butterwell was fairly rich, and he knew also that he was good-natured, with that sort of sleepy good nature which is not active for philanthropic purposes, but which dislikes to incur the pain of refusing. And then Mr. Butterwell was nervous, and if the thing were managed well, he might be cheated out of an assent before time had been given him in which to pluck up courage for refusing. But Crosbie doubted his own courage also, fearing that if he gave himself time for hesitation, he would hesitate, and that hesitating he would feel the terrible disgrace of the thing and not do it. So, without going to his own desk, or ridding himself of his hat, he went at once to Butterwell's room. When he opened the door he found Mr. Butterwell alone, reading the Times. "Butterwell," said he, beginning to speak before he had even closed the door, "I have come to you in great distress. I wonder whether you can help me. I want you to lend me £500. It must be for not less than 3 months." Mr. Butterwell dropped the paper from his hands and stared at the secretary over his spectacles. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 44. I suppose I must let you have it. Crosbie had been preparing the exact words with which he assailed Mr. Butterwell for the last quarter of an hour before they were uttered. There is always a difficulty in the choice not only of the words with which money should be borrowed, but of the fashion after which they should be spoken. There is the slow, deliberate manner in using which the borrower attempts to carry the wished-for lender along with him by force of argument, and to prove that the desire to borrow shows no imprudence on his part, and that a tendency to lend will show none on the part of the intended lender. It may be said that this mode fails oftener than any other. There is the piteous manner, the plea for commiseration. "My dear fellow, unless you will see me through now, upon my word I shall be very badly off." And this manner may be divided again into two. There is the plea piteous with a lie, and the plea piteous with a truth. You shall have it again in 2 months as sure as the sun rises. That is generally the plea piteous with a lie. Or it may be as follows. It is only fair to say that I don't quite know when I can pay it back. This is the plea piteous with a truth, and upon the whole I think that this is generally the most successful mode of borrowing. And there is the assured demand, which betokens a close intimacy. Old fellow, can you let me have £30? No? Just put your name then on the back of this, and I will get it done in the city. The worst of that manner is that the bill so often does not get itself done in the city. Then there is the sudden attack, that being the manner to which Crosbie had recourse in the present instance. That there are other modes of borrowing by means of which youth becomes indebted to age, and love to respect, and ignorance to experience, is a matter of course. It will be understood that I am here speaking only of borrowing and lending between the Butterwells and the Crosbies of the world. I have come to you in great distress, said Crosbie. I wonder whether you can help me. I want you to lend me £500. Mr. Butterwell, when he heard the words, dropped the paper which he was reading from his hand, and stared at Crosbie over his spectacles. £500, he said. Dear me, Crosbie, that's a large sum of money. Yes, it is, a very large sum. Half that is what I want at once, but I shall want the other half in a month. I thought you were always so much above the world in money matters. Gracious me, nothing that I have heard for a long time has astonished me more. I don't know why, but I always thought you had your things so very snug. Crosbie was aware that he had made one great step towards success. The idea had been presented to Mr. Butterwell's mind, and had not been instantly rejected as a scandalously iniquitous idea, as an idea to which no reception could be given for a moment. Crosbie had not been treated as was the needy knife grinder, and had ground to stand upon while he urged his request. I have been so pressed since my marriage, he said, that it has been impossible for me to keep things straight. But Lady Alexandrina. Yes, of course, I know. I do not like to trouble you with my private affairs. There is nothing I think so bad as washing one's dirty linen in public. But the truth is that I am only now free from the rapacity of the De Courcys. You could hardly believe me if I told you what I've had to pay. What do you think of £245 for bringing her body over here and burying it at De Courcy? I'd have left it where it was. And so would I. You don't suppose I ordered it to be done? Poor dear thing. If it could do her any good, God knows I would not begrudge it. We had a bad time of it when we were together, but I would have spared nothing for her, alive or dead, that was reasonable. But to make me pay for bringing the body over here, when I never had a shilling with her! By George, it was too bad. And that oaf John De Courcy, I had to pay his travelling bill too. He didn't come to be buried, did he? It's too disgusting to talk of, Butterwell. It is indeed. And when I asked for her money that was settled upon me, it was only £2,000. They made me go to law, and it seems there was no £2,000 to settle. If I like, I can have another lawsuit with the sisters when the mother is dead. Oh, Butterwell, I have made such a fool of myself. I have come to such shipwreck. Oh, Butterwell, if you could but know it all. Are you free from the De Courcys now? I owe Gaisby, the man who married the other woman, over £1,000, but I pay that off at £200 a year, and he has a policy on my life. What do you owe that for? Don't ask me. Not that I mind telling you. Furniture and the lease of a house, and his bill for the marriage settlement. God damn him! God bless me! They seem to have been very hard upon you. A man doesn't marry an earl's daughter for nothing, Butterwell. And then to think what I lost. It can't be helped now, you know. As a man makes his bed, he must lie on it. I am sometimes so mad with myself when I think over it all, that I should like to blow my brains out. You must not talk in that way, Crosbie. I hate to hear a man talk like that. I don't mean that I shall. I'm too much of a coward, I fancy. A man who desires to soften another man's heart should always abuse himself. In softening a woman's heart, he should abuse her. But life has been so bitter for me the last 3 years. I haven't had an hour of comfort, not an hour. I don't know why I should trouble you with all this, Butterwell. Oh, about the money, yes, that's just how I stand. I owed Gaisby something over £1,000, which is arranged as I have told you. Then there were debts due by my wife. At least some of them were, I suppose, and that horrid ghastly funeral, and debts, I don't doubt, due by the cursed old countess. At any rate, to get myself clear, I raised something over £400, and now I owe 5, which must be paid part to-morrow and the remainder this day month." "And you have no security?" "Not a rag, not a shred, not a line, not an acre. There's my salary, and after paying Gazebee what comes due to him, I can manage to let you have the money within 12 months. That is, if you can lend it me. I could just do that and live, and if you will assist me with the money, I will do so. That's what I've brought myself to, by my own folly." £500 is such a large sum of money. "Indeed it is." "And without any security." "I know, Butterwell, that I've no right to ask for it. I feel that. Of course I should pay you what interest you please." "Money's about 7 now," said Butterwell. "I've not the slightest objection to 7%, said Crosbie. "But that's on security," said Butterwell. "You can name your own terms," said Crosbie. Mr. Butterwell got out of his chair and walked about the room with his hands in his pockets. He was thinking at that moment what Mrs. Butterwell would say to him. "Will an answer do to-morrow morning?" he said. "I would much rather have it to-day," said Crosbie. Then Mr. Butterwell took another turn about the room. "I suppose I must let you have it," he said. "Butterwell," said Crosbie, "I'm eternally obliged to you. It's hardly too much to say that you've saved me from ruin." "Of course I was joking about interest," said Butterwell. 5% is the proper thing. You'd better let me have a little acknowledgement. I'll give you the first half to-morrow." There were genuine tears which filled Crosbie's eyes as he seized hold of the senior's hands. "Butterwell," he said, "what am I to say to you?" "Nothing at all, nothing at all." "Your kindness makes me feel that I ought not to have come to you." "Oh, nonsense! By the by, would you mind telling Thompson to bring those papers to me which I gave him yesterday? I promised Optimist I would read them before 3, and it's past 2 now." So saying, he sat himself down at his table, and Crosbie felt he was bound to leave the room. Mr. Butterwell, when he was left alone, did not read the papers which Thompson brought him, but sat instead thinking of his £500. "Just put them down," he said to Thompson. So the papers were put down, and there they lay all that day and all the next. Then Thompson took them away again, and it is to be hoped that somebody read them. £500! It was a large sum of money, and Crosbie was a man for whom Mr. Butterwell, in truth, felt no very strong affection. Of course he must have it now, he said to himself. But where should I be if anything happened to him? And then he remembered that Mrs. Butterwell especially disliked Mr. Crosbie, disliked him because she knew that he snubbed her husband. But it's hard to refuse when one man has known another for more than 10 years. Then he comforted himself somewhat with the reflection that Crosbie would no doubt make himself more pleasant for the future than he had done lately, and with the second reflection that Crosbie's life was a good life, and with the third as to his own great goodness in assisting a brother officer. Nevertheless, as he sat looking out of the omnibus window on his journey home to Putney, he was not altogether comfortable in his mind. Mrs. Butterwell was a very prudent woman. But Crosbie was very comfortable in his mind on that afternoon. He had hardly dared to hope for success, but he had been successful. He had not even thought of Butterwell as a possible fountain of supply, till his mind had been brought back to the affairs of his office by the voice of Sir Raffle Buffle at the corner of the street. The idea that his bill would be dishonoured, and that tidings of his insolvency would be conveyed to the commissioners at his board, had been dreadful to him. The way in which he had been treated by Musselborough and Dobbs Broughton had made him hate city men, and what he supposed to be city ways. Now there had come to him a relief which suddenly made everything feel light. He could almost think of Mr. Mortimer Gazebee without disgust. Perhaps, after all, there might be some happiness yet in store for him. Might it not be possible that Lily would yet accept him in spite of the chilling letter, the freezing letter which he had received from Lily's mother? Of one thing he was quite certain. If ever he had the opportunity of pleading his own cause with her, he certainly would tell her everything respecting his own money difficulties. In that last resolve I think we may say that he was right. If Lily would ever listen to him again at all, she certainly would not be deterred from marrying him by his own story of his debts. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 45. Lily Dale goes to London. One morning towards the end of March, the squire rapped at the window of the drawing-room of the small house in which Mrs. Dale and her daughter were sitting. He had a letter in his hand, and both Lily and her mother knew that he had come down to speak about the contents of the letter. It was always a sign of good humour on the squire's part, this rapping at the window. When it became necessary to him in his gloomy moods to see his sister-in-law, he would write a note to her, and she would go across to him at the great house. At other times, if, as Lily would say, he was just then neither sweet nor bitter, he would go round to the front door and knock, and be admitted after the manner of ordinary people. But when he was minded to make himself thoroughly pleasant, he would come and rap at the drawing-room window, as he was doing now. "I'll let you in, uncle. Wait a moment," said Lily, as she unbolted the window which opened out upon the lawn. "It's dreadfully cold, so come in as fast as you can." "It's not cold at all," said the squire. "It's more like spring than any morning we've had yet. I've been sitting without a fire." "You won't catch us without one for the next 2 months, will you, mamma? You have got a letter, uncle. Is it for us to see?" "Well, yes. I've brought it down to show you. Mary, what do you think is going to happen?" A terrible idea occurred to Mrs. Dale at that moment, but she was much too wise to give it expression. Could it be possible that the squire was going to make a fool of himself and get married? "I am very bad at guessing," said Mrs. Dale. "You had better tell us." "Bernard is going to be married," said Lily. "How did you know?" said the squire. "I didn't know. I only guessed." "Then you've guessed right," said the squire, a little annoyed at having his news thus taken out of his mouth. "I am so glad," said Mrs. Dale, "and I know from your manner that you like the match." "Well, yes. I don't know the young lady, but I think that upon the whole I do like it. It's quite time, you know, that he got married." "He's not 30 yet," said Mrs. Dale. "He will be in a month or two." "And who is it, uncle?" "Well, as you're so good at guessing, I suppose you can guess that." "It's not that Miss Partridge he used to talk about?" "No, it's not Miss Partridge, I'm glad to say. I don't believe that the Partridges have a shilling among them." "Then I suppose it's an heiress," said Mrs. Dale. "No, not an heiress, but she will have some money of her own, and she has connections in Barsetshire which make it pleasant." "Connections in Barsetshire? Who can it be?" said Lily. "Her name is Emily Dunstable," said the squire, "and she is the niece of that Miss Dunstable who married Dr. Thorne and who lives at Chaldicotes." "She was the woman who had millions upon millions," said Lily, "all got by selling ointment." "Never mind how it was got," said the squire angrily. "Miss Dunstable married most respectably, and has always made a most excellent use of her money." "And will Bernard's wife have all her fortune?" asked Lily. "She will have £20,000 the day she marries, and I suppose that will be all." "And quite enough too," said Mrs. Dale. "It seems that old Dr. Dunstable, as he was called, who, as Lily says, sold the ointment, quarrelled with his son or with his son's widow, and left nothing either to her or her child. The mother is dead, and the aunt, Dr. Thorne's wife, has always provided for the child. That's how it is, and Bernard is going to marry her. They are to be married at Chaldicotes in May." "I am delighted to hear it," said Mrs. Dale. "I've known Dr. Thorne for the last 40 years," and the squire now spoke in a low, melancholy tone. "I've written to him to say that the young people shall have the old place up there to themselves, if they like it." "What, and turn you out?" said Mrs. Dale. "That would not matter," said the squire. "You'd have to come and live with us," said Lily, taking him by the hand. "It doesn't matter much now where I live," said the squire. "Bernard will never consent to that," said Mrs. Dale. "I wonder whether she'll ask me to be a bridesmaid," said Lily. "They say that Chaldicotes is such a pretty place, and I should see all the Barsetshire people that I've been hearing about from Grace. Poor Grace! I know that the Grantlys and the Thornes are very intimate. Fancy Bernard having £20,000 from the making of ointment." "What does it matter to you where it comes from?" said the squire, half in anger. "Not in the least, only it sounds so odd." I do hope she's a nice girl." Then the squire produced a photograph of Emily Dunstable, which his nephew had sent to him, and they all pronounced her to be very pretty, to be very much like a lady, and to be very good-humoured. The squire was evidently pleased with the match, and therefore the ladies were pleased also. Bernard Dale was the heir to the estate, and his marriage was, of course, a matter of moment. And as on such properties as that of Allington money is always wanted, the squire may be forgiven for the great importance which he attached to the young lady's fortune. "Bernard could hardly have married prudently without any money," he said, "unless he had chosen to wait till I am gone." "And then he would have been too old to marry at all," said Lily. But the squire's budget of news had not yet been emptied. He told them soon afterwards that he himself had been summoned up to London. Bernard had written to him begging him to come and see the young lady, and the family lawyer had written also saying that his presence in town would be very desirable. "It is very troublesome, of course, but I shall go," said the squire. "It will do you all the good in the world," said Mrs. Dale, "and of course you ought to know her personally before the marriage." And then the squire made a clean breast of it and declared his full purpose. "I was thinking that perhaps Lily would not object to go up to London with me." "Oh, Uncle Christopher, I should so like it," said Lily. "If your mamma does not object." "Mamma never objects to anything. I should like to see her objecting to that." And Lily shook her head at her mother. "Bernard says that Miss Dunstable particularly wants to see you." "Does she indeed? And I particularly want to see Miss Dunstable. How nice, mamma. I don't think I've ever been to London since I wore short frocks. Do you remember taking us to the pantomime? Only think how many years ago that is. I'm quite sure it's time that Bernard should get married. Uncle, I hope you're prepared to take me to the play." "We must see about that. And the opera, and Madame Tussaud, and the horticultural gardens, and the new conjurer who makes a woman lie upon nothing. The idea of my going to London! And then I suppose I shall be one of the bridesmaids. I declare a new vista of life is opening out to me. Mamma, you mustn't be dull while I'm away. It won't be very long, I suppose, uncle?" "About a month, probably," said the squire. "Oh, mamma, what will you do?" "Never mind me, Lily. You must get Bell and the children to come. But I cannot imagine living away from home a month. I was never away from home a month in my life." And Lily did go up to town with her uncle, 2 days only having been allowed to her for her preparations. There was very much for her to think of in such a journey. It was not only that she would see Emily Dunstable, who was to be her cousin's wife, and that she would go to the play and visit the new conjurer's entertainment, but that she would be in the same city both with Adolphus Crosbie and with John Eames. Not having personal experience of the wideness of London, and of the wilderness which it is, of the distance which is set there between persons who are not purposely brought together, it seemed to her fancy as though for this month of her absence from home she would be brought in close contiguity with both her lovers. She had hitherto felt herself to be at any rate safe in her fortress at Allington. When Crosbie had written to her mother, making a renewed offer, which had been rejected, Lily had felt that she certainly need not see him unless it pleased her to do so. He could hardly force himself upon her at Allington. And as to John Eames, though he would of course be welcome at Allington, as often as he pleased, to show himself, still there was a security in the place. She was so much at home there that she could always be the mistress of the occasion. She knew that she could talk to him at Allington as though from ground higher than that which he stood himself, and she felt that this would hardly be the case if she should chance to meet him in London. Crosbie probably would not come in her way. Crosbie, she thought, and she blushed for the man she loved as the idea came across her mind, would be afraid of meeting her uncle. But John Eames would certainly find her, and she was led by the experience of latter days to imagine that John would never cross her path without renewing his attempts. But she said no word of all this, even to her mother. She was contented to confine her outspoken expectations to Emily Dunstable, and the play, and the conjurer. "The chances are 10 to 1 against my liking her, mamma," she said. "I don't see that, my dear. I feel to be too old to think that I shall ever like any more new people. 3 years ago I should have been quite sure that I should love a new cousin. It would have been like having a new dress. But I've come to think that an old dress is the most comfortable, and an old cousin certainly the best." The squire had taken for them a gloomy lodging in Sackville Street. Lodgings in London are always gloomy. Gloomy colours wear better than bright ones for curtains and carpets, and the keepers of lodgings in London seem to think that a certain dinginess of appearance is respectable. I never saw a London lodging in which any attempt at cheerfulness had been made, and I do not think that any such attempt, if made, would pay. The lodging seeker would be frightened and dismayed, and would unconsciously be led to fancy that something was wrong. Ideas of burglars and improper persons would present themselves. This was so certainly the case that I doubt whether any well-conditioned lodging-house matron could be induced to show rooms that were prettily draped or pleasantly coloured. The big drawing-room and the 2 large bedrooms which the squire took were all that was proper, and were as brown and as gloomy and as ill-suited for the comforts of ordinary life as though they had been prepared for 2 prisoners. But Lily was not so ignorant as to expect cheerful lodgings in London, and was satisfied. "And what are we to do now?" said Lily, as soon as they found themselves settled. It was still March, and whatever may have been the nature of the weather at Allington, it was very cold in London. They reached Sackville Street about 5 in the evening, and an hour was taken up in unpacking their trunks and making themselves as comfortable as their circumstances allowed. "And now what are we to do?" said Lily. "I told them to have dinner for us at 6:30. And what after that? Won't Bernard come to us to-night? I expected him to be standing at the doorsteps waiting for us with his bride in his hand." "I don't suppose Bernard will be here to-night," said the squire. "He did not say that he would, and as for Miss Dunstable, I promised to take you to her aunt's house to-morrow." "But I wanted to see her to-night." "Well, of course bridesmaids must wait upon brides, and ladies with £20,000 can't be expected to run about like common people. As for Bernard, but Bernard never was in a hurry." Then they dined, and when the squire had very nearly fallen asleep over a bottle of port wine which had been sent in for him from some neighbouring public house, Lily began to feel that it was all very dull, and she looked round the room, and she thought it was very ugly, and she calculated that 30 evenings so spent would seem to be very long, and she reflected that the hours were probably going much more quickly with Emily Dunstable, who, no doubt, at this moment had Bernard Dale by her side. And then she told herself that the hours were not tedious with her at home, while sitting with her mother, with all her daily occupations within her reach. But in so telling herself, she took herself to task, inquiring of herself whether such an assurance was altogether true. Were not the hours sometimes tedious even at home? And in this way her mind wandered off to thoughts upon life in general, and she repeated to herself over and over again the 2 words which she had told John Eames that she would write in her journal. The reader will remember those 2 words, "old maid." And she had written them in her book, making each letter a capital, and round them she had drawn a scroll, ornamented after her own fashion, and she had added the date in quaintly formed figures, for in such matters Lily had some little skill and a dash of fun to direct it, and she had inscribed below it an Italian motto, "Who goes softly goes safely," and above her work of art she had put a heading, "As arranged by fate for L.D." Now she thought of all this, and reflected whether Emily Dunstable was in truth very happy. Presently the tears came into her eyes, and she got up and went to the window, as though she were afraid that her uncle might wake and see them. And as she looked out on the blank street, she muttered a word or 2. "Dear mother, dearest mother." Then the door was opened, and her cousin Bernard announced himself. She had not heard his knock at the door, as she had been thinking of the 2 words in her book. "What? Bernard! Ah, yes, of course," said the squire, rubbing his eyes as he strove to wake himself. "I wasn't sure you would come, but I'm delighted to see you. I wish you joy with all my heart, with all my heart." "Of course I should come," said Bernard. "Dear Lily, this is so good of you. Emily is so delighted." And Lily spoke her congratulations warmly, and there was no trace of the tear in her eyes, and she was thoroughly happy as she sat by her cousin's side and listened to his raptures about Emily Dunstable. "And will you be so fond of her aunt?" he said. "But is she not awfully rich?" said Lily. "Frightfully rich," said Bernard. "But really you would hardly find it out if nobody told you. Of course she lives in a big house, and has a heap of servants, but she can't help that." "I hate a heap of servants," said Lily. Then there came another knock on the door, and who should enter the room but John Eames. Lily for a moment was taken aback, but it was only for a moment. She had been thinking so much of him that his presence disturbed her for an instant. "He probably will not know that I am here," she had said to herself, but she had not yet been 3 hours in London, and he was already with her. At first he hardly spoke to her, addressing himself to the squire. "Lady Julia told me you were to be here, and as I start for the Continent early to-morrow morning, I thought you would let me come and see you before I went." "I'm always glad to see you, John," said the squire, "very glad. And so you're going abroad, are you?" Then Johnny congratulated his old acquaintance, Bernard Dale, as to his coming marriage, and explained to them how Lady Julia, in one of her letters, had told him all about it, and had even given him the number in Sackville Street. "I suppose she learned it from you, Lily?" said the squire. "Yes, uncle, she did." And then there came questions as to John's projected journey to the Continent, and he explained that he was going on law business on behalf of Mr. Crawley to catch the Dean and Mrs. Arabin, if it might be possible. "You see, sir, Mr. Toogood, who is Mr. Crawley's cousin, and is also his lawyer, is my cousin too, and that's why I'm going." And still there had been hardly a word spoken between him and Lily. "But you're not a lawyer, John, are you?" said the squire. "No, I'm not a lawyer myself." "Nor a lawyer's clerk?" "Certainly not a lawyer's clerk," said Johnny, laughing. "Then why should you go?" said Bernard Dale. Then Johnny had to explain, and in doing so he became very eloquent as to the hardships of Mr. Crawley's case. "You see, sir, nobody can possibly believe that such a man as that stole £20. I do not, for one," said Lily. "God forbid that I should say he did," said the squire. "I'm quite sure he didn't," said Johnny, warming to his subject. "It couldn't be that such a man as that should become a thief all at once. It's not human nature, sir, is it?" "It is very hard to know what is human nature," said the squire. "It's the general opinion down in Barsetshire that he did steal it," said Bernard. "Dr. Thorne was one of the magistrates who committed him, and I know he thinks so." "I don't blame the magistrates in the least," said Johnny. "That's kind of you," said the squire. "Of course you'll laugh at me, sir, but you'll see that we shall come out right. There's some mystery in it of which we haven't got at the bottom as yet, and if there is anybody that can help us, it's the Dean." "If the Dean knows anything, why has he not written and told what he knows?" said the squire. "That's what I can't say. The Dean has not had an opportunity of writing since he heard, even if he has yet heard, that Mr. Crawley is to be tried, and then he and Mrs. Arabin are not together. It's a long story, and I will not trouble you with it all, but at any rate I'm going off to-morrow. Lily, can I do anything for you in Florence?" "In Florence?" said Lily. "Are you really going to Florence? How I envy you." "And who pays your expenses?" said the squire. "Well, as to my expenses, they are to be paid by a person who won't raise any unpleasant questions about the amount." "I don't know what you mean," said the squire. "He means himself," said Lily. "Is he going to do it out of his own pocket?" "He is," said Lily, looking at her lover. "I'm going to have a trip for my own fun," said Johnny, "and I shall pick up evidence on the road as I'm going. That's all." Then Lily began to take an active part in the conversation, and a great deal was said about Mr. Crawley and about Grace, and Lily declared that she would be very anxious to hear any news which John Eames might be able to send. "You know, John, how fond we are of your cousin Grace at Allington. Are we not, uncle?" "Yes, indeed," said the squire. "I thought her a very nice girl." "If you should be able to learn anything that may be of use, John, how happy you will be." "Yes, I shall," said Johnny. "And I think it is so good of you to go, John. But it is just like you. You are always generous." Soon after that he got up and went. It was very clear to him that he would have no moment in which to say a word alone to Lily. And if he could find such a moment, what good would such a word do him? It was as yet but a few weeks since she had positively refused him. And he too remembered very well those 2 words which she had told him that she would write in her book. As he had been coming to the house, he had told himself that his coming could be of no use. And yet he was disappointed with the result of his visit, although she had spoken to him so sweetly. "I suppose you'll be gone when I come back," he said. "We shall be here a month," said the squire. "I shall be back long before that, I hope," said Johnny. "Good-bye, sir. Good-bye, Dale. Good-bye, Lily." And he put out his hand to her. "Good-bye, John." And then she added almost in a whisper, "I think you are very, very right to go." How could he fail after that to hope, as he walked home, that she might still relent? And she also thought much of him, but her thoughts of him made her cling more firmly than ever to the 2 words. She could not bring herself to marry him, but at least she would not break his heart by becoming the wife of any one else. Soon after this Bernard Dale went also. I am not sure that he had been very well pleased at seeing John Eames become suddenly the hero of the hour. When a young man is going to perform so important an act as that of marriage, he is apt to think that he ought to be the hero of the hour himself, at any rate among his own family. Early on the next morning Lily was taken by her uncle to call upon Mrs. Thorne and to see Emily Dunstable. Bernard was to meet them there, but it had been arranged that they should reach the house first. "There is nothing so absurd as these introductions," Bernard had said. "You go and look at her, and when you've had time to look at her, then I'll come." So the squire and Lily went off to look at Emily Dunstable. "You don't mean to say that she lives in that house?" said Lily, when the cab had stopped before an enormous mansion in one of the most fashionable of the London squares. "I believe she does," said the squire. "I never shall be able to speak to anybody living in such a house as that," said Lily. "A duke couldn't have anything grander." "Mrs. Thorne is richer than half the dukes," said the squire. Then the door was opened by a porter, and Lily found herself within the hall. Everything was very great and very magnificent, and as she thought very uncomfortable. Presently she heard a loud jovial voice on the stairs. "Mr. Dale, I'm delighted to see you, and this is your niece Lily. Come up, my dear. There is a young woman upstairs dying to embrace you. Never mind the umbrella, put it down anywhere. I want to have a look at you, because Bernard swears you're so pretty." This was Mrs. Thorne, once Miss Dunstable, the richest woman in England, and the uncle of Bernard's bride. The reader may perhaps remember the advice which she once gave to Major Grantly, and her enthusiasm on that occasion. "There she is, Mr. Dale. What do you think of her?" said Mrs. Thorne, as she opened the door of a small sitting room, wedged in between two large saloons, in which Emily Dunstable was sitting. "Aunt Martha, how can you be so ridiculous?" said the young lady. "I suppose it is ridiculous to ask the question to which one really wants to have an answer," said Mrs. Thorne. "But Mr. Dale has, in truth, come to inspect you, and to form an opinion. And in honest truth, I shall be very anxious to know what he thinks, though of course he won't tell me." The old man took the girl in his arms and kissed her on both cheeks. "I have no doubt you'll find out what I think," he said, "though I should never tell you." "I generally do find out what people think," she said. "And so you're Lily Dale." "Yes, I'm Lily Dale." "I have so often heard of you, particularly of late, for you must know that a certain Major Grantly is a friend of mine. We must take care that that affair comes off all right, must we not?" "I hope it will." Then Lily turned to Emily Dunstable, and taking her hand went up and sat beside her, while Mrs. Thorne and the squire talked of the coming marriage. "How long have you been engaged?" said Lily. "Really engaged about 3 weeks. I think it is not more than 3 weeks ago." "How very discreet Bernard has been. He never told us a word about it while it was going on." "Men never do tell, I suppose," said Emily Dunstable. "Of course you love him very dearly," said Lily, not knowing what else to say. "Of course I do." "So do we. You know he's almost a brother to us, that is, to me and my sister. We never had a brother of our own." And so the morning was passed till Lily was told by her uncle to come away, and was told also by Mrs. Thorne that she was to dine with them in the square on that day. "You must not be surprised that my husband is not here," she said. "He is a very odd sort of man, and he never comes to London if he can help it." End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 46. The Bayswater Romance. Eames had by no means done his work for that evening when he left Mr. Dale and Lily at their lodgings. He had other business on hand to which he had promised to give attention, and another person to see who would welcome his coming quite as warmly, though by no means as pleasantly, as Lily Dale. It was then just 9 o'clock, and as he had told Miss Demolines, Madalina, as we may as well call her now, that he would be in Porchester Terrace by 9 at the latest, it was incumbent on him to make haste. He got into a cab and bid the cabman drive hard, and lighting a cigar began to inquire of himself whether it was well for him to hurry away from the presence of Lily Dale to that of Madalina Demolines. He felt that he was half ashamed of what he was doing, though he declared to himself over and over again that he never had said a word, and never intended to say a word, to Madalina, which all the world might not hear. Yet he knew he was doing amiss. He was doing amiss, and half repented it, and yet he was half proud of it. He was most anxious to be able to give himself credit for his constancy to Lily Dale, to be able to feel that he was steadfast in his passion, and yet he liked the idea of amusing himself with his Bayswater romance, as he would call it, and was not without something of conceit as he thought of the progress he had made in it. Love is one thing, and amusement is another, he said to himself, as he puffed the cigar smoke out of his mouth, and in his heart he was proud of his capacity for enjoyment. He thought it a fine thing, although at the same moment he knew it to be an evil thing, this hurrying away from the young lady whom he really loved, to another as to whom he thought it very likely that he should be called upon to pretend to love her. And he sang a little song as he went. If she be not fair for me, what care I how fair she be? That was intended to apply to Lily, and was used as an excuse for his fickleness in going to Miss Demolines. And he was perhaps, too, a little conceited as to his mission to the Continent. Lily had told him that she was very glad that he was going, that she thought him very right to go. The words had been pleasant to his ears, and Lily had never looked prettier in his eyes than when she spoke them. Johnny therefore was rather proud of himself as he sat in the cab smoking his cigar. He had, moreover, beaten his old enemy Sir Raffle Buffle in another contest, and he felt that the world was smiling on him, in spite of his cruel fate in the matter of his real love suit. There was a mystery about the Bayswater romance which was not without its allurement, and a portion of the mystery was connected with Madalina's mother. Lady Demolines was very rarely seen, and John Eames could not quite understand what was the manner of life of that unfortunate lady. Her daughter usually spoke of her with affectionate regret, as being unable to appear on that particular occasion on account of some passing malady. She was suffering from a nervous headache, or was afflicted with bronchitis, or had been touched with rheumatism, so that she was seldom on the scene when Johnny was passing his time at Porchester Terrace. And yet he heard of her dining out and going to plays and operas, and when he did chance to see her, he found that she was a sprightly old woman enough. I will not venture to say that he much regretted the absence of Lady Demolines, or that he was keenly alive to the impropriety of being left alone with the gentle Madalina, but the customary absence of the elder lady was an incident in the romance which did not fail to strike him. Madalina was alone when he was shown up into the drawing-room on the evening of which we are speaking. "Mr. Eames," she said, "will you kindly look at that watch which is lying on the table?" She looked full at him with her great eyes wide open, and the tone of her voice was intended to show him that she was aggrieved. "Yes, I see it," said John, looking down at Miss Demolines's little gold Geneva watch, with which he had already made sufficient acquaintance to know that it was worth nothing. "Shall I give it you?" "No, Mr. Eames, let it remain there, that it may remind me, if it does not remind you, by how long a time you have broken your word." "Upon my word I couldn't help it. Upon my word I couldn't." "Upon your honour, Mr. Eames." "I was obliged to go and see a friend who has just come to town from my part of the country." "That is the friend, I suppose, of whom I have heard from Maria." It is to be feared that Conway Dalrymple had not been so guarded as he should have been in some of his conversations with Mrs. Dobbs Broughton, and that a word or two had escaped from him as to the love of John Eames for Lily Dale. "I don't know what you may have heard," said Johnny, "but I was obliged to see these people before I left town. There is going to be a marriage and all that sort of thing." "Who is going to be married?" "One Captain Dale is going to be married to one Miss Dunstable." "Oh, and as to one Miss Lily Dale, is she to be married to anybody?" "Not that I have heard of," said Johnny. "Is she going to become the wife of one Mr. John Eames?" He did not wish to talk to Miss Demolines about Lily Dale. He did not choose to disown the imputation or to acknowledge its truth. "Silence gives consent," she said. "If it be so, I congratulate you. I have no doubt she is a most charming young woman. It is about 7 years, I believe, since that little affair with Mr. Crosbie, and therefore that, I suppose, may be considered as forgotten. "It is only 3 years," said Johnny angrily. "Besides, I don't know what that has to do with it." "You need not be ashamed," said Madalina. "I have heard how well you behaved on that occasion. You were quite the preux chevalier. And if any gentleman ever deserved well of a lady, you deserved well of her. I wonder how Mr. Crosbie felt when he met you the other day at Maria's. I had not heard anything about it then, or I should have been much more interested in watching your meeting." "I really can't say how he felt." "I dare say not. But I saw him shake hands with you. And so Lily Dale has come to town." "Yes, Miss Dale is here with her uncle."
"And you are going away to morrow?"
"Yes, and I am going away to morrow." After that there was a pause in the conversation. Eames was sick of it, and was very anxious to change the conversation. Miss Demolines was sitting in the shadow, away from the light, with her face half hidden by her hands. At last she jumped up, and came round and stood opposite to him. "I charge you to tell me truly, John Eames," she said, "whether Miss Lilian Dale is engaged to you as your future wife." He looked up into her face, but made no immediate answer. Then she repeated her demand. "I ask you whether you are engaged to marry Miss Lilian Dale, and I expect a reply." "What makes you ask me such a question as that?" "What makes me ask you? Do you deny my right to feel so much interest in you as to desire to know whether you are about to be married? Of course you can decline to tell me if you choose." "And if I were to decline?" "I should then know that it was true, and I should think that you were a coward." "I don't see any cowardice in the matter. One does not talk about that kind of thing to everybody." "Upon my word, Mr. Eames, you are complimentary. Indeed you are. To everybody. I am everybody, am I? That is your idea of friendship. You may be sure that after that I shall ask no further questions." "I didn't mean it in the way you've taken it, Madalina." "In what way did you mean it, sir? Everybody. Mr. Eames, you must excuse me if I say that I am not well enough this evening to bear the company of everybody. I think you had better leave me. I think you had better go." "Are you angry with me?" "Yes, I am, very angry, because I have condescended to feel an interest in your welfare, and have asked you a question which I thought that our intimacy justified. You tell me that that is the kind of thing that you will not talk about to everybody. I beg you to understand that I will not be your everybody. Mr. Eames, there is the door." Things had now become very serious. Hitherto Johnny had been seated comfortably in the corner of a sofa, and had not found himself bound to move, though Miss Demolines was standing before him. But now it was absolutely necessary that he should do something. He must either go, or else he must make entreaty to be allowed to remain. Would it not be expedient that he should take the lady at her word and escape? She was still pointing to the door, and the way was open to him. If he were to walk out now, of course, he would never return, and there would be the end of the Bayswater romance. If he remained, it might be that the romance would become troublesome. He got up from his seat, and was almost resolved that he would go. Had she not somewhat relaxed the majesty of her anger as he rose, had the fire of her eye not been somewhat quenched and the lines of her mouth softened, I think he would have gone. The romance would have been over, and he would have felt that it had come to an inglorious end. But it would have been well for him that he should have gone. Though the fire was somewhat quenched and the lines were somewhat softened, she was still pointing to the door. "Do you mean it?" he said. "I do mean it, certainly." "And this is to be the end of everything?" "I do not know what you mean by everything. It is a very little everything to you, I should say. I do not quite understand your everything and your everybody." "I will go, if you wish me to go, of course." "I do wish it. But before I go, you must permit me to excuse myself. I did not intend to offend you. I merely meant—" "You merely meant? Give me an honest answer to a downright question. Are you engaged to Miss Lilian Dale?" "No, I am not." "Upon your honour?" "Do you think that I would tell you a falsehood about it? What I meant was that it is a kind of thing one doesn't like talking about, merely because stories are bandied about. People are so fond of saying that this man is engaged to that woman, and of making up tales. It seems to be so foolish to contradict such things." "But you know that you used to be very fond of her." He had taken up his hat when he had risen from the sofa, and was still standing with it ready in his hand. He was even now half minded to escape. and the name of Lily Dale in Miss Emmeline's mouth was so distasteful to him that he would have done so. He would have gone in sheer disgust, had she not stood in his way, so that he could not escape without moving her or going round behind the sofa. She did not stir to make way for him, and it may be that she understood that he was her prisoner, in spite of her late command to him to go. It may be also that she understood his vexation and the cause of it, and that she saw the expediency of leaving Lily Dale alone for the present. At any rate, she pressed him no more upon the matter. "Are we to be friends again?" she said. "I hope so," replied Johnny. "There is my hand then." So Johnny took her hand and pressed it, and held it a little while, just long enough to seem to give a meaning to the action. "You will get to understand me some day," she said, "and will learn that I do not like to be reckoned among the everybodies by those whom I really have a regard. When I am angry, I am angry." "You were very angry just now when you showed me the way to the door." "And I meant it too, for the minute. Only think, supposing you had gone, we should have never seen each other again. Never, never. What a change one word may make." "One word often does make a change." "Does it not? Just a little yes or no. And no is said when a yes is meant, and then there comes no second chance. And what a change that may be from bright hopes to desolation. Or worse again, a yes may be said when a no should be said, when the speaker knows that it should be no. What a difference that no makes! When one thinks of it, one wonders that a woman should ever say anything but no." "They never did say anything else to me," said Johnny. "I don't believe it. I dare say the truth is you never asked anybody." "Did anybody ever ask you?" "What would you give to know?" "But I will tell you frankly, yes. And once I thought that my answer would not have been a no." "But you changed your mind?" "When the moment came, I could not bring myself to say the word that should rob me of my liberty for ever. I had said no to him often enough before, poor fellow, and on this occasion he told me that he asked for the last time. 'I shall not give myself another chance,' he said, 'for I shall be on board ship within a week.' I merely bade him good-bye. It was the only answer I gave him. He understood me, and since that day his foot has never pressed his native soil." "And was it all because you are so fond of your liberty?" said Johnny. "Perhaps. I did not love him," said Miss Demolines thoughtfully. She was now again seated in her chair, and John Eames had gone back to his corner of the sofa. "If I had really loved him, I suppose it would have been otherwise. He was a gallant fellow, and had 2,000 a year of his own, in India stock and other securities." "Dear me! And he has not married yet?" "He wrote me a word to say that he would never marry till I was married, but that on the day that he should hear of my wedding he would go to the first single woman near him and propose. It was a droll thing to say, was it not?" "A single woman ought to feel herself flattered." "He would find plenty to accept him. Besides being so well off, he was a very handsome fellow, and is connected with people of title. He had everything to recommend him." "And yet you refused him so often." "Yes. You think I was foolish, do you not?" "I don't think you were at all foolish if you didn't care for him." "It was my destiny, I suppose. I dare say I was wrong. Other girls marry without violent love and do very well afterwards. Look at Maria Clutterbuck." The name of Maria Clutterbuck had become odious to John Eames. As long as Miss Demolines would continue to talk about herself, he could listen with some amount of gratification. Conversation on that subject was the natural progress of the Bayswater romance, and if Madalina could only call her friend by her present name, he had no strong objection to an occasional mention of the lady. But the combined names of Maria Clutterbuck had come to be absolutely distasteful to him. He did not believe in the Maria Clutterbuck friendship, either in its past or present existence, as described by Madalina. Indeed, he did not put strong faith in anything that Madalina said to him. In the handsome gentleman with 2,000 a year he did not believe at all. But the handsome gentleman had only been mentioned once in the course of his acquaintance with Miss Demolines, whereas Maria Clutterbuck had come up so often. "Upon my word, I must wish you good-bye," he said. "It is going on for 11 o'clock, and I have to start to-morrow at 7. "What difference does that make?" "A fellow wants to get a little sleep, you know."
Go then, go and get your sleep. What a sleepy-headed generation it is." Johnny longed to ask her whether the last generation was less sleepy-headed, and whether the gentleman with 2,000 a year had sat up talking all night before he pressed his foot for the last time on his native soil. But he did not dare. As he said to himself afterwards, it would not do to bring the Bayswater romance too suddenly to its termination. "But before you go," she continued, "I must say the word to you about that picture. Did you speak to Mr. Dalrymple?" "I did not. I have been so busy with different things that I have not seen him." "And now you are going?" "Well, to tell the truth, I think I shall see him to-night, in spite of my being so sleepy-headed. I wrote him a line that I would look in and smoke a cigar with him if he chanced to be at home." "And that is why you want to go? A gentleman cannot live without his cigar now." "It is especially at your bidding that I am going to see him." "Go then, and make your friend understand that if he continues this picture of his he will bring himself great trouble, and will probably ruin the woman for whom he professes, I presume, to feel something like friendship. You may tell him that Mrs. Van Siever has already heard of it." "Who told her?" demanded Johnny. "Never mind. You need not look at me like that. It was not I. Do you suppose that secrets can be kept when so many people know them? Every servant in Maria's house knows all about it. As for that, I don't suppose Mrs. Broughton makes any great secret of it." "Do you think she has told Mr. Broughton?" "I am sure she has not. I may say I know she has not. Maria Clutterbuck is infatuated. There is no other excuse to be made for her." "Good-bye," said Johnny, hurriedly. "And you really are going?" "Well, yes, I suppose so." "Go then. I have nothing more to say to you." "I shall come and call directly I return," said Johnny. "You may do as you please about that, sir." "Do you mean that you won't be glad to see me again?" "I am not going to flatter you, Mr. Eames. Mamma will be well by that time, I hope, and I do not mind telling you that you are a favourite with her." Johnny thought that this was particularly kind, as he had seen so very little of the old lady. "If you choose to call upon her," said Madalina, "of course she will be glad to see you." "But I was speaking of yourself, you know." And Johnny permitted himself for a moment to look tenderly at her. "Then from myself, pray understand that I will say nothing to flatter your self-love." "I thought you would be kinder, just when I was going away." "I think I have been quite kind enough. As you observed yourself just now, it is nearly 11 o'clock, and I must ask you to go away. Bon voyage, and a happy return to you. And you will be glad to see me when I am back? Tell me that you will be glad to see me." "I will tell you nothing of the kind. Mr. Eames, if you do, I will be very angry with you." And then he went. On his way back to his own lodgings he did call on Conway Dalrymple, and in spite of his need for early rising sat smoking with the artist for an hour. "If you don't take care, young man," said his friend, "you will find yourself in a scrape with your Madalina." "What sort of a scrape?" "As you walk away from Porchester Terrace some fine day, you will have to congratulate yourself on having made a successful overture towards matrimony. You don't think I am such a fool as that comes to? Other men as wise as you have done the same sort of thing. Miss Demolines is very clever, and I dare say you find it amusing." "It isn't so much that she's clever, and I can hardly say that it is amusing. One gets awfully tired of it, you know. But a fellow must have something to do, and that is as good as anything else. I suppose you have not heard that one young man levanted last year to save himself from a breach of promise case?" "I wonder whether he had any money in Indian securities." "What makes you ask that?" "Nothing particular." "Whatever little he had he chose to save, and I think I heard that he went to Canada. His name was Shorter. They say that on the eve of his going Madalina sent him word that she had no objection to the colonies, and that, under the pressing emergency of his expatriation, she was willing to become Mrs. Shorter with more expedition than usually attends fashionable weddings. Shorter, however, escaped, and has never been seen back again." Eames declared that he did not believe a word of it. Nevertheless, as he walked home, he came to the conclusion that Mr. Shorter must have been the handsome gentleman with Indian securities to whom "no" had been said once too often. While sitting with Conway Dalrymple, he had forgotten to say a word about Jael and Sisera. End of chapter 46.
Chapter 47 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 47. Dr. Tempest at the Palace. Intimation had been sent from the palace to Dr. Tempest of Silverbridge of the bishop's intention that a commission should be held by him as rural dean, with other neighbouring clergymen as assessors with him, that inquiry might be made on the part of the church into the question of Mr. Crawley's guilt. It must be understood that by this time the opinion had become very general that Mr. Crawley had been guilty, that he had found the cheque in his house, and that he had, after holding it for many months, succumbed to temptation and applied it to his own purposes. But various excuses were made for him by those who so believed. In the first place, it was felt by all who really knew anything of the man's character that the very fact of his committing such a crime proved him to be hardly responsible for his actions. He must have known, had not all judgment in such matters been taken from him, that the cheque would certainly be traced back to his hands. No attempt had been made, in the disposing of it, to dispose of it in such a way that the trace should be obliterated. He had simply given it to a neighbour with a direction to have it cashed, and had written his own name on the back of it. And therefore, though there could be no doubt as to the theft in the mind of those who supposed that he had found the cheque in his own house, yet the guilt of the theft seemed to be almost annihilated by the folly of the thief. And then his poverty and his struggles and the sufferings of his wife were remembered, and stories were told from mouth to mouth of his industry in his profession, of his great zeal among those brickmakers of Hoggle End, of acts of charity done by him which startled the people of the district into admiration, how he had worked with his own hands for the sick poor to whom he could not give relief in money, turning a woman's mangle for a couple of hours and carrying a boy's load along the lanes. Dr. Tempest and others declared that he had derogated from the dignity of his position as an English parish clergyman by such acts, but nevertheless the stories of these deeds acted strongly on the minds of both men and women, creating an admiration for Mr. Crawley which was much stronger than the condemnation of his guilt. Even Mrs. Walker and her daughter and the Miss Prettymans had so far given way that they had ceased to asseverate their belief in Mr. Crawley's innocence. They contented themselves now with simply expressing a hope that he would be acquitted by a jury, and that when he should be so acquitted the thing might be allowed to rest. If he had sinned, no doubt he had repented, and then there were serious debates whether he might not have stolen the money without much sin, being mad or half mad, touched with madness when he took it, and whether he might not, in spite of such temporary touch of madness, be well fitted for his parish duties. Sorrow had afflicted him grievously, but that sorrow, though it had incapacitated him for the management of his own affairs, had not rendered him unfit for the ministrations of his parish. Such were the arguments now used in his favour by the women around him, and the men were not keen to contradict them. The wish that he should be acquitted and allowed to remain in his parsonage was very general. When therefore it became known that the bishop had decided to put on foot another investigation with the view of bringing Mr. Crawley's conduct under ecclesiastical condemnation, almost everybody accused the bishop of persecution. The world of the diocese declared that Mrs. Proudie was at work, and that the bishop himself was no better than a puppet. It was in vain that certain clear-headed men among the clergy, of whom Dr. Tempest himself was one, pointed out that the bishop, after all, might perhaps be right, that if Mr. Crawley were guilty, and if he should be found to have been so by a jury, it might be absolutely necessary that an ecclesiastical court should take some cognizance of the crime beyond that taken by the civil law. The jury, said Dr. Tempest, discussing the case with Mr. Robarts and other clerical neighbours, the jury may probably find him guilty and recommend him to mercy. The judge will have heard his character, and will have been made acquainted with his manner of life, and will deal as lightly with the case as the law will allow him. For aught I know, he may be imprisoned for a month. I wish it might be for no more than a day or an hour. But when he comes out from his month's imprisonment, how then? Surely it should be a case for ecclesiastical inquiry, whether a clergyman who has committed a theft should be allowed to go into his pulpit directly he comes out of prison. But the answer to this was that Mr. Crawley always had been a good clergyman, was a good clergyman at this moment, and would be a good clergyman when he came out of prison. But Dr. Tempest, though he had argued in this way, was by no means eager for the commencement of the commission over which he was to be called upon to preside. In spite of such arguments as the above, which came from the man's head when his head was brought to bear upon the matter, There was a thorough desire within his heart to oppose the bishop. He had no strong sympathy with Mr. Crawley, as had others. He would have had Mr. Crawley silenced without regret, presuming Mr. Crawley to have been guilty. But he had a much stronger feeling with regard to the bishop. Had there been any question of silencing the bishop, could it have been possible to take any steps in that direction, he would have been very active. It may therefore be understood that in spite of his defence of the bishop's present proceedings as to the commission, he was anxious that the bishop should fail, and anxious to put impediments in the bishop's way, should it appear to him that he could do so with justice. Dr. Tempest was well known among his parishioners to be hard and unsympathetic. Some said unfeeling also, and cruel. But it was admitted by those who disliked him the most that he was both practical and just, and that he cared for the welfare of many, though he was rarely touched by the misery of one. Such was the man who was rector of Silverbridge and rural dean in the district, and who was now called upon by the bishop to assist him in making further inquiry as to this wretched cheque for £20. Once at this period, Archdeacon Grantly and Dr. Tempest met each other and discussed the question of Mr. Crawley's guilt. Both these men were inimical to the present bishop of the diocese, and both had perhaps respected the old bishop beyond all other men. But they were different in this, that the archdeacon hated Dr. Proudie as a partisan, whereas Dr. Tempest opposed the bishop on certain principles which he endeavoured to make clear, at any rate to himself. "Wrong," said the archdeacon, speaking of the bishop's intention of issuing a commission. "Of course he is wrong. How could anything right come from him or from her? I should be sorry to have to do his bidding." "I think you are a little hard upon Bishop Proudie," said Dr. Tempest. "One cannot be hard upon him," said the archdeacon. "He is so scandalously weak, and she is so radically vicious, that they cannot but be wrong together. The very fact that such a man should be a bishop among us is to me terribly strong evidence of evil days coming." "You are more impulsive than I am," said Dr. Tempest. "In this case I am sorry for the poor man, who is, I am sure, honest in the main. But I believe that in such a case your father would have done just what the present bishop is doing, that he could have done nothing else. And as I think that Dr. Proudie is right, I shall do all I can to assist him in the commission." The bishop's secretary had written to Dr. Tempest, telling him of the bishop's purpose, and now, in one of the last days of March, the bishop himself wrote to Dr. Tempest, asking him to come over to the palace. The letter was worded most courteously, and expressed very feelingly the great regret which the writer felt at being obliged to take these proceedings against a clergyman in his diocese. Bishop Proudie knew how to write such a letter. By the writing of such letters, and by the making of speeches in the same strain, he had become Bishop of Barchester. Now in this letter he begged Dr. Tempest to come over to him, saying how delighted Mrs. Proudie would be to see him at the palace. Then he went on to explain the great difficulty which he felt, and great sorrow also, in dealing with this matter of Mr. Crawley. He looked therefore confidently for Dr. Tempest's assistance. Thinking to do the best for Mr. Crawley, and anxious to enable Mr. Crawley to remain in quiet retirement till the trial should be over, he had sent a clergyman over to Hogglestock, who would have relieved Mr. Crawley from the burden of the church services. But Mr. Crawley would have none of this relief. Mr. Crawley had been obstinate and overbearing, and had persisted in claiming his right to his own pulpit. Therefore was the bishop obliged to interfere legally, and therefore was he under the necessity of asking Dr. Tempest to assist him. Would Dr. Tempest come over on Monday and stay till the Wednesday? The letter was a very good letter, and Dr. Tempest was obliged to do as he was asked. He so far modified the bishop's proposition that he reduced the sojourn at the palace by one night. He wrote to say that he would have the pleasure of dining with the bishop and Mrs. Proudie on the Monday, but would return home on the Tuesday, as soon as the business in hand would permit him. "I shall get on very well with him," he said to his wife before he started, "but I am afraid of the woman. If she interferes, there will be a row." "Then, my dear," said his wife, "there will be a row, for I am told that she always interferes." On reaching the palace about half an hour before dinner time, Dr. Tempest found that other guests were expected, and on descending to the great yellow drawing room, which was used only on state occasions, he encountered Mrs. Proudie and two of her daughters, arrayed in a full panoply of female armour. She received him with her sweetest smiles, and if there had been any former enmity between Silverbridge and the palace, it was now all forgotten. She regretted greatly that Mrs. Tempest had not accompanied the doctor, for Mrs. Tempest also had been invited. But Mrs. Tempest was not quite as well as she might have been, the doctor had said, and very rarely slept away from home. And then the bishop came in and greeted his guest with his pleasantest good humour. It was quite a sorrow for him that Silverbridge was so distant, and that he saw so little of Dr. Tempest, but he hoped that that might be somewhat mended now, and that leisure might be found for social delights. To all which Dr. Tempest said but little, bowing to the bishop at each separate expression of his lordship's kindness. There were guests there that evening who did not often sit at the bishop's table. The Archdeacon and Mrs. Grantly had been summoned from Plumstead, and had obeyed the summons. Great as was the enmity between the bishop and the Archdeacon, it had never quite taken the form of open, palpable hostility. Each therefore asked the other to dinner perhaps once every year, and each went to the other perhaps once in 2 years. And Dr. Thorne from Chaldicotes was there, but without his wife, who in these days was up in London. Mrs. Proudie always expressed a warm friendship for Mrs. Thorne, and on this occasion loudly regretted her absence. "You must tell her, Dr. Thorne, how exceedingly much we miss her." Dr. Thorne, who was accustomed to hear his wife speak of her dear friend Mrs. Proudie with almost unmeasured ridicule, promised that he would do so. "We are so sorry the Luftons couldn't come to us," said Mrs. Proudie, not alluding to the dowager, of whom it was well known that no earthly inducement would have sufficed to make her put her foot within Mrs. Proudie's room. "But one of the children is ill, and she could not leave him." But the Greshams were there from Boxall Hill, and the Thornes from Ullathorne, and, with the exception of a single chaplain who pretended to carve, Dr. Tempest and the Archdeacon were the only clerical guests at the table. From all which Dr. Tempest knew that the bishop was anxious to treat him with special consideration on the present occasion. The dinner was rather long and ponderous, and occasionally almost dull. The Archdeacon talked a good deal, but a bystander with an acute ear might have understood from the tone of his voice that he was not talking as he would have talked among friends. Mrs. Proudie felt this and understood it, and was angry. She could never find herself in the presence of the Archdeacon without becoming angry. Her accurate ear would always appreciate the defiance of episcopal authority as now existing in Barchester, which was concealed, or only half concealed, by all the Archdeacon's words. But the bishop was not so keen, nor so easily roused to wrath, and though the presence of his enemy did to a certain degree cow him, he strove to fight against the feeling with renewed good humour. "You have improved so upon the old days," said the Archdeacon, speaking of some small matter with reference to the cathedral, "that one hardly knows the old place." "I hope we have not fallen off," said the bishop with a smile. "We have greatly improved, Dr. Grantly," said Mrs. Proudie with great emphasis on her words. "What you say is true. We have improved." "Not a doubt about that," said the Archdeacon. Then Mrs. Grantly interposed, strove to change the subject, and threw oil upon the waters. "Talking of improvements," said Mrs. Grantly, "what an excellent row of houses they have built at the bottom of High Street. I wonder who is to live in them." "I remember when that was the worst part of the town," said Dr. Thorne. "And now they're asking £70 apiece for houses which did not cost above 600 each to build," said Mr. Thorne of Ullathorne, with that seeming dislike of modern success which is evinced by most of the elders of the world. "And who is to live in them?" asked Mrs. Grantly. "2 of them have been already taken by clergymen," said the bishop in a tone of triumph. "Yes," said the Archdeacon, "and the houses in the close, which used to be the residences of the prebendaries, have been leased out to tallow chandlers and retired brewers. That comes of the working of the Ecclesiastical Commission." "And why not?" demanded Mrs. Proudie. "Why not indeed, if you like to have tallow chandlers next door to you?" said the Archdeacon. "In the old days we would sooner have had our brethren near to us." "There is nothing, Dr. Grantly, so objectionable in a cathedral town as a lot of idle clergymen," said Mrs. Proudie. "It is beginning to be a question to me," said the Archdeacon, "whether there is any use in clergymen at all for the present generation." "Dr. Grantly, those cannot be your real sentiments," said Mrs. Proudie. Then Mrs. Grantly, working hard in her vocation as a peacemaker, changed the conversation again, and began to talk of the American War. But even that was made matter of discord on church matters, the Archdeacon professing an opinion that the Southerners were Christian gentlemen, and the Northerners infidel snobs, whereas Mrs. Proudie had an idea that the gospel was preached with genuine zeal in the Northern States. and at each such outbreak the poor bishop would laugh uneasily, and say a word or two to which no one paid much attention. And so the dinner went on, not always in the most pleasant manner for those who preferred continued social good humour to the occasional excitement of a half-suppressed battle. Not a word was said about Mr. Crawley. When Mrs. Proudie and the ladies had left the dining-room, the bishop strove to get up a little lay conversation. He spoke to Mr. Thorne about his game, and to Dr. Thorne about his timber, and even to Mr. Gresham about his hounds. "It is not so very many years, Mr. Gresham," said he, "since the Bishop of Barchester was expected to keep hounds himself." The bishop laughed at his own joke. "Your lordship shall have them back at the palace next season," said young Frank Gresham, "if you will promise to do the county justice." "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed the bishop. "What do you say, Mr. Tozer?" Mr. Tozer was the chaplain on duty. "I have not the least objection in the world, my lord," said Mr. Tozer, "to act as second whip." "I am afraid you will find them an expensive adjunct to the episcopate," said the archdeacon. And then the joke was over, for there had been a rumour, now for some years prevalent in Barchester, that Bishop Proudie was not liberal in his expenditure. As Mr. Thorne said afterwards to his cousin the doctor, the archdeacon might have spared that sneer. "The archdeacon will never spare the man who sits in his father's seat," said the doctor. "The pity of it is that men who are so thoroughly different in all their sympathies should ever be brought into contact." "Dear, dear," said the archdeacon, as he stood afterwards on the rug before the drawing-room fire, "how many rubbers of whist have I seen played in this room!" "I sincerely hope that you will never see another played here," said Mrs. Proudie. "I am quite sure that I shall not," said the archdeacon. For this last sally his wife scolded him bitterly on their way home. "You know very well," she said, "that times are changed, and that if you were Bishop of Barchester yourself, you would not have whist played in the palace." "I only know," said he, "that when we had the whist we had some true religion along with it, and some good sense and good feeling also." "You cannot be right to sneer at others for doing what you would do yourself," said his wife. Then the archdeacon threw himself sulkily into the corner of his carriage, and nothing more was said between him and his wife about the bishop's dinner party. Not a word was spoken that night at the palace about Mr. Crawley, and when that obnoxious guest from Plumstead was gone, Mrs. Proudie resumed her good humour towards Dr. Tempest. So intent was she on conciliating him that she refrained even from abusing the archdeacon, whom she knew to have been intimate for many years with the rector of Silverbridge. In her accustomed moods she would have broken forth in loud anger, caring nothing for old friendships. But at present she was thoughtful of the morrow, and desirous that Dr. Tempest should, if possible, meet her in a friendly humour when the great discussions as to Hogglestock should be opened between them. But Dr. Tempest understood her bearing, and as he pulled on his nightcap made certain resolutions of his own as to the morrow's proceedings. "I don't suppose she will dare to interfere," he had said to his wife, "but if she does, I shall certainly tell the bishop that I cannot speak on the subject in her presence." At breakfast on the following morning there was no one present but the bishop, Mrs. Proudie, and Dr. Tempest. Very little was said at the meal. Mr. Crawley's name was not mentioned, but there seemed to be a general feeling among them that there was a task hanging over them which prevented any general conversation. The eggs were eaten and the coffee was drunk, but the eggs and the coffee disappeared almost in silence. When these ceremonies had been altogether completed, and it was clearly necessary that something further should be done, the bishop spoke. "Dr. Tempest," he said, "perhaps you will join me in my study at 11. We can then say a few words to each other about the unfortunate matter on which I shall have to trouble you." Dr. Tempest said he would be punctual to his appointment, and then the bishop withdrew, muttering something as to the necessity of looking at his letters. Dr. Tempest took a newspaper in his hand, which had been brought in by a servant, but Mrs. Proudie did not allow him to read it. "Dr. Tempest," she said, "this is a matter of most vital importance. I am quite sure that you feel that it is so." "What matter, madam?" said the doctor. "This terrible affair of Mr. Crawley's. If something be not done, the whole diocese will be disgraced." Then she waited for an answer, but receiving none she was obliged to continue. "Of the poor man's guilt there can, I fear, be no doubt." And there was another pause, but still the doctor made no answer. "And if he be guilty," said Mrs. Proudie, resolving that she would ask a question which must bring forth some reply.
Can any experienced clergyman think that he can be fit to preach from the pulpit of a parish church? I am sure you must agree with me, Dr. Tempest. Consider the souls of the people." "Mrs. Proudie," said he, "I think we had better not discuss the matter." "Not discuss it?" "I think that we had better not do so. If I understand the bishop aright, he wishes that I should take some step in the matter." "Of course he does." "And therefore I must decline to make it a matter of common conversation." "Common conversation, Dr. Tempest? I should be the last person in the world to make it a matter of common conversation. I regard this as by no means a common conversation. God forbid that it should be a common conversation. I am speaking now very seriously with reference to the interests of the church, which I think will be endangered by having among her active servants a man who has been guilty of so base a crime as theft. Think of it, Dr. Tempest, theft, stealing money, appropriating to his own use a cheque for £20 which did not belong to him, and then telling such terrible falsehoods about it. Can anything be worse, anything more scandalous, anything more dangerous? Indeed, Dr. Tempest, I do not regard this as any common conversation." The whole of this speech was not made at once, fluently, or without a break. From stop to stop Mrs. Proudie paused, waiting for her companion's words, but as he would not speak, she was obliged to continue. "I am sure you cannot but agree with me, Dr. Tempest," she said. "I am quite sure that I shall not discuss it with you," said the doctor very brusquely. "And why not? Are you not here to discuss it?" "Not with you, Mrs. Proudie. You must excuse me for saying so, but I am not here to discuss any such matter with you. Were I to do so, I should be guilty of a very great impropriety." "All these things are in common between me and the bishop," said Mrs. Proudie, with an air that was intended to be dignified, but which nevertheless displayed her rising anger. "As to that I know nothing, but they cannot be in common between you and me. It grieves me much that I should have to speak to you in such a strain, but my duty allows me no alternative. I think, if you will permit me, I will take a turn around the garden before I keep my appointment with his lordship." And so saying, he escaped from the lady without hearing her further remonstrance. It still wanted nearly an hour to the time named by the bishop, and Dr. Tempest used it in preparing for his withdrawal from the palace as soon as his interview with the bishop should be over. After what had passed, he thought that he would be justified in taking his departure without bidding adieu formally to Mrs. Proudie. He would say a word or two explaining his haste to the bishop, and then, if he could get out of the house at once, it might be that he would never see Mrs. Proudie again. He was rather proud of his success in their late battle, but he felt that, having been so completely victorious, it would be foolish in him to risk his laurels in the chance of another encounter. He would not say a word of what had happened to the bishop, and he thought it probable that neither would Mrs. Proudie speak of it, at any rate till after he was gone. Generals who are beaten out of the field are not quick to talk of their own repulses. He, indeed, had not beaten Mrs. Proudie out of the field. He had, in fact, himself run away. But he had left his foe silenced, and with such a foe and in such a contest, that was everything. He put up his portmanteau, therefore, and prepared for his final retreat. Then he rang his bell and desired the servant to show him to the bishop's study. The servant did so, and when he entered the room, the first thing he saw was Mrs. Proudie sitting in an armchair near the window. The bishop was also in the room, sitting with his arms upon the writing table and his head in his hands. It was very evident that Mrs. Proudie did not consider herself to have been beaten, and that she was prepared to fight another battle. "Will you sit down, Dr. Tempest?" she said, motioning him with her hand to a chair opposite to that occupied by the bishop. Dr. Tempest sat down. He felt that at the moment he had nothing else to do, and that he must restrain any remonstrance that he might make till Mr. Crawley's name should be mentioned. He was almost lost in admiration for the woman. He had left her, as he thought, utterly vanquished and prostrated by his determined but uncourteous usage of her, and here she was, present again upon the field of battle, as though she had never been even wounded. He could see that there had been words between her and the bishop, and that she had carried a point on which the bishop had been very anxious to have his own way. He could perceive at once that the bishop had begged her to absent herself, and was greatly chagrined that he should not have prevailed with her. There she was, and as Dr. Tempest was resolved that he would neither give advice nor receive instructions respecting Mr. Crawley in her presence, he could only draw upon his courage and his strategy for the coming warfare.
For a few moments no one said a word. The bishop felt that if Dr. Tempest would only begin, the work on hand might be got through, even in his wife's presence. Mrs. Proudie was aware that her husband should begin. If he would do so, and if Dr. Tempest would listen and then reply, she might gradually make her way into the conversation. And if her words were once accepted, then she could say all that she desired to say. Then she could play her part and become somebody in the episcopal work. When once she should have been allowed the liberty of speech, the enemy would be powerless to stop her. But all this Dr. Tempest understood quite as well as she understood it, and had they waited till night, he would not have been the first to mention Mr. Crawley's name. The bishop sighed aloud. The sigh might be taken as expressing grief over the sin of the erring brother, whose conduct they were then to discuss, and was not amiss. But then the sigh with its attendant murmurs had passed away, and it was necessary that some initiative step should be taken. "Dr. Tempest," said the bishop, "what are we to do about this poor stiff-necked gentleman?" Still Dr. Tempest did not speak. "There is no clergyman in the diocese," continued the bishop, "in whose prudence and wisdom I have more confidence than in yours. And I know too that you are by no means disposed to severity where severe measures are not necessary. What ought we to do? If he has been guilty, he should not surely return to his pulpit after the expiration of such punishment as the law of his country may award to him." Dr. Tempest looked at Mrs. Proudie, thinking that she might perhaps say a word now. But Mrs. Proudie knew her part better and was silent. Angry as she was, she contrived to hold her peace. Let the debate once begin, and she would be able to creep into it, and then to lead it, and so she would hold her own. But she had met a foe as wary as herself. "My lord," said the doctor, "it will perhaps be well that you should communicate your wishes to me in writing. If it be possible for me to comply with them, I will do so." "Yes, exactly, no doubt. But I thought that perhaps we might better understand each other if we had a few words of quiet conversation upon the subject. I believe you know the steps that I have—" But here the bishop was interrupted. Dr. Tempest rose from his chair, and advancing to the table put both his hands upon it. "My lord," he said, "I feel myself compelled to say that which I would very much rather leave unsaid, were it possible. I feel the difficulty, and I may say delicacy, of my position, but I should be untrue to my conscience and to my feeling of what is right in such matters, if I were to take any part in a discussion on this matter in the presence of a lady." "Dr. Tempest, what is your objection?" said Mrs. Proudie, rising from her chair and coming also to the table, so that from thence she might confront her opponent. And as she stood opposite to Dr. Tempest, she also put both her hands upon the table. "My dear, perhaps you will leave us for a few moments," said the bishop. Poor bishop, poor weak bishop! As the words came from his mouth he knew that they would be spoken in vain, and that if so it would have been better for him to have left them unspoken. "Why should I be dismissed from your room without a reason?" said Mrs. Proudie. "Cannot Dr. Tempest understand that a wife may share her husband's counsels, as she must share his troubles? If he cannot, I pity him very much as to his own household." "Dr. Tempest," said the bishop, "Mrs. Proudie takes the greatest possible interest in everything concerning the diocese." "I am sure, my lord," said the doctor, "that you will see how unseemly it would be that I should interfere in any way between you and Mrs. Proudie. I certainly will not do so. I can only say again that if you will communicate to me your wishes in writing, I will attend to them, if it be possible." "You mean to be stubborn," said Mrs. Proudie, whose prudence was beginning to give way under the great provocation to which her temper was being subjected. "Yes, madam. If it is to be called stubbornness, I must be stubborn. My lord, Mrs. Proudie spoke to me on this subject in the breakfast room after you had left it, and I then ventured to explain to her that in accordance with such light as I have on the matter, I could not discuss it in her presence. I greatly grieve that I failed to make myself understood by her, as otherwise this unpleasantness might have been spared." "I understood you very well, Dr. Tempest, and I think you to be the most unreasonable man. Indeed, I might use a much harsher word." "You may use any word you please, Mrs. Proudie," said the doctor. "My dear, I really think you had better leave us for a few minutes," said the bishop. "No, my lord, no," said Mrs. Proudie, turning round upon her husband. "Not so. It would be most unbecoming that I should be turned out of a room in this palace by an uncourteous word from a parish clergyman. It would be unseemly. If Dr. Tempest forgets his duty, I will not forget mine. There are other clergymen in the diocese beside Dr. Tempest who can undertake the very easy task of this commission. As for his having been appointed rural dean, I don't know how many years ago, it is a matter of no consequence whatever. In such a preliminary inquiry, any 3 clergymen will suffice. It need not be done by the rural dean at all. My dear, I will not be turned out of this room by Dr. Tempest, and that is enough. My lord, said the doctor, you had better write to me as I proposed to you just now. His lordship will not write. His lordship will do nothing of the kind, said Mrs. Proudie. My dear, said the bishop, driven in his perplexity beyond all carefulness of reticence. My dear, I do wish you wouldn't. I do indeed. If you would only go away. I will not go away, my lord, said Mrs. Proudie. But I will, said Dr. Tempest, feeling true compassion for the unfortunate man whom he saw writhing in agony before him. It will manifestly be for the best that I should retire. My lord, I wish you good morning. Mrs. Proudie, good morning. And so he left the room. A most stubborn and most ungentlemanlike man, said Mrs. Proudie, as soon as the door was closed behind the retreating rural dean. I do not think that in the whole course of my life I ever met with any one so insubordinate and so ill-mannered. He is worse than the Archdeacon. As she uttered these words she paced about the room. The bishop said nothing, and when she herself had been silent for a few minutes, she turned upon him. Bishop, she said, I hope that you agree with me. I expect that you will agree with me in a matter that is of so much moment to my comfort, and I may say to my position generally in the diocese. Bishop, why do you not speak? You have behaved in such a way that I do not know that I shall ever speak again, said the bishop. What is this that you say? I say that I do not know how I shall ever speak again. You have disgraced me. Disgraced you? I disgraced you? It is you that disgraced yourself by saying such words. Very well, let it be so. Perhaps you will go away now and leave me to myself. I have got a bad headache, and I can't talk any more. Oh dear, what will he think of it? And you mean to tell me that I have been wrong? Yes, you have been wrong, very wrong. Why didn't you go away when I asked you? You are always being wrong. I wish I had never come to Barchester. In any other position I should not have felt it so much. As it is, I do not know how I shall ever show my face again. Not have felt what so much, Mr. Proudie? Said the wife, going back in the excitement of her anger to the nomenclature of old days. And this is to be my return for all my care on your behalf? Allow me to tell you, sir, that in any position in which you may be placed, I know what is due to you, and that your dignity will never lose anything in my hands. I wish that you were as well able to take care of it yourself. Then she stalked out of the room and left the poor man alone. Bishop Proudie sat alone in his study throughout the whole day. Once or twice in the course of the morning his chaplain came to him on some matter of business, and was answered with a smile, the peculiar softness of which the chaplain did not fail to attribute to the right cause. For it was soon known throughout the household that there had been a quarrel. Could he quite have made up his mind to do so, could he resolve that it would be altogether better to quarrel with his wife, the bishop would have appealed to the chaplain, and have asked at any rate for sympathy. But even yet he could not bring himself to confess his misery, and to own himself to another to be the wretch that he was. Then during the long hours of the day he sat thinking of it all. How happy could he be if it were only possible for him to go away and become even a curate in a parish without his wife? Would there ever come to him a time of freedom? Would she ever die? He was older than she, and of course he would die first. Would it not be a fine thing that he should die at once and thus escape from his misery? What could he do, even supposing himself strong enough to fight the battle? He could not lock her up. He could not even very well lock her out of his room. She was his wife, and must have the run of his house. He could not altogether debar her from the society of the diocesan clergyman. He had on this very morning taken strong measures with her. More than once or twice he had desired her to leave the room. What was there to be done with a woman who would not obey her husband, who would not even leave him to the performance of his own work? What a blessed thing it would be if a bishop could go away from his home to his work every day like a clerk in a public office, as a stonemason does. But there was no escape for him. He could not go away. And how was he to meet her again on this very day? And then for hours he thought of Dr. Tempest and Mr. Crawley, considering what he had better do to repair the shipwreck of the morning. At last he resolved that he would write to the doctor, and before he had again seen his wife he did write his letter, and he sent it off. In this letter he made no direct allusion to the occurrence of the morning, but wrote as though there had not been any fixed intention of a personal discussion between them. "I think it will be better that there should be a commission," he said, "and I would suggest that you should have 4 other clergymen with you. Perhaps you will select 2 yourself out of your rural deanery, and if you do not object I will name the other 2, Mr. Thumble and Mr. Quiverful, who are both resident in the city." As he wrote these 2 names he felt ashamed of himself, knowing that he had chosen the 2 men as being special friends of his wife, and feeling that he should have been brave enough to throw aside all considerations of his wife's favour, especially at this moment, in which he was putting on his armour to do battle against her. "It is not probable," he continued to say in his letter, "that you will be able to make your report until after the trial of this unfortunate gentleman shall have taken place, and a verdict shall have been given. Should he be acquitted, that I imagine would end the matter. There can be no reason why we should attempt to go beyond the verdict of a jury. But should he be found guilty, I think we ought to be ready with such steps as will be becoming for us to take at the expiration of any sentence which may be pronounced. It will at any rate be expedient that in such case the matter should be brought before an ecclesiastical court." He knew well as he wrote this that he was proposing something much milder than the course intended by his wife, when she had instigated him to take proceedings in the matter. But he did not much regard that now. Though he had been weak enough to name certain clergymen as assessors with the rural dean, because he thought that by doing so he would to a certain degree conciliate his wife, though he had been so far a coward, yet he was resolved that he would not sacrifice to her his own judgment and his own conscience in his matter of proceeding. He kept no copy of his letter, so that he might be unable to show her his very words when she should ask to see them. Of course he would tell her what he had done, but in telling her he would keep to himself what he had said as to the result of the acquittal in a civil court. She need not yet be told that he had promised to take such a verdict as sufficing also for an ecclesiastical acquittal. In this spirit his letter was written and sent off before he again saw his wife. He did not meet her till they came together in the drawing room before dinner. In explaining the whole truth as to the circumstances as they existed at the palace at that moment, it must be acknowledged that Mrs. Proudie herself, great as was her courage, and wide as were the resources which she possessed within herself, was somewhat appalled by the position of affairs. I fear that it may now be too late for me to excite much sympathy in the mind of any reader on behalf of Mrs. Proudie. I shall never be able to make her virtues popular, but she had virtues, and their existence now made her unhappy. She did regard the dignity of her husband, and she felt at the present moment that she had almost compromised it. She did also regard the welfare of the clergymen around her, thinking of course in a general way that certain of them who agreed with her were the clergymen whose welfare should be studied, and that certain of them who disagreed with her were the clergymen whose welfare should be postponed. But now an idea made its way into her bosom that she was not perhaps doing the best for the welfare of the diocese generally. What if it should come to pass that all the clergymen of the diocese should refuse to open their mouths in her presence on ecclesiastical subjects, as Dr. Tempest had done? This special day was not one on which she was well contented with herself, though by no means on that account was her anger mitigated against the offending rural dean. During dinner she struggled to say a word or two to her husband, as though there had been no quarrel between them. With him the matter had gone so deep that he could not answer her in the same spirit. There were sundry members of the family present, daughters and a son-in-law, and a daughter's friend who was staying with them. But even in the hope of appearing to be serene before them, he could not struggle through his deep despondence. He was very silent, and to his wife's words he answered hardly anything. He was courteous and gentle with them all, but he spoke as little as was possible. During the evening he sat alone, with his head leaning on his hand, not pretending even to read. He was aware that it was too late to make even an attempt to conceal his misery and his disgrace from his own family. His wife came to him that night in his dressing room in a spirit of feminine softness that was very unusual with her. "My dear," said she, "let us forget what has occurred this morning.
If there has been any anger, we are bound as Christians to forget it." She stood over him as she spoke, and put her hand upon his shoulder almost caressingly. "When a man's heart is broken, he cannot forget it," was his reply. She still stood by him, and still kept her hand upon him, but she could think of no other words of comfort to say. "I will go to bed," he said. "It is the best place for me." Then she left him, and he went to bed. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 48. The Softness of Sir Raffle Buffle. We have seen that John Eames was prepared to start on his journey in search of the Arabins, and have seen him after he had taken farewell of his office and of his master there, previous to his departure. But that matter of his departure had not been arranged altogether with comfort as far as his official interests were concerned. He had been perhaps a little abrupt in his mode of informing Sir Raffle Buffle that there was a pressing cause for his official absence, and Sir Raffle had replied to him that no private pressure could be allowed to interfere with his public duties. "I must go, Sir Raffle, at any rate," Johnny had said. "It is a matter affecting my family, and must not be neglected." "If you intend to go without leave," said Sir Raffle, "I presume you will first put your resignation into the hands of Mr. Kissing." Now Mr. Kissing was the secretary to the board. This had been serious, undoubtedly. John Eames was not specially anxious to keep his present position as private secretary to Sir Raffle, but he certainly had no desire to give up his profession altogether. He said nothing more to the great man on that occasion, but before he left the office he wrote a private note to the chairman expressing the extreme importance of his business, and begging that he might have leave of absence. On the next morning he received it back with the very few words written across it. "It can't be done," were the very few words which Sir Raffle Buffle had written across the note from his private secretary. Here was a difficulty which Johnny had not anticipated, and which seemed to be insuperable. Sir Raffle would not have answered him in that strain if he had not been very much in earnest. "I should have sent him a medical certificate," said Cradell, his friend of old. "Nonsense," said Eames. "I don't see that it's nonsense at all. They can't get over a medical certificate from a respectable man, and everybody has got something the matter with him of some kind." "I should go and let him do his worst," said Fisher, who was another clerk. "It wouldn't be more than putting you down a place or two. As for losing your present berth, you don't mind that, and they would never think of dismissing you." "But I do mind being put down a place or two," said Johnny, who could not forget that were he so put down, his friend Fisher would gain the step which he would lose. "I should give him a barrel of oysters and talk to him about the Chancellor of the Exchequer," said FitzHoward, who had been private secretary to Sir Raffle before Eames, and might therefore be supposed to know the man. "That might have done very well if I had not asked him and been refused first," said John Eames. "I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll write a long letter on a sheet of foolscap paper with a regular margin, so that it must come before the board, and perhaps that will frighten him." When he mentioned his difficulty on that evening to Mr. Toogood, the lawyer begged him to give up the journey. "It will only be sending a clerk, and it won't cost so very much after all," said Toogood. But Johnny's pride could not allow him to give way. "I'm not going to be done about it," said he. "I'm not going to resign. I will go even though they may dismiss me. I don't think it will come to that, but if it does, it must." His uncle begged of him not to think of such an alternative, but this discussion took place after dinner and away from the office, and Eames would not submit to bow his neck to authority. "If it comes to that," said he, "a fellow might as well be a slave at once. And what is the use of a fellow having a little money if it does not make him independent? You may be sure of one thing. I shall go, and that on the day fixed." On the next morning John Eames was very silent when he went into Sir Raffle's room at the office. There was now only this day and another before that fixed for his departure, and it was, of course, very necessary that matters should be arranged. But he said nothing to Sir Raffle during the morning. The great man himself was condescending and endeavoured to be kind.
He knew that his stern refusal had greatly irritated his private secretary, and was anxious to show that, though in the cause of public duty he was obliged to be stern, he was quite willing to forget his sternness when the necessity for it had passed away. On this morning, therefore, he was very cheery, but to all his cheery good humour John Eames would make no response. Late in the afternoon, when most of the men had left the office, Johnny appeared before the chairman for the last time that day with a very long face. He was dressed in black, and had changed his ordinary morning coat for a frock, which gave him an appearance altogether unlike that which was customary to him. And he spoke almost in a whisper, very slowly. And when Sir Raffle joked, and Sir Raffle often would joke, he not only did not laugh, but he absolutely sighed. "Is there anything the matter with you, Eames?" asked Sir Raffle. "I am in great trouble," said John Eames. "What is your trouble?" "It is essential for the honour of one of my family that I should be at Florence by this day week. I cannot make up my mind what I ought to do. I do not wish to lose my position in the public service, to which, as you know, I am warmly attached. But I cannot submit to see the honour of my family sacrificed." "Eames," said Sir Raffle, "that must be nonsense. That must be nonsense. There can be no reason why you should always expect to have your own way in everything." "Of course, if I go without leave, I shall be dismissed." "Of course you will. It is out of the question that a young man should take the bit between his teeth in that way." "As for taking the bit between his teeth, Sir Raffle, I do not think that any man was ever more obedient, perhaps I should say more submissive, than I have been. But there must be a limit to everything." "What do you mean by that, Mr. Eames?" said Sir Raffle, turning in anger upon his private secretary. But Johnny disregarded his anger. Johnny, indeed, had made up his mind that Sir Raffle should be very angry. "What do you mean, Mr. Eames, by saying that there must be a limit? I know nothing about limits. One would suppose that you intended to make an accusation against me." "So I do. I think, Sir Raffle, that you are treating me with great cruelty. I have explained to you that family circumstances—" "You have explained nothing, Mr. Eames." "Yes, I have, Sir Raffle. I have explained to you that matters relating to my family, which materially affect the honour of a certain one of its members, demand that I should go at once to Florence. You tell me that if I go I shall be dismissed." "Of course you must not go without leave. I never heard of such a thing in all my life." And Sir Raffle lifted up his hands towards the heaven, almost in dismay. "So I have drawn up a short statement of the circumstances, which I hope may be read at the board when the question of my dismissal comes before it." "You mean to go, then?" "Yes, Sir Raffle, I must go. The honour of a certain branch of my family demands that I should do so. As I have for some time been so especially under you, I thought it would be proper to show you what I have said before I sent my letter in, and therefore I have brought it with me. Here it is." And Johnny handed to Sir Raffle an official document of large dimensions. Sir Raffle began to be uncomfortable. He had acquired a character for tyranny in the public service, of which he was aware, though he thought that he knew well that he had never deserved it. Some official bigwig, perhaps that Chancellor of the Exchequer of whom he was so fond, had on one occasion hinted to him that a little softness of usage would be compatible with the prejudices of the age. Softness was impossible to Sir Raffle, but his temper was sufficiently under his control to enable him to encounter the rebuke, and to pull himself up from time to time when he found himself tempted to speak loud and to take things with a high hand. He knew that a clerk should not be dismissed for leaving his office, who could show that his absence had been caused by some matter really affecting the interest of his family, and that were he to drive Eames to go on this occasion without leave, Eames would be simply called in to state what was this matter of moment which had taken him away. Probably he had stated the matter of moment in this very document which Sir Raffle was holding in his hand, but Sir Raffle was not willing to be conquered by the document. If it was necessary that he should give way, he would much prefer to give way out of his own good nature, let us say, without looking at the document at all. "I must, under the circumstances, decline to read this," said he, "unless it should come before me officially," when he handed back the paper. "I thought it best to let you see it if you pleased," said John Eames. Then he turned round as though he were going to leave the room, but suddenly he turned back again. "I don't like to leave you, Sir Raffle, without saying good-bye. I do not suppose we shall meet again. Of course you must do your duty, and I do not wish you to think that I have any personal ill will against you." So saying, he put out his hand to Sir Raffle as though to take a final farewell. Sir Raffle looked at him in amazement. He was dressed, as has been said, in black, and did not look like the John Eames of every day to whom Sir Raffle was accustomed. "I don't understand this at all," said Sir Raffle. "I was afraid that it was only too plain," said John Eames. "And you must go?" "Oh yes, that's certain. I have pledged myself to go." "Of course I don't know anything of this matter that is so important to your family." "No, you do not," said Johnny. "Can't you explain it to me then, so that I may have some reason, if there is any reason?" Then John told the story of Mr. Crawley, a considerable portion of the story, and in his telling of it I think it probable that he put more weight upon the necessity of his mission to Italy than it could have fairly been made to bear. In the course of the narration Sir Raffle did once contrive to suggest that a lawyer by going to Florence might do the business at any rate as well as John Eames. But Johnny denied this. "No, Sir Raffle, it is impossible, quite impossible," he said. "If you saw the lawyer who is acting in the matter, Mr. Toogood, who is also my uncle, he would tell you the same." Sir Raffle had already heard something of the story of Mr. Crawley, and was now willing to accept the sad tragedy of that case as an excuse for his private secretary's somewhat insubordinate conduct. "Under the circumstances, Eames, I suppose you must go, but I think you should have told me all about it before." "I did not like to trouble you, Sir Raffle, with private business." "It is always best to tell the whole of a story," said Sir Raffle. Johnny, being quite content with the upshot of the negotiations, accepted this gentle rebuke in silence, and withdrew. On the next day he appeared again at the office in his ordinary costume, and an idea crossed Sir Raffle's brain that he had been partly done by the affectation of a costume. "I'll be even with him some day yet," said Sir Raffle to himself. "I've got my leave, boys," said Eames, when he went out into the room in which his three friends sat. "No," said Cradell. "But I have," said Johnny. "You don't mean that old Huffle Scuffle has given it out of his own head?" said Fisher. "Indeed he has," said Johnny, "and bade God bless me into the bargain." "And you didn't give him the oysters?" said FitzHoward. "Not a shell," said Johnny. "I'm blessed if you don't beat cockfighting," said Cradell, lost in admiration at his friend's adroitness. We know how John spent the evening after that. He went first to see Lily Dale at her uncle's lodgings in Sackville Street. From thence he was taken to the presence of the charming Madalina in Porchester Terrace, and then wound up the night with his friend Conway Dalrymple. When he got to his bed he felt himself to have been triumphant. But in spite of his triumph he was ashamed of himself. Why had he left Lily to go to Madalina? As he thought of this he quoted to himself against himself Hamlet's often quoted appeal to the two portraits. How could he not despise himself in that he could find any pleasure with Madalina, having a Lily Dale to fill his thoughts? "But she is not fair for me," he said to himself, thinking thus to comfort himself. But he did not comfort himself. On the next morning early his uncle, Mr. Toogood, met him at the Dover railway station. "Upon my word, Johnny, you're a clever fellow," said he. "I never thought you'd make it all right with Sir Raffle." "As right as a trivet, uncle. There are some people, if you can only get to learn the length of their feet, you can always fit them with shoes afterwards." "You'll go on direct to Florence, Johnny?" "Yes, I think so. From what we have heard, Mrs. Arabin must be either there or in Venice, and I don't suppose I could learn from any one at Paris at which town she is staying at this moment." "Her address is Florence, Post Restaurant, Florence. You will be sure to find out at any of the hotels where she is staying, or where she has been staying." "But when I have found her, I don't suppose she can tell me anything," said Johnny. "Who can tell? She may or may not. My belief is that the money was her present altogether, and not his. It seems that they don't mix their monies. He has always had some scruple about it because of her son by a former marriage, and they always have different accounts at their bankers. I found that out when I was at Barchester." "But Crawley was his friend." "Yes, Crawley was his friend, but I don't know that £50 notes have always been so very plentiful with him. Deans' incomes ain't what they were, you know." "I don't know anything about that," said Johnny. "Well, they are not, and he has nothing of his own, as far as I can learn. It would be just the thing for her to do, to give the money to his friend. At any rate, she will tell you whether it was so or not. And then I will go to Jerusalem after him. Should you find it necessary, He will probably be on his way back, and she will know where you can hit him on the road. You must make him understand that it is essential that he should be here some little time before the trial. You can understand, Johnny." And as he spoke, Mr. Toogood lowered his voice to a whisper, though they were walking together on the platform of the railway station, and could not possibly have been overheard by anyone. "You can understand that it may be necessary to prove that he is not exactly compos mentis, and if so, it will be essential that he should have some influential friend near him. Otherwise that bishop will trample him into dust." If Mr. Toogood could have seen the bishop at this time, and have read the troubles of the poor man's heart, he would hardly have spoken of him as being so terrible a tyrant. "I understand all that," said Johnny. "So that in fact I shall expect to see you both together," said Toogood. "I hope the dean is a good fellow." "They tell me he is a very good fellow." "I never did see much of bishops or deans as yet," said Johnny, "but I should feel rather awestruck travelling with one." "I should fancy that a dean is very much like anybody else. But that man's hat would cow me." "I dare say you'll find him walking about Jerusalem with a wide awake on, and a big stick in his hand, probably smoking a cigar. Deans contrive to get out of their armour sometimes, as the knights of old used to do. Bishops, I fancy, find it more difficult. Well, good-bye, old fellow. I'm very much obliged to you for going. I am indeed. I don't doubt but that we shall pull through somehow." Then Mr. Toogood went home to breakfast, and from his own house he proceeded to his office. When he had been there for an hour or two, there came to him a messenger from the Income Tax Office with an official note addressed to himself by Sir Raffle Buffle, a note which looked very official. Sir Raffle Buffle presented his compliments to Mr. Toogood, and could Mr. Toogood favour Sir R.B. with the present address of Mr. John Eames. "Old fox," said Mr. Toogood, "but then such a stupid old fox. As if it was likely that I should have peached on Johnny if anything was wrong." So Mr. Toogood sent his compliments to Sir Raffle Buffle, and begged to inform Sir R.B. that Mr. John Eames was away on very particular family business, which would take him in the first instance to Florence, but that from Florence he would probably have to go to Jerusalem without the loss of an hour. "Stupid old fool," said Mr. Toogood, as he sent off his reply by the messenger. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 49. Near the Close. I wonder whether anyone will read these pages who has never known anything of the bitterness of a family quarrel. If so, I shall have a reader very fortunate, or else very cold-blooded. It would be wrong to say that love produces quarrels, but love does produce those intimate relations of which quarrelling is too often one of the consequences. One of the consequences which frequently seem to be so natural, and sometimes seem to be unavoidable. One brother rebukes the other, and what brothers ever lived together between whom there was no such rebuking? Then some warm word is misunderstood, and hotter words follow, and there is a quarrel. The husband tyrannizes, knowing that it is his duty to direct, and the wife disobeys, or only partially obeys, thinking that a little independence will become her. And so there is a quarrel. The father, anxious only for his son's good, looks into that son's future with other eyes than those of his son himself. And so there is a quarrel. They come very easily, these quarrels, but the quittance from them is sometimes terribly difficult. Much of thought is necessary before the angry man can remember that he too in part may have been wrong, and any attempt at such thinking is almost beyond the power of him who is carefully nursing his wrath lest it cool. But the nursing of such quarrelling kills all happiness. The very man who is nursing his wrath lest it cool, his wrath against one whom he loves perhaps the best of all whom he has been given to love, is himself wretched as long as it lasts. His anger poisons every pleasure of his life. He is sullen at his meals, and cannot understand his book as he turns its pages. His work, let it be what it may, is ill done. He is full of his quarrel, nursing it. He is telling himself how much he has loved that wicked one, how many have been his sacrifices for that wicked one, and that now that wicked one is repaying him simply with wickedness. And yet the wicked one is at that very moment dearer to him than ever. If that wicked one could only be forgiven, how sweet would the world be again. And yet he nurses his wrath. So it was in these days with Archdeacon Grantly. He was very angry with his son. It is hardly too much to say that in every moment of his life, whether waking or sleeping, he was thinking of the injury that his son was doing him. He had almost come to forget the fact that his anger had first been roused by the feeling that his son was about to do himself an injury, to cut his own throat. Various other considerations had now added themselves to that, and filled not only his mind but his daily conversation with his wife. How terrible would be the disgrace to Lord Hartletop, how incurable the injury to Griselda, the Marchioness, should the brother-in-law of the one and the brother of the other marry the daughter of a convicted thief. Of himself he would say nothing, so he declared constantly, though of himself he did say a great deal. Of himself he would say nothing, though of course such a marriage would ruin him in the county. "My dear," said his wife, "that is nonsense. That really is nonsense. I am sure there is not a single person in the county who would think of the marriage in such a light." Then the Archdeacon would have quarrelled with his wife too, had she not been too wise to admit such a quarrel. Mrs. Grantly was very wise, and knew that it took two persons to make a quarrel. He told her over and over again that she was in league with her son, that she was encouraging her son to marry Grace Crawley. "I believe that in your heart you wish it," he once said to her. "No, my dear, I do not wish it. I do not think it a becoming marriage. But if he does marry her, I should wish to receive his wife in my house, and certainly should not quarrel with him." "I will never receive her," the Archdeacon had replied. "And as for him, I can only say that in such case I will make no provision for his family." It will be remembered that the Archdeacon had on a former occasion instructed his wife to write to their son and tell him of his father's determination. Mrs. Grantly had so manoeuvred that a little time had been gained, and that those instructions had not been insisted upon in all their bitterness. Since that time Major Grantly had renewed his assurance that he would marry Grace Crawley if Grace Crawley would accept him, writing on this occasion direct to his father, and had asked his father whether in such case he was to look forward to be disinherited. "It is essential that I should know," the Major had said, "because in such case I must take immediate measures for leaving this place." His father had sent him back his letter, writing a few words at the bottom of it. "If you do as you propose above, you must expect nothing from me." The words were written in large round handwriting, very hurriedly, and the son, when he received them, perfectly understood the mood of his father's mind when he wrote them. Then there came tidings, addressed on this occasion to Mrs. Grantly, that Crosbie Lodge was to be given up. Lady Day had come, and the notice, necessarily to be given at that period, was so given. "I know this will grieve you," Major Grantly had said, "but my father has driven me to it." This in itself was a cause of great sorrow, both to the Archdeacon and to Mrs. Grantly, as there were circumstances connected with Crosbie Lodge which made them think that it was a very desirable residence for their son. "I shall sell everything about the place and go abroad at once," he said in a subsequent letter. "My present idea is that I shall settle myself at Pau, as my income will suffice for me to live there, and education for Edith will be cheap. At any rate, I will not continue in England. I could never be happy here in circumstances so altered. Of course I should not have left my profession unless I had understood from my father that the income arising from it would not be necessary to me. I do not, however, mean to complain. I simply tell you that I shall go." There were many letters between the mother and the son in those days. "I shall stay till after the trial," he said. "If she will then go with me, well and good, but whether she will or not, I shall not remain here." All this seemed to Mrs. Grantly to be peculiarly unfortunate, for, had he not resolved to go, things might even yet have righted themselves. From what she could now understand of the character of Miss Crawley, whom she did not know personally, she thought it probable that Grace, in the event of her father being found guilty by the jury, would absolutely and persistently refuse the offer made to her. She would be too good, as Mrs. Grantly put it to herself, to bring misery and disgrace into another family. But should Mr. Crawley be acquitted, and should the marriage then take place, the Archdeacon himself might probably be got to forgive it. In either case there would be no necessity for breaking up the house at Crosbie Lodge. But her dear son Henry, her best beloved, was obstinate and stiff-necked, and would take no advice. "He is even worse than his father," she said, in her short-lived anger, to her own father, to whom alone at this time she could unburden her griefs, seeking consolation and encouragement. It was her habit to go over to the deanery at any rate twice a week at this time, and on the occasion of one of her visits so made, she expressed very strongly her distress at the family quarrel which had come among them. The old man took his grandson's part through and through. "I do not at all see why he should not marry the young lady if he likes her. As for money, there ought to be enough without his having to look for a wife with a fortune." "It is not a question of money, papa." "And as to rank," continued Mr. Harding, "Henry will not at any rate be going lower than his father did when he married you. Not so low indeed, for at that time I was only a minor canon, and Mr. Crawley was in possession of a benefice." "Papa, all that is nonsense. It is indeed." "Very likely, my dear." "It is not because Mr. Crawley is only perpetual curate of Hogglestock that the archdeacon objects to the marriage. It has nothing to do with that at all. At the present moment he is in disgrace." "Under a cloud, my dear. Let us pray that it may only be a passing cloud. All the world thinks he was guilty, and then he is such a man, so singular, so unlike anybody else. You know, papa, that I don't think very much of money merely as money." "I hope not, my dear. Money is worth thinking of, but it is not worth very much thought." "But it does give advantages, and the absence of such advantages must be very much felt in the education of a girl. You would hardly wish Henry to marry a young woman who, from want of money, had not been brought up among ladies. It is not Miss Crawley's fault, but such has been her lot. We cannot ignore these deficiencies, papa." "Certainly not, my dear." "You would not, for instance, wish that Henry should marry a kitchen maid." "But is Miss Crawley a kitchen maid, Susan?" "I don't quite say that. I am told that she has been educated infinitely better than most of the young ladies in the neighbourhood," said Mr. Harding. "I believe that her father has taught her Greek, and I suppose she has learned something of French at that school in Silverbridge." "Then the kitchen maid theory is sufficiently disposed of," said Mr. Harding, with mild triumph. "You know what I mean, papa. But the fact is that it is impossible to deal with men. They will never be reasonable. A marriage such as this would be injurious to Henry, but it will not be ruinous. And as to disinheriting him for it, that would be downright wicked." "I think so," said Mr. Harding. "But the archdeacon will look at it as though it would destroy Henry and Edith altogether, while you speak of it as though it were the best thing in the world." "If the young people love each other, I think it would be the best thing in the world," said Mr. Harding. "But, papa, you cannot but think that his father's wish should go for something," said Mrs. Grantly, who, desirous as she was on the one side to support her son, could not bear that her husband should, on the other side, be declared to be altogether in the wrong. "I do not know, my dear," said Mr. Harding, "but I do think that if the two young people are fond of each other, and if there is anything for them to live upon, it cannot be right to keep them apart. You know, my dear, she is the daughter of a gentleman." Mrs. Grantly upon this left her father almost brusquely, without speaking another word on the subject, for though she was opposed to the vehement anger of her husband, she could not endure the proposition now made by her father. Mr. Harding was at this time living all alone in the deanery. For some few years the deanery had been his home, and as his youngest daughter was the dean's wife, there could be no more comfortable resting place for the evening of his life. During the last month or two the days had gone tediously with him, for he had had the large house all to himself, and he was a man who did not love solitude. It is hard to conceive that the old, whose thoughts have all been thought out, should ever love to live alone. Solitude is surely for the young, who have time before them for the execution of schemes, and who can, therefore, take delight in thinking. In these days the poor old man would wander about the rooms, shambling from one chamber to another, and would feel ashamed when the servants met him ever on the move. He would make little apologies for his uneasiness, which they would accept graciously, understanding after a fashion why it was that he was uneasy. "He ain't got nothing to do," said the housemaid to the cook, And as for reading, they say that some of the young ones can read all day sometimes, and all night too. But bless you, when you're nigh 80, reading don't go for much." The housemaid was right as to Mr. Harding's reading. He was not one who had read so much in his earlier days as to enable him to make reading go far with him now that he was nearly 80. So he wandered about the room, and sat here for a few minutes, and there for a few minutes, and though he did not sleep much, he made the hours of the night as many as was possible. Every morning he shambled across from the deanery to the cathedral, and attended the morning service, sitting in the stall which he had occupied for 50 years. The distance was very short, not exceeding indeed 100 yards from the side door in the deanery to another side door into the cathedral. But short as it was, there had come to be a question whether he should be allowed to go alone. It had been feared that he might fall on his passage and hurt himself, for there was a step here and a step there, and the light was not very good in the purlieus of the old cathedral. A word or two had been said once, and the offer of an arm to help him had been made, but he had rejected the proffered assistance, softly indeed, but still firmly, and every day he tottered off by himself, hardly lifting his feet as he went, and aiding himself on his journey by a hand upon the wall when he thought that nobody was looking at him. But many did see him, and they who knew him, ladies generally of the city, would offer him a hand. Nobody was milder in his dislikes than Mr. Harding, but there were ladies in Barchester upon whose arm he would always decline to lean, bowing courteously as he did so, and saying a word or two of constrained civility. There were others whom he would allow to accompany him home to the door of the deanery, with whom he delighted to linger and chat if the morning was warm, and to whom he would tell little stories of his own doings in the cathedral services in the old days, when Bishop Grantly had ruled the diocese. Never a word did he say against Bishop Proudie, or against Bishop Proudie's wife, but the many words which he did say in praise of Bishop Grantly, who, by his showing, was surely one of the best of churchmen who ever walked through this vale of sorrow, were as eloquent in dispraise of the existing prelate as could have been any more clearly pointed phrases. This daily visit to the cathedral, where he would say his prayers as he had said them for so many years, and listen to the organ, of which he knew all the power and every blemish, as though he himself had made the stops and fixed the pipes, was the chief occupation of his life. It was a pity that it could not have been made to cover a larger portion of the day. It was sometimes sad enough to watch him as he sat alone. He would have a book near him, and for a while would keep it in his hands. It would generally be some volume of good old standard theology, with which he had been, or supposed himself to have been, conversant from his youth. But the book would be soon laid aside, and gradually he would move himself away from it, and he would stand about the room, looking now out of a window from which he would fancy that he could not be seen, or gazing up at some print which he had known for years. And then he would sit down for a while in one chair, and for a while in another, while his mind was wandering back into old days, thinking of old troubles and remembering his old joys. And he had a habit, when he was sure he was not watched, of creeping up to a great black wooden case, which always stood in one corner of the sitting room which he occupied in the deanery. Mr. Harding, when he was younger, had been a performer on the violoncello, and in this case there was still the instrument from which he had been wont to extract the sounds which he had so dearly loved. Now in these latter days he never made any attempt to play. Soon after he had come to the deanery there had fallen upon him an illness, and after that he had never again asked for his bow. They who were around him, his daughter chiefly and her husband, had given the matter much thought, arguing with themselves whether or no it would be better to invite him to resume the task he had so loved. For of all the works of his life this playing of the violoncello had been the sweetest to him. But even before that illness his hand had greatly failed him, and the Dean and Mrs. Arabin had agreed that it would be better to let the matter pass without a word. He had never asked to be allowed to play. He had expressed no regrets. When he himself would propose that his daughter should give them a little music, and he would make such a proposition on every evening that was suitable, he would never say a word of those former performances at which he himself had taken a part. But it had become known to Mrs. Arabin, through the servants, that he had once dragged the instrument forth from its case when he had thought the house was nearly deserted, and a wail of sounds had been heard, very low, very short-lived, recurring now and again in fitful intervals. He had at those times attempted to play as though with the muffled bow, so that none should know of his vanity and folly. Then there had been further consultations at the deanery, and it had been again agreed that it would be best to say nothing to him of his music. In these latter days of which I am now speaking, he would never draw the instrument out of its case. Indeed, he was aware that it was too heavy for him to handle without assistance. But he would open the prison door and gaze upon the thing that he loved, and he would pass his fingers among the broad strings, and ever and anon he would produce from one of them a low, melancholy, almost unearthly sound, and then he would pause, never daring to produce two such notes in succession, one close upon the other. And these last sad moans of the old fiddle were now known through the household. They were the ghosts of the melody of those days long past. He imagined that his visits to the box were unsuspected, that none knew of the folly of his old fingers, which could not keep themselves from touching the wires. But the voice of the violoncello had been recognized by the servants and by his daughter, and when that low wail was heard through the house, like the last dying note of a dirge, they would all know that Mr. Harding was visiting his ancient friend. When the Dean and Mrs. Arabin had first talked of going abroad for a long visit, it had been understood that Mr. Harding should pass the period of their absence with his other daughter at Plumstead. But when the time came, he begged of Mrs. Arabin to be allowed to remain in his old rooms. "Of course I shall go backwards and forwards," he had said. "There is nothing I like so much as a change now and then." The result had been that he had gone once to Plumstead during the Dean's absence. When he had thus remonstrated, begging to be allowed to remain in Barchester, Mrs. Arabin had declared her intention of giving up her tour. In telling her father of this, she had not said that her altered purpose had arisen from her disinclination to leave him alone, but he had perceived that it was so, and had then consented to be taken over to Plumstead. There was nothing, he said, which he would like so much as going over to Plumstead for 4 or 5 months. It had ended in his having his own way altogether. The Arabins had gone upon their tour, and he was left in possession of the deanery. "I should not like to die out of Barchester," he said to himself, in excuse to himself for his disinclination to sojourn long under the Archdeacon's roof. But, in truth, the Archdeacon, who loved him well, and who after a fashion had always been good to him, who had always spoken of the connection which had bound the two families together as the greatest blessing of his life, was too rough in his greetings for the old man. Mr. Harding had ever mixed something of fear with his warm affection for his elder son-in-law, and now in these closing hours of his life he could not avoid a certain amount of shrinking from that loud voice, a certain inaptitude to be quite at ease in that commanding presence. The Dean, his second son-in-law, had been a modern friend in comparison with the Archdeacon, but the Dean was more gentle with him, and then the Dean's wife had ever been the dearest to him of all human beings. It may be a doubt whether one of the Dean's children was not now almost more dear, and whether in these days he did not have more free communication with that little girl than with any other human being. Her name was Susan, but he had always called her Posy, having himself invented for her that sobriquet. When it had been proposed to him to pass the winter and spring at Plumstead, the suggestion had been made alluring by a promise that Posy should also be taken to Mrs. Grantly's house. But he, as we have seen, had remained at the deanery, and Posy had remained with him. Posy was now 5 years old, and could talk well, and had her own ideas of things. Posy's eyes, hers and no others beside her own, were allowed to see the inhabitant of the big black case, and now that the deanery was so nearly deserted, Posy's fingers had touched the strings, and had produced an infantine moan. "Grandpa, let me do it again." "Twang!" It was not, however, in truth a twang, but a sound as of a prolonged, dull, almost deadly hum. On this occasion the moan was not entirely infantine, Posy's fingers having been something too strong, and the case was closed and locked, and grandpapa shook his head. "But Mrs. Baxter won't be angry," said Posy. Mrs. Baxter was the housekeeper in the deanery, and had Mr. Harding under her especial charge. "No, my darling, Mrs. Baxter will not be angry, but we mustn't disturb the house." "No," said Posy, with much of important awe in her tone, "we mustn't disturb the house, must we, grandpapa?" And so she gave in her adhesion to the closing of the case. But Posy could play cat's cradle, and as cat's cradle did not disturb the house at all, there was a good deal of cat's cradle played in these days. Posy's fingers were so soft and pretty, so small and deft, that the dear old man delighted in taking the strings from them, and in having them taken from his own by those tender little digits. On the afternoon after the conversation respecting Grace Crawley, which is recorded in the early part of this chapter, a messenger from Barchester went over to Plumstead, and a part of his mission consisted of a note from Mrs. Baxter to Mrs. Grantly beginning, "Honoured Madam," and informing Mrs. Grantly, among other things, that her respected papa, as Mrs. Baxter called him, was not quite so well as usual. Not that Mrs. Baxter thought there was much the matter. Mr. Harding had been to the cathedral service, as was usual with him, but had come home leaning on a lady's arm, who had thought it well to stay with him at the door till it had been opened for him. After that, Miss Posy had found him asleep, and had been unable, or if not unable, unwilling to wake him. Miss Posy had come down to Mrs. Baxter somewhat in a fright, and hence this letter had been written. Mrs. Baxter thought that there was nothing to fright Mrs. Grantly, and she wasn't sure that she should have written at all, only that Dick was bound to go over to Plumstead with the wool. But as Dick was going, Mrs. Baxter thought it proper to send her duty, and to say that to her humble way of thinking, perhaps it might be best that Mr. Harding shouldn't go alone to the cathedral every morning. "If the dear reverend gentleman was to get a tumble, ma'am," said the letter, "it would be awkward." Then Mrs. Grantly remembered that she had left her father almost without a greeting on the previous day, and she resolved that she would go over very early on the following morning, so early that she would be at the deanery before her father should have gone to the cathedral. "He ought to have come over here, and not stayed there by himself," said the archdeacon, when his wife told him of her intention. "It is too late to think of that now, my dear, and one can understand, I think, that he should not like leaving the cathedral as long as he can attend it. The truth is, he does not like being out of Barchester." "He would be much better here," said the archdeacon. "Of course you can have the carriage and go over. We can breakfast at 8, and if you can bring him back with you, do. I should tell him that he ought to come." Mrs. Grantly made no answer to this, knowing very well that she could not bring herself to go beyond the gentlest persuasion with her father, and on the next morning she was at the deanery by 10 o'clock. 10:30 was the hour at which the service began. Mrs. Baxter contrived to meet her before she saw her father, and begged her not to let it be known that any special tidings of Mr. Harding's failing strength had been sent from the deanery to Plumstead. "And how is my father?" said Mrs. Grantly. "Well then, ma'am," said Baxter, "in one sense he's finely. He took a morsel of early lamb to his dinner yesterday, and relished it ever so well, only he gave Miss Posy the best part of it. And then he sat with Miss Posy quite happy for an hour or so, and then he slept in his chair. And you know, mum, we never wakes him. And after that old Sculpit toddled up from the hospital." This was Hiram's Hospital, of which establishment in the city of Barchester Mr. Harding had once been the warden and kind master, as has been told in former chronicles of the city. "And your papa has said, mum, you know, that he is always to see any of the old men when they come up. And Sculpit is sly, and no better than he should be, and got money from your father, mum, I know. And then he had just a drop of tea, and after that I took him his glass of port wine with my own hands. And he touched me, ma'am, so he did, when he said, 'Oh, Mrs. Baxter, how good you are. You know well what it is I like.' And then he went to bed. I listened hard, not from idle curiosity, ma'am, as you know me will believe, but just because it's becoming to know what he's about, as there might be an accident, you know, ma'am." "You are very good, Mrs. Baxter, very good." "Thank you, ma'am, for saying so. And so I listened hard. But he didn't go to his music, poor gentleman, and I think he had a quiet night. He doesn't sleep much at nights, poor gentleman, but he's very quiet, leastwise he was last night." This was the bulletin which Mrs. Baxter gave to Mrs. Grantly on that morning before Mrs. Grantly saw her father. She found him preparing himself for his visit to the cathedral. Some year or two, but no more, before the date of which we are speaking, he had still taken some small part in the service, and while he had done so, he had of course worn his surplice. Living so close to the cathedral, so close that he could almost walk out of the house into the transept, he had kept his surplice in his own room, and had gone down in his vestment. It had been a bitter day to him when he had first found himself constrained to abandon the white garment which he loved. He had encountered some failure in the performance of the slight clerical task allotted to him, and the dean had tenderly advised him to desist. He did not utter one word of remonstrance. "It will perhaps be better," the dean had said. "Yes, it will be better," Mr. Harding had replied. "Few have accorded to them the high privilege of serving their master in his house for so many years, though few more humbly or with lower gifts." But on the following morning, and for nearly a week afterwards, he had been unable to face the minor canon and the vergers, and the old women who knew him so well, in his ordinary black garments. At last he went down with the dean, and occupied a stall close to the dean's seat, far away from that in which he had sat for so many years. And in this seat he had said his prayers ever since that day. And now his surplices were washed and ironed and folded and put away. But there were moments in which he would stealthily visit them, as he had also stealthily visited his friend in the black wooden case. This was very melancholy, and the sadness of it was felt by all those who lived with him. But he never alluded himself to any of those bereavements which age had brought upon him. Whatever might be his regrets, he kept them ever within his own breast. Posy was with him when Mrs. Grantly went up into his room, holding for him his hat and stick, while he was engaged in brushing a suspicion of dust from his black gaiters. "Grandpapa, here is Aunt Susan," said Posy. The old man looked up with some slightest sign of that habitual fear which was always aroused within his bosom by visitations from Plumstead. Had Mrs. Arabin thoroughly understood the difference in her father's feeling toward herself and toward her sister, I think she would hardly have gone forth upon any tour while he remained with her in the deanery. It is very hard sometimes to know how intensely we are loved, and of what value our presence is to those who love us. Mrs. Grantly saw the look, did not analyse it, did not quite understand it, but felt, as she had so often felt before, that it was not altogether laden with welcome. But all this had nothing to do with the duty on which she had come, nor did it in the slightest degree militate against her own affection. "Papa," she said, kissing him, "you are surprised to see me so early." "Well, yes, my dear, yes, but very glad all the same. I hope everybody is well at Plumstead." "Everybody, thank you, papa." "That is well. Posy and I are getting ready for church. Are we not, Posy?" "Grandpapa is getting ready. Mrs. Baxter won't let me go." "No, my dear, no, not yet, Posy. When Posy is a great girl she can go to the cathedral every day. Only then, perhaps, Posy won't want to go. I thought that perhaps, papa, you would sit with me a little while this morning instead of going to morning prayers." "Certainly, my dear, certainly. Only I do not like not going. For who can say how often I may be able to go again? There is so little left, Susan, so very little left." After that she had not the heart to ask him to stay, and therefore she went with him. As they passed down the stairs and out of the doors, she was astonished to find how weak were his footsteps, how powerless he was against the slightest misadventure. On this very day he would have tripped at the upward step at the cathedral door had she not been with him. "Oh, papa," she said, indeed, you should not come here alone." Then he apologized for his little stumble with many words and much shame, assuring her that anybody might trip on an occasion. It was purely an accident, and that it was a comfort to him to have had her arm. He was sure he should have recovered himself, even if he had been alone. He always, he said, kept quite close to the wall, so that there might be no mistake, no possibility of an accident. All this he said volubly, but with confused words, in the covered stone passage leading into the transept. And as he thus spoke, Mrs. Grantly made up her mind that her father should never again go to the cathedral alone. He never did go again to the cathedral alone. When they returned to the deanery, Mr. Harding was fluttered, weary, and unwell. When his daughter left him for a few minutes, he told Mrs. Baxter in confidence the story of his accident, and his great grief that his daughter should have seen it. "Laws a mercy, sir, it was a blessing she was with you," said Mrs. Baxter. "It was indeed, Mr. Harding." Yet Mr. Harding had been angry and spoke almost crossly to Mrs. Baxter. But before she left the room he found an opportunity of begging her pardon, not in a set speech to that effect, but by a little word of gentle kindness which she had understood perfectly. "Papa," said Mrs. Grantly to him as soon as she had succeeded in getting both Posy and Mrs. Baxter out of the room, against the doing of which Mr. Harding had manoeuvred with all his little impotent skill. "Papa, you must promise me that you will not go to the cathedral again alone till Eleanor comes home." When he heard the sentence he looked at her with blank misery in his eyes. He made no attempt at remonstrance. He begged for no respite. The word had gone forth, and he knew that it must be obeyed. They would have hidden the signs of his weakness had he been able. He could not condescend to plead that he was strong. "If you think it wrong, my dear, I will not go alone," he said. "Papa, I do. Indeed I do. Dear papa, I would not hurt you by saying it if I did not know I am right." He was sitting with his hand upon the table, and as she spoke to him she put her hand upon his, caressing it. "My dear," he said, "you are always right." She then left him again for a while, having some business out in the city, and he was alone in his room for an hour. What was there left to him now in the world? Old as he was, and in some things almost childish, nevertheless he thought of this keenly, and some half realized remembrance of the lean and slippered pantaloon flitted across his mind, causing him a pang. What was there left to him now in the world? Posy and Cat's Cradle. Then, in the midst of his regrets, as he sat with his back bent in his old easy chair, with one arm over the shoulder of the chair and the other hanging loose by his side, on a sudden there came across his face a smile as sweet as ever brightened the face of man or woman. He had been able to tell himself that he had no ground for complaint. Great ground rather for rejoicing and gratitude. Had not the world and all in it been good to him? Had he not children who loved him, who had done him honour, who had been to him always a crown of glory, never a mark of reproach? Had not his lines fallen to him in very pleasant places? Was it not his happy fate to go and leave it all amidst the good works and kind loving cares of devoted friends? Whose latter days had ever been more blessed than his? And for the future? It was as he thought of this that that smile came across his face, as though it were already the face of an angel. And then he muttered to himself a word or two. "Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace. Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace." When Mrs. Grantly returned she found him in jocund spirits, and yet she perceived that he was so weak that when he left his chair he could barely get across the room without assistance. Mrs. Baxter, indeed, had not sent to her too soon, and it was well that the prohibition had come in time to prevent some terrible accident. "Papa," she said, "I think you had better go with me to Plumstead. The carriage is here, and I can take you home so comfortably." But he would not allow himself to be taken on this occasion to Plumstead. He smiled and thanked her, and put his hand into hers, and repeated his promise that he would not leave the house on any occasion without assistance, and declared himself specially thankful to her for coming to him on that special morning. But he would not be taken to Plumstead. "When the summer comes," he said, "then you will have me for a few days." He meant no deceit, and yet he had told himself within the last hour that he should never see another summer. He could not tell even his daughter that after such a life as this, after more than 50 years spent in the ministrations of his darling cathedral, it specially behoved him to die as he had lived at Barchester. He could not say this to his eldest daughter, but had his Eleanor been at home, he could have said it to her. He thought he might yet live to see his Eleanor once again. If this could be given to him, he would ask for nothing more. On the afternoon of the next day, Mrs. Baxter wrote another letter in which she told Mrs. Grantly that her father had declared at his usual hour of rising that morning that as he was not going to the cathedral, he would, he thought, lie in bed a little longer, and then he had lain in bed the whole day. "And perhaps, honoured madam, looking at all things, it's best as he should," said Mrs. Baxter. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 50. Lady Lufton's Proposition. It was now known throughout Barchester that a commission was to be held by the bishop's orders, at which inquiry would be made, that is, ecclesiastical inquiry, as to the guilt imputed to Mr. Crawley in the matter of Mr. Soames's cheque. Sundry rumours had gone abroad as to quarrels which had taken place on the subject among certain clergymen high in office, but these were simply rumours, and nothing was in truth known. There was no more discreet clergyman in all the diocese than Dr. Tempest, and not a word had escaped from him as to the stormy nature of that meeting at the bishop's palace, at which he had attended with the bishop, and at which Mrs. Proudie had attended also. When it is said that the fact of this coming commission was known to all Barsetshire, allusion is of course made to that portion of the inhabitants of Barsetshire to which clerical matters were dear, and as such matters were specially dear to the inhabitants of the parish of Framley, the commission was discussed very eagerly in that parish, and was specially discussed by the Dowager Lady Lufton. And there was a double interest attached to the commission in the parish of Framley by the fact that Mr. Robarts, the vicar, had been invited by Dr. Tempest to be one of the clergymen who were to assist in making the inquiry. "I also propose to ask Mr. Oriel of Greshamsbury to join us," said Dr. Tempest. "The bishop wishes to appoint the other two, and has already named Mr. Thumble and Mr. Quiverful, who are both residents in the city. Perhaps his lordship might be right in thinking it better that the matter should not be left altogether in the hands of clergymen who hold livings in the diocese. You are no doubt aware that neither Mr. Thumble nor Mr. Quiverful do hold any benefice." Mr. Robarts felt, as everybody else did feel who knew anything of the matter, that Bishop Proudie was singularly ignorant in his knowledge of men, and that he showed his ignorance on this special occasion. "If he intended to name two such men, he should at any rate have named three," said Dr. Thorne. "Mr. Thumble and Mr. Quiverful will simply be adverted on the first day, and after that will give in their adhesion to the majority." "Mr. Thumble, indeed!" Lady Lufton had said with much scorn in her voice. To her thinking it was absurd in the highest degree that such men as Dr. Tempest and her Mr. Robarts should be asked to meet Mr. Thumble and Mr. Quiverful on a matter of ecclesiastical business. Outvoted! Of course they would be outvoted. Of course they would be so paralysed by fear at finding themselves in the presence of real gentlemen that they would hardly be able to vote at all. Old Lady Lufton did not, in fact, utter words so harsh as these, but thoughts as harsh passed through her mind. The reader therefore will understand that much interest was felt on the subject at Framley Court, where Lady Lufton lived with her son and her daughter-in-law. "They tell me," said Lady Lufton, "that both the Archdeacon and Dr. Tempest think it right that a commission should be held. If so, I have no doubt that it is right." "Mark says that the bishop could hardly do anything else," rejoined Mrs. Robarts. "I dare say not, my dear. I suppose the bishop has somebody near him to tell him what he may do and what he may not do. It would be terrible to think of if it were not so. But yet, when I hear that he has named such men as Mr. Thumble and Mr. Quiverful, I cannot but feel that the whole diocese is disgraced." "Oh, Lady Lufton, that is such a strong word," said Mrs. Robarts. "It may be strong, but it is not the less true," said Lady Lufton. And from talking on the subject of the Crawleys, Lady Lufton soon advanced first to a desire for some action, and then to acting. "I think, my dear, I will go over and see Mrs. Crawley," said Lady Lufton the elder to Lady Lufton the younger. Lady Lufton the younger had nothing to urge against this, but she did not offer to accompany the elder lady. I attempted to explain in the early part of this story that there still existed a certain understanding between Mrs. Crawley and Lord Lufton's wife, and that kindnesses occasionally passed from Framley Court to Hogglestock Parsonage. But on this occasion young Lady Lufton, the Lucy Robarts, who had once passed certain days of her life with the Crawleys at Hogglestock, did not choose to accompany her mother-in-law, and therefore Mrs. Robarts was invited to do so. "I think it may comfort her to know that she has our sympathy," the elder woman said to the younger as they made their journey together. When the carriage stopped before the little wicket gate, from whence a path led through a ragged garden from the road to Mr. Crawley's house, Lady Lufton hardly knew how to proceed. The servant came to the door of the carriage and asked for her orders. Yes, I think I'll send in my card and say that I hope Mrs. Crawley will be able to see me. Won't that be best, dear Fanny?" Fanny, otherwise Mrs. Robarts, said that she thought it would be best, and the card and message were carried in. It was happily the case that Mr. Crawley was not at home. Mr. Crawley was away at Hoggle End, reading to the brickmakers, or turning the mangles of their wives, or teaching them theology or politics or history after his fashion. In these days he spent perhaps the happiest hours of his life down at Hoggle End. I say that his absence was a happy chance, because had he been at home he would certainly have said something or done something to offend Lady Lufton. He would either have refused to see her, or when seeing her he would have bade her hold her peace and not interfere with matters that did not concern her, or, more probable still, he would have sat still and sullen and have spoken not at all. But he was away, and Mrs. Crawley sent out word by the servant that she would be most proud to see her ladyship, if her ladyship would be pleased to alight. Her ladyship did alight, and walked into the parsonage, followed by Mrs. Robarts. Grace was with her mother. Indeed, Jane had been there also when the message was brought in, but she fled into back regions, overcome by shame as to her frock. Grace, I think, would have fled too, had she not been bound in honour to support her mother. Lady Lufton, as she entered, was very gracious, struggling with all the power of her womanhood so to carry herself that there should be no outwardly visible sign of her rank or her wealth, but not altogether succeeding. Mrs. Robarts, on her first entrance, said only a word or two of greeting to Mrs. Crawley, and kissed Grace, whom she had known intimately in early years.
"Lady Lufton," said Mrs. Crawley, "I am afraid this is a very poor place for you to come to, but you have known that of old, and therefore I need hardly apologise." "Sometimes I like poor places best," said Lady Lufton. Then there was a pause, after which Lady Lufton addressed herself to Grace, seeking some subject for immediate conversation. "You have been down to Allington, my dear, have you not?" Grace, in a whisper, said that she had. "Staying with the Dales, I believe? I know the Dales well by name, and have always heard that they are charming people." "I like them very much," said Grace. And then there was another pause. "I hope your husband is pretty well, Mrs. Crawley," said Lady Lufton. "He is pretty well, not very strong. I dare say you know, Lady Lufton, that he has things to vex him." Mrs. Crawley felt that it was the need of the moment that the only possible subject of conversation in that house should be introduced, and therefore she brought it in at once, not loving the subject, but being strongly conscious of the necessity. Lady Lufton meant to be good-natured, and therefore Mrs. Crawley would do all in her power to make Lady Lufton's mission easy to her. "Indeed, yes," said her ladyship, "we do know that." "We feel so much for you and Mr. Crawley," said Mrs. Robarts, "and are so sure that your sufferings are unmerited." This was not discreet on the part of Mrs. Robarts, as she was the wife of one of the clergymen who had been selected to form the commission of inquiry, and so Lady Lufton told her on their way home. "You are very kind," said Mrs. Crawley. "We must only bear it with such fortitude as God will give us. We are told that he tempers the wind to the shorn lamb." "And so he does, my dear," said the old lady very solemnly. "So he does. Surely you have felt that it is so?" "I struggle not to complain," said Mrs. Crawley. "I know that you struggle bravely. I hear of you, and I admire you for it, and I love you." It was still the old lady who was speaking, and now she had at last been roused out of her difficulty as to words, and had risen from her chair, and was standing before Mrs. Crawley. "It is because you do not complain, because you are so great and so good, because your character is so high and your spirit so firm, that I could not resist the temptation of coming to you. Mrs. Crawley, if you will let me be your friend, I shall be proud of your friendship." "Your ladyship is too good," said Mrs. Crawley. "Do not talk to me after that fashion," said Lady Lufton. "If you do, I shall be disappointed, and feel myself thrown back. You know what I mean." She paused for an answer, but Mrs. Crawley had no answer to make. She simply shook her head, not knowing why she did so. But we may know. We can understand that she had felt that the friendship offered to her by Lady Lufton was an impossibility. She had decided within her own breast that it was so, though she did not know that she had come to such decision. "I wish you to take me at my word, Mrs. Crawley," continued Lady Lufton. "What can we do for you? We know you are distressed." "Yes, we are distressed." "And we know how cruel circumstances have been to you.
Will you not forgive me for being plain?"
"I have nothing to forgive," said Mrs. Crawley.
"Lady Lufton means," said Mrs. Robarts, "that in asking you to talk openly to her of your affairs, she wishes you to remember that—"
"I think you know what we mean,"
said Mrs. Robarts, knowing very well herself what she did mean, but not knowing at all how to express herself.
"Lady Lufton is very kind," said Mrs. Crawley, "and so are you, Mrs. Robarts. I know how good you both are, and how much it behoves me to be grateful." These words were very cold, and the voice in which they were spoken was very cold. They made Lady Lufton feel that it was beyond her power to proceed with the work of her mission in its intended spirit. It is ever so much easier to proffer kindness graciously than to receive it with grace. Lady Lufton had intended to say, "Let us be women together, women bound by humanity and not separated by rank, and let us open our hearts freely. Let us see how we may be of comfort to each other." And could she have succeeded in this, she would have spread out her little plan of succour with so loving a hand that she would have conquered the woman before her. But the suffering spirit cannot descend from its dignity of reticence. It has a nobility of its own, made sacred by many tears, by the flowing of streams of blood from unseen wounds, which cannot descend from its dais to receive pity and kindness. A consciousness of undeserved woe produces a grandeur of its own, with which the high-souled sufferer will not easily part. Baskets full of eggs, pounds of eleemosynary butter, quarters of given pork, even second-hand clothing from the wardrobe of some richer sister, even money, unsophisticated money, she could accept. She had learned to know that it was a portion of her allotted misery to take such things, for the sake of her children and her husband, and to be thankful for them. She did take them, and was thankful, and in the taking she submitted herself to the rod of cruel circumstances. But she could not even yet bring herself to accept spoken pity from a stranger, and to kiss the speaker. "Can we not do something to help you?" said Mrs. Robarts. She would not have spoken, but that she perceived that Lady Lufton had completed her appeal, and that Mrs. Crawley did not seem prepared to answer it. "You have done much to help us," said Mrs. Crawley. "The things you have sent to us have been very serviceable." "But we mean something more than that," said Lady Lufton. "I do not know what there is more," said Mrs. Crawley. "A bit to eat and something to wear, that seems to be all that we have to care for now. But we are afraid that this coming trial must cause you so much anxiety." "Of course it causes anxiety, but what can we do? It must be so. It cannot be put off or avoided. We have made up our minds to it now, and almost wish that it would come quicker. If it were once over, I think he would be better, whatever the result might be." Then there was another lull in the conversation, and Lady Lufton began to be afraid that her visit would be a failure. She thought that perhaps she might get on better if Grace were not in the room, and she turned over in her mind various schemes for sending her away. And perhaps her task would be easier if Mrs. Robarts also could be banished for a time. "Fanny, my dear," she said at last boldly, "I know you have a little plan to arrange with Miss Crawley. Perhaps you will be more likely to be successful if you can take a turn with her alone." There was not much subtlety in her ladyship's scheme, but it answered the proposed purpose, and the two elder ladies were soon left face to face, so that Lady Lufton had a fair pretext for making another attempt. "Dear Mrs. Crawley," she said, "I do so long to say a word to you, but I fear that I may be thought to interfere." "Oh no, Lady Lufton, I have no feeling of that kind." "I have asked your daughter and Mrs. Robarts to go out because I can speak more easily to you alone. I wish I could teach you to trust me." "I do trust you." "As a friend, I mean, as a real friend. If it should be the case, Mrs. Crawley, that a jury should give a verdict against your husband, what will you do then? Perhaps I ought not to suppose that it is possible." "Of course we know that is possible," said Mrs. Crawley. Her voice was stern, and there was in it a tone almost of offence. As she spoke she did not look at her visitor, but sat with her face averted and her arms akimbo on the table. "Yes, it is possible," said Lady Lufton. "I suppose there is not one in the county who does not truly wish that it may not be so. But it is right to be prepared for all alternatives. In such case have you thought what you will do?" "I do not know what they would do to him," said she.
I suppose for some time he would be put in prison, said Mrs. Crawley, speaking very quickly, bringing out the words with a sharp eagerness that was quite unusual to her. They will send him to jail. Is it not so, Lady Lufton? I suppose it would be so, not for long, I should hope, but I presume that such would be the sentence for some short period. And I might not go with him? No, that would be impossible. And the house and the living, would they let him have them again when he came out? Ah, that I cannot say. That will depend much probably on what these clergymen will report. I hope he will not put himself in opposition to them. I do not know. I cannot say. It is probable that he may do so. It is not easy for a man so injured as he has been, and one at the same time so great in intelligence, to submit himself gently to such inquiries. When ill is being done to himself or others, he is very prone to oppose it. But these gentlemen do not wish him ill, Mrs. Crawley. I cannot say. I do not know. When I think of it, I see that there is nothing but ruin on every side. What is the use of talking of it? Do not be angry, Lady Lufton, if I say that it is of no use. But I desire to be of use, of real use. If it should be the case, Mrs. Crawley, that your husband should be detained at Barchester. You mean imprisoned, Lady Lufton? Yes, I mean imprisoned. If it should be so, then do you bring yourself and your children, all of them, over to Framley, and I will find a home for you while he is lost to you. Oh, Lady Lufton, I could not do that. Yes, you can. You have not heard me yet. It would not be a comfort to you in such a home as that to sit at table with people who are partly strangers to you. But there is a cottage nearly adjoined to the house, which you shall have all to yourself. The bailiff lived in it once, and others have lived in it who belong to the place. But it is empty now, and shall be made comfortable. The tears were now running down Mrs. Crawley's face, so that she could not answer a word. Of course it is my son's property, and not mine, but he has commissioned me to say that it is most heartily at your service. He begs that in such case you will occupy it, and I beg the same, and your old friend Lucy has desired me also to ask you in her name. Lady Lufton, I could not do that, said Mrs. Crawley through her tears. You must think better of it, my dear. I do not scruple to advise you, because I am older than you, and have experience of the world. This, I think, taken in the ordinary sense of the words, was a boast on the part of Lady Lufton, for which but little true pretence existed. Lady Lufton's experience of the world at large was not perhaps extensive. Nevertheless, she knew what one woman might offer to another, and what one woman might receive from another. You would be better over with me, my dear, than you could be elsewhere. You will not misunderstand me if I say that under such circumstances it would do your husband good that you and your children should be under our protection during his period of temporary seclusion. We stand well in the county. Perhaps I ought not to say so, but I do not know how otherwise to explain myself. And when it is known by the bishop and others that you have come to us during that sad time, it will be understood that we think well of Mr. Crawley, in spite of anything that a jury may say of him. Do you see that, my dear? And we do think well of him. I have known of your husband for many years, though I have not personally had the pleasure of much acquaintance with him. He was over at Framley once at my request, and I had great occasion then to respect him. I do respect him, and I shall feel grateful to him if he will allow you to put yourself and your children under my wing, as being an old woman, should this misfortune fall upon him. I hope that it will not fall upon him, but it is always well to be provided for the worst. In this way Lady Lufton at last made her speech, and opened out the proposal with which she had come laden to Hogglestock. While she was speaking, Mrs. Crawley's shoulder was still turned to her, but the speaker could see that the quick tears were pouring themselves down the cheeks of the woman whom she addressed. There was a downright honesty of thoroughgoing, well-wishing charity about the proposition which overcame Mrs. Crawley altogether. She did not feel for a moment that it would be possible for her to go to Framley in such circumstances as those which had been suggested. As she thought of it all, at the present moment, it seemed to her that her only appropriate home during the terrible period which was coming upon her would be under the walls of the prison in which her husband would be incarcerated. But she fully appreciated the kindness which had suggested a measure which, if carried into execution, would make the outside world feel her husband was respected in the county, despite the degradation to which he was subjected. She felt all this, but her heart was too full to speak.
"Say that it shall be so, my dear," continued Lady Lufton. "Just give me one nod of assent, and the cottage shall be ready for you should it so chance that you should require it."
But Mrs. Crawley did not give the nod of assent. With her face still averted, while the tears were still running down her cheeks, she muttered but a word or two.
"I could not do that, Lady Lufton. I could not do that."
"You know at any rate what my wishes are, and as you become calmer you will think of it. There is quite time enough, and I am speaking of an alternative which may never happen. My dear friend Mrs. Robarts, who is now with your daughter, wishes Miss Crawley to go over to Framley Parsonage while this inquiry among the clergymen is going on. They all say it is the most ridiculous thing in the world, this inquiry, but the bishop, you know, is so silly. We all think that if Miss Crawley would go for a week or so to Framley Parsonage, that will show how happy we all are to receive her. It should be while Mr. Robarts is employed in his part of the work. What do you say, Mrs. Crawley? We at Framley are all clearly of opinion that it will be best that it should be known that the people of the county uphold your husband. Miss Crawley would be back, you know, before the trial comes on. I hope you will let her come, Mrs. Crawley." But even to this proposition Mrs. Crawley could give no assent, though she expressed no direct dissent. As regarded her own feelings, she would have much preferred to have been left to live through her misery alone. But she could not but appreciate the kindness which endeavoured to throw over her and hers in their trouble the aegis of first-rate county respectability. She was saved from the necessity of giving a direct answer to this suggestion by the return of Mrs. Robarts and Grace herself. The door was opened slowly, and they crept into the room, as though they were aware that their presence would be hardly welcomed. "Is the carriage there, Fanny?" said Lady Lufton. "It is almost time for us to think of returning home." Mrs. Robarts said that the carriage was standing within 20 yards of the door. "Then I think we will make a start," said Lady Lufton. "Have you succeeded in persuading Miss Crawley to come over to Framley in April?" Mrs. Robarts made no answer to this, but looked at Grace, and Grace looked down upon the ground. "I have spoken to Mrs. Crawley," said Lady Lufton, "and they will think of it." Then the two ladies took their leave and walked out to their carriage. "What does she say about your plan?" Mrs. Robarts asked. "She is too broken-hearted to say anything," Lady Lufton answered. "Should it happen that he is convicted, we must come over and take her. She will have no power then to resist us in anything." End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 51. Mrs. Dobbs Broughton piles her fagots. The picture still progressed up in Mrs. Dobbs Broughton's room, and the secret was still kept, or supposed to be kept. Miss Van Siever was, at any rate, certain that her mother had heard nothing of it, and Mrs. Broughton reported from day to day that her husband had not as yet interfered. Nevertheless, there was in these days a great gloom upon the Dobbs Broughton household, so much so that Conway Dalrymple had more than once suggested to Mrs. Broughton that the work should be discontinued. But the mistress of the house would not consent to this. In answer to these offers, she was wont to declare in somewhat mysterious language that any misery coming upon herself was a matter of moment to nobody, hardly even to herself, as she was quite prepared to encounter moral and social death without delay, if not an absolute physical demise, as to which latter alternative she seemed to think that even that might not be so far distant as some people chose to believe. What was the cause of the gloom over the house neither Conway Dalrymple nor Miss Van Siever understood, and to speak the truth, Mrs. Broughton did not quite understand the cause herself. She knew well enough, no doubt, that her husband came home always sullen and sometimes tipsy, and that things were not going well in the city. She had never understood much about the city, being satisfied with an assurance that had come to her in early days from her friends, that there was a mine of wealth in Hook Court, from whence would always come to her use house and furniture, a carriage and horses, dresses and jewels, which latter, if not quite real, should be manufactured of the best sham substitute known. Soon after her brilliant marriage with Mr. Dobbs Broughton, she had discovered that the carriage and horses and the sham jewels did not lift her so completely into terrestrial paradise as she had taught herself to expect that they would do. Her brilliant drawing-room, with Dobbs Broughton for a companion, was not an Elysium. But though she had found out early in her married life that something was still wanting to her, she had by no means confessed to herself that the carriage and horses and sham jewels were bad, and it can hardly be said that she had repented. She had endeavoured to patch up matters with a little romance, and then had fallen upon Conway Dalrymple, meaning no harm. Indeed, love with her, as it never could have meant much good, was not likely to mean much harm. That somebody should pretend to love her, to which pretence she might reply by a pretence of friendship, this was the little excitement which she craved, and by which she had once flattered herself that something of an Elysium might yet be created for her. Mr. Dobbs Broughton had unreasonably expressed a dislike to this innocent amusement, very unreasonably, knowing, as he ought to have known, that he himself did so very little towards providing the necessary Elysium by any qualities of his own. For a few weeks this interference from her husband had enhanced the amusement, giving an additional excitement to the game. She felt herself to be a woman misunderstood and ill-used, and to some women there is nothing so charming as a little mild ill-usage, which does not interfere with their creature comforts, with their clothes, or their carriage, or their sham jewels, but suffices to afford them the indulgence of a grievance. Of late, however, Mr. Dobbs Broughton had become a little too rough in his language, and things had gone uncomfortably. She suspected that Conway Dalrymple was not the only cause of all this. She had an idea that Mr. Musselborough and Mrs. Van Siever had it in their power to make themselves unpleasant, and that they were exercising this power. Of his business in the city her husband never spoke to her, nor she to him. Her own fortune had been very small, some couple of £1,000 or so, and she conceived that she had no pretext on which she could, unasked, interrogate him about his money. She had no knowledge that marriage of itself had given her the right to such interference, and had such knowledge been hers, she would have had no desire to interfere. She hoped that the carriage and sham jewels would be continued to her, but she did not know how to frame any question on the subject. Touching the other difficulty, the Conway Dalrymple difficulty, she had her ideas. The tenderness of her friendship had been trodden upon and outraged by the rough foot of an overbearing husband, and she was ill-used. She would obey. It was becoming to her as a wife that she should submit. She would give up Conway Dalrymple, and would induce him, in spite of his violent attachment to herself, to take a wife. She herself would choose a wife for him. She herself would, with suicidal hands, destroy the romance of her own life, since an overbearing, brutal husband demanded that it should be destroyed. She would sacrifice her own feelings, and do all in her power to bring Conway Dalrymple and Clara Van Siever together. If, after that, some poet did not immortalize her friendship in Byronic verse, she certainly would not get her due. Perhaps Conway Dalrymple would himself become a poet, in order that this might be done properly. For it must be understood that, though she expected Conway Dalrymple to marry, she expected also that he should be Byronically wretched after his marriage on account of his love for herself. But there was certainly something wrong over and beyond the Dalrymple difficulty. The servants were not as civil as they used to be, and her husband, when she suggested to him a little dinner party, snubbed her most unmercifully. The giving of dinner parties had been his glory, and she had made the suggestion simply with the view of pleasing him. "If the world were going round the wrong way, a woman would still want a party," he had said, sneering at her. "It was of you I was thinking, Dobbs," she replied, "not of myself. I care little for such gatherings." After that she retired to her own room with a romantic tear in each eye, and told herself that, had chance thrown Conway Dalrymple into her way before she had seen Dobbs Broughton, she would have been the happiest woman in the world. She sat for a while looking into vacancy, and thinking that it would be very nice to break her heart. How should she set about it? Should she take to her bed and grow thin? She would begin by eating no dinner for ever so many days together. At lunch her husband was never present, and therefore the broken heart could be displayed at dinner without much positive suffering. In the meantime she would implore Conway Dalrymple to get himself married with as little delay as possible, and she would lay upon him her positive order to restrain himself from any word of affection addressed to herself. She, at any rate, would be pure, high-minded, and self-sacrificing, although romantic and poetic also, as was her nature. The picture was progressing, And so also, as it had come about, was the love affair between the artist and his model. Conway Dalrymple had begun to think that he might, after all, do worse than make Clara Van Siever his wife. Clara Van Siever was handsome and undoubtedly clever, and Clara Van Siever's mother was certainly rich. And in addition to this, the young lady herself began to like the man into whose society she was thrown. The affair seemed to flourish, and Mrs. Dobbs Broughton should have been delighted. She told Clara, with a very serious air, that she was delighted, bidding Clara at the same time to be very cautious, as men were so fickle, and as Conway, though the best fellow in the world, was not perhaps altogether free from that common vice of men. Indeed, it might have been surmised from a word or two which Mrs. Broughton allowed to escape, that she considered poor Conway to be more than ordinarily afflicted in that way. Miss Van Siever at first only pouted and said that there was nothing in it. "There is something in it, my dear, certainly," said Mrs. Dobbs Broughton, "and there can be no earthly reason why there should not be a great deal in it." "There is nothing in it," said Miss Van Siever impetuously, "and if you will continue to speak of Mr. Dalrymple in that way, I must give up the picture." "As for that," said Mrs. Broughton, "I conceive that we are both of us bound to the young man now, seeing that he has given so much time to the work." "I am not bound to him at all," said Miss Van Siever. Mrs. Broughton also told Conway Dalrymple that she was delighted, oh, so much delighted. He had obtained permission to come in one morning before the time of sitting, so that he might work at his canvas independently of his model. As was his custom, he made his own way upstairs and commenced his work alone, having been expressly told by Mrs. Broughton that she would not come to him till she had brought Clara with her. But she did go up to the room in which the artist was painting, without waiting for Miss Van Siever. Indeed, she was at this time so anxious as to the future welfare of her two young friends, that she could not restrain herself from speaking either to the one or to the other whenever any opportunity for such speech came round. To have left Conway Dalrymple at work upstairs without going to him was impossible to her. So she went, and then took the opportunity of expressing to her friend her ideas as to his past and future conduct. "Yes, it is very good indeed," she said, standing before the easel and looking at the half-completed work. "I do not know that you ever did anything better." "I can never tell myself till a picture is finished whether it is going to be good or not," said Dalrymple, thinking really of his picture and of nothing else. "I am sure this will be good," she said, "and I suppose it is because you have thrown so much heart into it. It is not mere industry that will produce good work, nor yet skill, nor even genius. More than this is required. The heart of the artist must be thrust with all its gushing tides into the performance." By this time he knew all the tones of her voice and their various meanings, and immediately became aware that at the present moment she was intent upon something beyond the picture. She was preparing for a little scene, and was going to give him some advice. He understood it all, but as he was really desirous of working at his canvas, and was rather averse to having a scene at that moment, he made a little attempt to disconcert her. "It is the heart that gives success," she said, while he was considering how he might best put an extinguisher upon her romance for the occasion. "Not at all, Mrs. Broughton. Success depends on elbow grease." "On what, Conway?" "On elbow grease. Hard work, that is. And I must work hard now, if I mean to take advantage of to-day's sitting. The truth is, I don't give enough hours of work to it." And he leaned upon his stick and daubed away briskly at the background, and then stood for a moment looking at his canvas with his head a little to one side, as though he could not withdraw his attention for a moment from the thing he was doing. "You mean to say, Conway, that you would rather that I should not speak to you?" "Oh no, Mrs. Broughton, I do not mean that at all." "I won't interrupt you at your work. What I have to say is perhaps of no great moment. Indeed, words between you and me never can have much importance now, can they, Conway?" "I don't see that at all," said he, still working away with his brush. "Do you not? I do. They should never amount to more. They can never amount to more than the common ordinary courtesies of life, what I call the greetings and good-byings of conversation." She said this in a low, melancholy tone of voice, not intending to be in any degree jocose. How seldom is it that conversation between two ordinary friends goes beyond that? "Don't you think it does?" said Conway, stepping back and taking another look at his picture. I find myself talking to all manner of people about all manner of things."
"You are different from me. I cannot talk to all manner of people."
"Politics, you know, and art, and a little scandal, and the wars, with a dozen other things, make talking easy enough, I think. I grant you this, that it is very often a great bore. Hardly a day passes that I don't wish to cut out somebody's tongue."
"Do you wish to cut out my tongue, Conway?"
He began to perceive that she was determined to talk about herself, and that there was no remedy. He dreaded it, not because he did not like the woman, but from a conviction that she was going to make some comparison between herself and Clara Van Siever. In his ordinary humour he liked a little pretence at romance, and was rather good at that sort of love-making, which in truth means anything but love. But just now he was really thinking of matrimony, and had on this very morning acknowledged to himself that he had become sufficiently attached to Clara Van Siever to justify him in asking her to be his wife. In his present mood he was not anxious for one of those tilts with blunted swords and half-severed lances in the lists of Cupid, of which Mrs. Dobbs Broughton was so fond. Nevertheless, if she insisted that he should now descend into the arena and go through the paraphernalia of a mock tournament, he must obey her. It is the hardship of men that when called upon by women for romance, they are bound to be romantic, whether the opportunity serves them or does not. A man must produce romance, or at least submit to it, when duly summoned, even though he should have a sore throat or a headache. He is a brute if he declines such an encounter, and feels that, should he so decline persistently, he will ever after be treated as a brute. There are many Potiphar's wives who never dream of any mischief, and Josephs who are very anxious to escape, though they are asked to return only whisper for whisper. Mrs. Dobbs Broughton had asked him whether he wished that her tongue should be cut out. He had of course replied that her words had always been a joy to him, never a trouble. It occurred to him, as he made his little speech, that it would only have served her right if he had answered her quite in another strain. But she was a woman, and was young and pretty, and was entitled to flattery. "They have always been a joy to me," he said, repeating his last words as he strove to continue his work. "A deadly joy," she replied, not quite knowing what she herself meant. "A deadly joy, Conway. I wish with all my heart that we had never known each other." "I do not. I will never wish away the happiness of my life, even should it be followed by misery." "You are a man, and if trouble comes upon you, you can bear it on your own shoulders. A woman suffers more just because another's shoulders may have to bear the burden." "When she has got a husband, you mean?" "Yes, when she has a husband." "It's the same with a man when he has a wife." Hitherto the conversation had had so much of milk and water in its composition that Dalrymple found himself able to keep it up and go on with his background at the same time. If she could only be kept in the same dim cloud of sentiment, if the hot rays of the sun of romance could be kept from breaking through the mist till Miss Van Siever should come, it might still be well. He had known her to wander about within the clouds for an hour together, without being able to find her way into the light. "It's all the same with a man when he has got a wife," he said. "Of course one has to suffer for two, when one, so to say, is two." "And what happens when one has to suffer for three?" she asked. "You mean when a woman has children?" "I mean nothing of the kind, Conway, and you must know that I do not, unless your feelings are indeed blunted. But worldly success has, I suppose, blunted them." "I fancy not," he said. "I think they are pretty nearly as sharp as ever." "I know mine are. Oh, how I wish I could rid myself of them, but it cannot be done. Age will not blunt them. I am sure of that," said Mrs. Broughton. "I wish it would." He had determined not to talk about herself if the subject could be in any way avoided. But now he felt that he was driven up into a corner. Now he was forced to speak to her of her own personality. "You have no experience yet as to that. How can you say what age will do?" "Age does not go by years," said Mrs. Dobbs Broughton. "We all know that. His hair was grey, but not with years. Look here, Conway." And she moved back her tresses from off her temples to show him that there were grey hairs behind. He did not see them, and had they been very visible she might not perhaps have been so ready to exhibit them. "No one can say that length of years has blanched them. I have no secrets from you about my age. One should not be grey before one has reached 30. I did not see a changed hair."
"'Twas the fault of your eyes then, for there are plenty of them. And what is it that has made them grey?"
"They say that hot rooms will do it."
"Hot rooms! No, Conway. It does not come from heated atmosphere. It comes from a cold heart, a chilled heart, a frozen heart, a heart that is all ice." She was getting out of the cloud into the heat now, and he could only hope that Miss Van Siever would come soon. "The world is beginning with you, Conway, and yet you are as old as I am. It is ending with me, and yet I am as young as you are. But I do not know why I talk of all this. It is simply folly, utter folly. I had not meant to speak of myself, but I did wish to say a few words to you of your own future. I suppose I may still speak to you as a friend?"
"I hope you will always do that."
"Nay, I will make no such promise. That I will always have a friend's feeling for you, a friend's interest in your welfare, a friend's triumph in your success, that I will promise. But friendly words, Conway, are sometimes misunderstood."
"Never by me," said he.
"No, not by you, certainly not by you. I did not mean that. I did not expect that you should misinterpret them." Then she laughed hysterically, a little low, gurgling, hysterical laugh, and after that she wiped her eyes, and then she smiled, and then she put her hand very gently upon his shoulder. "Thank God, Conway, we are quite safe there, are we not?" He had made a blunder, and it was necessary that he should correct it. His watch was lying in the trough of his easel, and he looked at it and wondered why Miss Van Siever was not there. He had tripped, and he must make a little struggle and recover his step. "As I said before, it shall never be misunderstood by me. I have never been vain enough to suppose for a moment that there was any other feeling. Not for a moment. You women can be so careful, while we men are always off our guard. A man loves because he cannot help it, but a woman has been careful and answers him with friendship. Perhaps I am wrong to say that I never thought of winning anything more, but I never think of winning more now. Why the mischief didn't Miss Van Siever come? In another 5 minutes, despite himself, he would be on his knees making a mock declaration, and she would be pouring forth the vial of her mock wrath, or giving him mock counsel as to the restraint of his passion. He had gone through it all before, and was tired of it, but for his life he did not know how to help himself. "Conway," said she gravely, "how dare you address me in such language? Of course it is very wrong, I know that. I am not speaking of myself now. I have learned to think so little of myself, as even to be indifferent to the feeling of the injury you are doing me. My life is a blank, and I almost think that nothing can hurt me further. I have not heart left enough to break, no, not enough to be broken. It is not of myself that I am thinking when I ask you how you dare to address me in such language. Do you not know that it is an injury to another?" "To what other?" asked Conway Dalrymple, whose mind was becoming rather confused, and who was not quite sure whether the other one was Mr. Dobbs Broughton or somebody else. "To that poor girl who is coming here now, who is devoted to you, and to whom, I do not doubt, you have uttered words which ought to have made it impossible for you to speak to me as you spoke not a moment since." Things were becoming very grave and difficult. They would have been very grave indeed, had not some god saved him by sending Miss Van Siever to his rescue at this moment. He was beginning to think what he would say in answer to the accusation now made, when his eager ear caught the sound of her step upon the stairs, and before the pause in the conversation, which the circumstances admitted had given place to the necessity for further speech, Miss Van Siever had knocked at the door and had entered the room. He was rejoiced, and I think that Mrs. Broughton did not regret the interference. It is always well that these little dangerous scenes should be brought to sudden ends. The last details of such romances, if drawn out to their natural conclusions, are apt to be uncomfortable, if not dull. She did not want him to go down on his knees, knowing that the getting up again is always awkward. "Clara, I began to think you were never coming," said Mrs. Broughton with her sweetest smile. "I began to think so myself also," said Clara, "and I believe this must be the last sitting, or at any rate the last but one." "Is anything the matter at home?" said Mrs. Broughton, clasping her hands together. "Nothing very much. Mamma asked me a question or two this morning, and I said I was coming here. Had she asked me why, I should have told her. But what did she ask? What did she say?
She does not always make herself very intelligible. She complains without telling you what she complains of. But she muttered something about artists, which was not complimentary, and I suppose, therefore, that she has a suspicion. She stayed ever so late this morning, and we left the house together. She will ask some question to-night, or before long, and then there will be an end of it." "Let us make the best of our time, then," said Dalrymple, and the sitting was arranged. Miss Van Siever went down on her knees with her hammer at her hand, and the work began. Mrs. Broughton had twisted a turban round Clara's head, as she always did on these occasions, and assisted to arrange the drapery. She used to tell herself as she did so that she was like Isaac piling the fagots for her own sacrifice. Only Isaac had piled them in ignorance, while she piled them conscious of the sacrificial flames. And Isaac had been saved, whereas it was impossible that the catching of any ram in any thicket would save her. But nevertheless she arranged the drapery with all her skill, piling the fagots ever so high for her own pyre. In the meantime Conway Dalrymple painted away, thinking more of his picture than he did of one woman or of the other. After a while, when Mrs. Broughton had piled the fagots as high as she could pile them, she got up from her seat and prepared to leave the room. Much of the piling consisted, of course, in her own absence during a portion of these sittings. "Conway," she said, as she went, "if this is to be the last sitting, or the last but one, you should make the most of it." Then she threw upon him a very peculiar glance over the head of the kneeling Jael, and withdrew. Jael, who in those moments would be thinking more of the fatigue of her position than of anything else, did not at all take home to herself the peculiar meaning of her friend's words. Conway Dalrymple understood them thoroughly, and thought that he might as well take the advice given to him. He had made up his mind to propose to Miss Van Siever, and why should he not do so now? He went on with his brush for a couple of minutes without saying a word, working as well as he could work, and then resolved that he would at once begin the other task. "Miss Van Siever," he said, "I am afraid you are tired." "Not more than usually tired. It is fatiguing to be slaying Sisera by the hour together. I do get to hate this block." The block was the dummy by which the form of Sisera was supposed to be typified. "Another sitting will about finish it," said he, "so that you need not positively distress yourself now. Will you rest yourself for a minute or two?" He had already perceived that the attitude in which Clara was posed before him was not one in which an offer of marriage could be received and replied to with advantage. "Thank you, I am not tired yet," said Clara, not changing the fixed glance of national wrath with which she regarded her wooden Sisera as she held her hammer on high. "But I am. There, we will rest for a moment." Dalrymple was aware that Mrs. Dobbs Broughton, though she was very assiduous in piling her fagots, never piled them for long together. If he did not make haste, she would be back upon them before he could get his words spoken. When he put down his brush and got up from his chair, and stretched out his arm as a man does when he ceases for a moment from his work, Clara, of course, got up also, and seated herself. She was used to her turban and her drapery, and therefore thought not of it at all. And he also was used to it, seeing her in it 2 or 3 times a week. But now that he intended to accomplish a special purpose, the turban and the drapery seemed to be in the way. "I do so hope you will like the picture," he said, as he was thinking of this. "I don't think I shall. But you will understand that it is natural that a girl should not like herself in such portraiture as that." "I don't know why. I can understand that you specially should not like the picture, but I think that most women in London in your place would at any rate say that they did." "Are you angry with me?" "What? For telling the truth? No, indeed." He was standing opposite to his easel, looking at the canvas, shifting his head about so as to change the lights, and observing critically this blemish and that. And yet he was all the while thinking how he had best carry out his purpose. "It will have been a prosperous picture to me," he said at last, "if it leads to the success of which I am ambitious. I am told that all you do is successful now, merely because you do it. That is the worst of success." "What is the worst of success?" "That when won by merit, it leads to further success, for the gaining of which no merit is necessary." "I hope it may be so in my case. If it is not, I shall have a very poor chance. Clara, I think you must know that I am not talking about my pictures." "I thought you were." "Indeed I am not. As for success in my profession, far as I am from thinking I merit it, I feel tolerably certain that I shall obtain it."
"You have obtained it?"
"I am in the way to do so. Perhaps 1 out of 10 struggling artists is successful, and for him the profession is very charming. It is certainly a sad feeling that there is so much of chance in the distribution of the prizes. It is a lottery, but one cannot complain of that when one has drawn the prize." Dalrymple was not a man without self-possession, nor was he readily abashed, but he found it easier to talk of his possession than to make his offer. The turban was his difficulty. He had told himself over and over again within the last 5 minutes that he would have long since said what he had to say had it not been for the turban. He had been painting all his life from living models, from women dressed up in this or that costume to suit the necessities of his picture, but he had never made love to any of them. They had been simply models to him, and now he found that there was a difficulty. "Of that prize," he said, "I have made myself tolerably sure, but as to the other prize I do not know. I wonder whether I am to have it." Of course Miss Van Siever understood well what was the prize of which he was speaking, and as she was a young woman with a will and purpose of her own, no doubt she was already prepared with an answer. But it was necessary that the question should be put to her in properly distinct terms. Conway Dalrymple certainly had not put his question in properly distinct terms at present. She did not choose to make any answer to his last words, and therefore simply suggested that as time was pressing he had better go on with his work. "I am quite ready now," said she. "Stop half a moment. How much more you are thinking of the picture than I am. I do not care twopence for the picture. I will slit the canvas from top to bottom without a groan, without a single inner groan, if you will let me." "For heaven's sake, do nothing of the kind. Why should you?" "Just to show you that it is not for the sake of the picture that I come here. Clara!" Then the door was opened, and Isaac appeared, very weary, having been piling fagots with assiduity till human nature could pile no more. Conway Dalrymple, who had made his way almost up to Clara's seat, turned round sharply towards his easel in anger at having been disturbed. He should have been more grateful for all that his Isaac had done for him, and have recognized the fact that the fault had been with himself. Mrs. Broughton had been 12 minutes out of the room. She had counted them to be 15, having no doubt made a mistake as to 3, and had told herself that with such a one as Conway Dalrymple, with so much of the work ready done to his hand for him, 15 minutes should have been amply sufficient. When we reflect what her own thoughts must have been during the interval, what it is to have to pile up such faggots as those, how she was, as it were, giving away a fresh morsel of her own heart during each minute that she allowed Clara and Conway Dalrymple to remain together, it cannot surprise us that her eyes should have become dizzy, and that she should not have counted the minutes with accurate correctness. Dalrymple turned to his picture angrily, but Miss Van Siever kept her seat and did not show the slightest emotion. "My friends," said Mrs. Broughton, "this will not do. This is not working. This is not sitting. Mr. Dalrymple has been explaining to me the precarious nature of an artist's profession," said Clara. "It is not precarious with him," said Mrs. Broughton sententiously. "Not in a general way, perhaps, but to prove the truth of his words he was going to treat Jael worse than Jael treats Sisera." "I was going to slit the picture from the top to the bottom." "And why?" said Mrs. Broughton, putting up her hands to heaven in tragic horror. "Just to show Miss Van Siever how little I care about it." "And how little you care about her too," said Mrs. Broughton. "She might take that as she liked." After this there was another genuine sitting, and the real work went on as though there had been no episode. Jael fixed her face and held her hammer as though her mind and heart were solely bent on seeming to be slaying Sisera. Dalrymple turned his eye from the canvas to the model, and from the model to the canvas, working with his hands all the while, as though that last pathetic "Clara" had never been uttered. And Mrs. Dobbs Broughton reclined on a sofa, looking at them and thinking of her own singularly romantic position, till her mind was filled with a poetic frenzy. In one moment she was resolved that she would hate Clara as woman was never hated by woman, and then there were daggers and poison cups and strangling cords in her eye. In the next she was as firmly determined that she would love Mrs. Conway Dalrymple as woman never was loved by woman. And then she saw herself kneeling by a cradle and tenderly nursing a baby, of which Conway was to be the father and Clara the mother. And so she went to sleep. For some time Dalrymple did not observe this, but at last there was a little sound. Even the ill nature of Miss Demolines could hardly have called it a snore, and he became aware that for practical purposes he and Miss Van Siever were again alone together. "Clara," he said in a whisper. Mrs. Broughton instantly roused herself from her slumbers and rubbed her eyes. "Dear, dear, dear," she said, "I declare it's past 1. I am afraid I must turn you both out. One more sitting, I suppose, will finish it, Conway?" "Yes, one more," said he. It was always understood that he and Clara should not leave the house together, and therefore he remained painting when she left the room. "And now, Conway," said Mrs. Broughton, "I suppose that all is over?" "I don't know what you mean by all being over." "No, of course not. You look at it in another light, no doubt. Everything is beginning for you. But you must pardon me, for my heart is distracted, distracted, distracted." Then she sat down upon the floor and burst into tears. What was he to do? He thought that the woman should either give him up altogether or not give him up. All this fuss about it was irrational. He would not have made love to Clara Van Siever in her room if she had not told him to do so. "Maria," he said in a very grave voice, "any sacrifice that is required on my part on your behalf I am ready to make." "No, sir. The sacrifices shall all be made by me. It is the part of a woman to be ever sacrificial." Poor Mrs. Dobbs Broughton. "You shall give up nothing. The world is at your feet, and you shall have everything. Youth, beauty, wealth, station, love, and friendship also, if you will accept it from one so poor, so broken, so secluded as I shall be." At each of the last words there had been a desperate sob, and as she was still crouching in the middle of the room, looking up into Dalrymple's face while he stood over her, the scene was one which had much in it that transcended the doings of everyday life, much that would be ever memorable, and much, I have no doubt, that was thoroughly enjoyed by the principal actor. As for Conway Dalrymple, he was so second-rate a personage in the whole thing that it mattered little whether he enjoyed it or not. I don't think he did enjoy it. "And now, Conway," she said, "I will give you some advice. And when in after days you shall remember this interview and reflect how that advice was given you, with what solemnity," here she clasped both her hands together, "I think that you will follow it. Clara Van Siever will now become your wife." "I do not know that at all," said Dalrymple. "Clara Van Siever will now become your wife," repeated Miss Broughton in a louder voice, impatient of opposition. "Love her, cleave to her, make her flesh of your flesh and bone of your bone, but rule her, yes, rule her, let her be your second self, not your first self. Rule her, love her, cleave to her, do not leave her alone to feed on her own thoughts as I have done, as I have been forced to do. Now go. No, Conway, not a word. I will not hear a word. You must go, or I must." And she rose quickly from her lowly attitude and prepared herself for a dart at the door. It was better by far that he should go, and so he went. An American, when he has spent a pleasant day, will tell you that he has had a good time. I think that Mrs. Dobbs Broughton, if she had ever spoken the truth of that day's employment, would have acknowledged that she had had a good time. I think that she enjoyed her morning's work. But as for Conway Dalrymple, I doubt whether he did enjoy his morning's work. A man may have too much of this sort of thing, and then he becomes very sick of his cake. Such was the nature of his thoughts as he returned to his own abode. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 52. Why don't you have an it for yourself? Of course it came to pass that Lily Dale and Emily Dunstable were soon very intimate, and that they saw each other every day. Indeed, before long they would have been living together in the same house, had it not been that the squire felt reluctant to abandon the independence of his own lodgings. When Mrs. Thorne had pressed her invitation for the second, and then for the third time, asking them both to come to her large house, he had begged his niece to go and leave him alone. "You need not regard me," he had said, speaking not with the whining voice of complaint, but with that thin tinge of melancholy which was usual to him. "I am so much alone down at Allington that you need not mind leaving me." But Lily would not go on these terms, and therefore they still lived together in the lodgings. Nevertheless, Lily was every day at Mrs. Thorne's house, and thus a great intimacy grew up between the girls. Emily Dunstable had neither brother nor sister, and Lily's nearest male relative in her own degree was now Miss Dunstable's betrothed husband. It was natural, therefore, that they should at any rate try to like each other. It afterwards came to pass that Lily did go to Mrs. Thorne's house, and she stayed there for a while, and when that occurred the squire had gone back to Allington. Among other generous kindnesses, Mrs. Thorne insisted that Bernard should hire a horse for his cousin Lily. Emily Dunstable rode daily, and of course Captain Dale rode with her, and now Lily joined the party. Almost before she knew what was being done, she found herself provided with hat and habit and horse and whip. It was a way with Mrs. Thorne that they who came within the influence of her immediate sphere should be made to feel that the comforts and luxuries arising from her wealth belonged to a common stock, and were joint property of them all. Things were not offered and taken and talked about, but they made their appearance and were used as a matter of course. If you go to stay at a gentleman's house, you understand that, as a matter of course, you will be provided with meat and drink. Some hosts furnish you also with cigars. A small number give you stabling and forage for your horse, and a very select few mount you on hunting days, and send you out with a groom and a second horse. Mrs. Thorne went beyond all others in this open-handed hospitality. She had enormous wealth at her command, and had but few of those all-absorbing drains upon wealth which in this country make so many rich men poor. She had no family property, no place to keep up in which she did not live. She had no retainers to be maintained, because they were retainers. She had neither sons nor daughters. Consequently, she was able to be lavish in her generosity, and as her heart was very lavish, she would have given her friends gold to eat, had gold been good for eating. Indeed, there was no measure in her giving, unless when the idea came upon her that the recipient of her favours was trading on them. Then she could hold her hand very stoutly. Lily Dale had not liked the idea of being fitted out thus expensively. A box at the opera was all very well, as it was not procured especially for her, and tickets for other theatres did not seem to come unnaturally for a night or two. But her spirits had militated against the hat and the habit and the horse. The whip was a little present from Emily Dunstable, and that of course was accepted with good grace. Then there came the horse, as though from the heavens. There seemed to be 10 horses, 20 horses, if anybody needed them. All these things seemed to flow naturally into Mrs. Thorne's establishment, like air through the windows. It was very pleasant, but Lily hesitated when she was told that a habit was to be given to her. "My dear old aunt insists," said Emily Dunstable. "Nobody ever thinks of refusing anything from her. If you only knew what some people will take, and some people will even ask, who have nothing to do with her at all." "But I have nothing to do with her, in that way, I mean," said Lily. "Oh yes, you have," said Emily. "You and Bernard are as good as brother and sister, and Bernard and I are as good as man and wife, and my aunt and I are as good as mother and daughter. So you see, in a sort of way, you are a child of the house." So Lily accepted the habit, but made a stand about the hat, and paid for that out of her own pocket. When the squire had seen Lily on horseback, he asked her questions about it. "It was a hired horse, I suppose?" he said. "I think it came direct from heaven," said Lily. "What do you mean, Lily?" said the squire angrily. "I mean that when people are so rich and good-natured as Mrs. Thorne, it is no good inquiring where things come from. All that I know is that the horses came out of Potts's livery stable. They talk of Potts as if he were a good-natured man who provided horses for the world without troubling anybody." Then the squire spoke to Bernard about it, saying that he should insist on defraying his niece's expenses. But Bernard swore that he could give his uncle no assistance. "I would not speak to her about such a thing for all the world," said Bernard. "Then I shall," said the squire. In those days Lily thought much of Johnny Eames, gave to him perhaps more of that thought which leads to love than she had ever given him before. She still heard the Crawley question discussed every day. Mrs. Thorne, as we all know, was at this time a Barsetshire personage, and was of course interested in Barsetshire subjects, and she was specially anxious in the matter, having strong hopes with reference to the marriage of Major Grantly and Grace, and strong hopes also that Grace's father might escape the fangs of justice. The Crawley case was constantly in Lily's ears, and as constantly she heard high praise awarded to Johnny for his kindness in going after the Arabins. "He must be a fine young fellow," said Mrs. Thorne, "and we'll have him down at Chaldicotes some day. Old Lord De Guest found him out and made a friend of him, and old Lord De Guest was no fool." Lily was not altogether free from a suspicion that Mrs. Thorne knew the story of Johnny's love and was trying to serve Johnny, as other people had tried to do, very ineffectually. When this suspicion came upon her, she would shut her heart against her lover's praises, and swear that she would stand by those 2 letters which she had written in her book at home. But the suspicion would not be always there, and there did come upon her a conviction that her lover was more esteemed among men and women than she had been accustomed to believe. Her cousin, Bernard Dale, who certainly was regarded in the world as somebody, spoke of him as his equal, whereas in former days Bernard had always regarded Johnny Eames as standing low in the world's regard. Then Lily, when alone, would remember a certain comparison which she once made between Adolphus Crosbie and John Eames, when neither of the men had as yet pleaded his cause to her, and which had been very much in favour of the former. She had then declared that Johnny was a mere clerk. She had a higher opinion of him now, a much higher opinion, even though he could never be more to her than a friend. In these days Lily's new ally, Emily Dunstable, seemed to Lily to be so happy. There was in Emily a complete realization of that idea of antenuptial blessedness of which Lily had often thought so much. Whatever Emily did, she did for Bernard, and, to give Captain Dale his due, he received all the sweets which were showered upon him with becoming signs of gratitude. I suppose it is always the case at such times that the girl has the best of it, and on this occasion Emily Dunstable certainly made the most of her happiness. "I do envy you," Lily said one day. The acknowledgment seemed to have been extorted from her involuntarily. She did not laugh as she spoke, or follow up what she had said with other words intended to take away the joke of what she had uttered, had it been a joke. But she sat silent, looking at the girl who was rearranging flowers which Bernard had brought to her. "I can't give him up to you, you know," said Emily. "I don't envy you him, but it," said Lily. "Then go and get an it for yourself. Why don't you have an it for yourself? You can have an it to-morrow if you like, or 2 or 3, if all that I hear is true." "No, I can't," said Lily. "Things have gone wrong with me. Don't ask me anything more about it. Pray don't. I shan't speak of it if you do." "Of course I will not, if you tell me I must not." "I do tell you so. I have been a fool to say anything about it. However, I have got over my envy now, and am ready to go out with your aunt. Here she is." "Things have gone wrong with me." She repeated the same words to herself over and over again. With all the efforts which she had made, she could not quite reconcile herself to the 2 letters which she had written in the book. This coming up to London and riding in the park and going to theatres seemed to unsettle her. At home she had schooled herself down into quiescence, and made herself think that she believed that she was satisfied with the prospects of her life. But now she was all astray again, doubting about herself, hankering after something more and beyond that which seemed to be allotted to her, but nevertheless assuring herself that she never would accept of anything else. I must not, if I can help it, let the reader suppose that she was softening her heart to John Eames, because John Eames was spoken well of in the world. But with all of us, in the opinion which we form of those around us, we take unconsciously the opinion of others. A woman is handsome because the world says so. Music is charming to us because it charms others. We drink our wines with other men's palates, and look at our pictures with other men's eyes. When Lily heard John Eames praised by all around her, it could not be but that she should praise him too. Not out loud as others did, but in the silence of her heart. And then his constancy to her had been so perfect. If that other one had never come, if it could be that she might begin again, and that she also might be spared that episode in her life which had brought him and her together. "When is Mr. Eames going to be back?" Mrs. Thorne said at dinner one day. On this occasion the squire was dining at Mrs. Thorne's house, and there were 3 or 4 others there, among them a Mr. Harold Smith, who was in Parliament, and his wife, and John Eames's especial friend, Sir Raffle Buffle. The question was addressed to the squire, but the squire was slow to answer, and it was taken up by Sir Raffle Buffle. "He'll be back on the 15th, said the knight, "unless he means to play truant. I hope he won't do that. as his absence has been a terrible inconvenience to me." Then Sir Raffle explained that John Eames was his private secretary, and that Johnny's journey to the Continent had been made with, and could not have been made without, his sanction. "When I came to hear the story, of course I told him he must go. 'Eames,' I said, 'take the advice of a man who knows the world. Circumstanced as you are bound to go.' And he went." "Upon my word, that was very good-natured of you," said Mrs. Thorne. "I never keep a fellow to his desk who has really got important business elsewhere," said Sir Raffle. "The country, I say, can afford to do as much as that for her servants. But then I like to know that the business is business. One doesn't choose to be humbugged." "I dare say you are humbugged, as you call it, very often," said Harold Smith. "Perhaps so, perhaps I am. Perhaps that is the opinion which they have of me at the Treasury. But you are hardly long enough there, Smith, to have learnt much about it, I should say." "I don't suppose I should have known much about it, as you call it, if I had stayed till doomsday." "I dare say not, I dare say not. Men who begin as late as you did never know what official life really means. Now I've been at it all my life, and I think I do understand it." "It's not a profession I should like, unless where it's joined with politics," said Harold Smith. "But then it's apt to be so short," said Sir Raffle Buffle. Now it had happened once in the life of Mr. Harold Smith that he had been in a ministry, but unfortunately that ministry had gone out almost within a week of the time of Mr. Smith's adhesion. Sir Raffle and Mr. Smith had known each other for many years, and were accustomed to make civil little speeches to each other in society. "I'd sooner be a horse in a mill than have to go to an office every day," said Mrs. Smith, coming to her husband's assistance. "You, Sir Raffle, have kept yourself fresh and pleasant through it all, and who besides you ever did?" "I hope I am fresh," said Sir Raffle, "and as for pleasantness, I will leave that for you to determine." "There can be but one opinion," said Mrs. Thorne. The conversation had strayed away from John Eames, and Lily was disappointed. It was a pleasure to her when people talked of him in her hearing, and as a question or two had been asked about him, making him the hero of the moment, it seemed to her that he was being robbed of his due when the little amenities between Mr. and Mrs. Harold Smith and Sir Raffle banished his name from the circle. Nothing more, however, was said of him at dinner, and I fear that he would have been altogether forgotten throughout the evening had not Lily herself referred, not to him, which she could not possibly have been induced to do, but to the subject of his journey. "I wonder whether poor Mr. Crawley will be found guilty," she said to Sir Raffle up in the drawing room. "I am afraid he will. I am afraid he will," said Sir Raffle. "And I fear, my dear Miss Dale, that I must go further than that. I fear I must express an opinion that he is guilty." "Nothing will ever make me think so," said Lily. "Ladies are always tender-hearted," said Sir Raffle, "and especially young ladies, and especially pretty young ladies. I do not wonder that such should be your opinion. But you see, Miss Dale, a man of business has to look at these things in a business light. What I want to know is, where did he get the cheque? He is bound to be explicit in answering that before anybody can acquit him." "That is just what Mr. Eames has gone abroad to learn." "It is very well for Eames to go abroad, though upon my word I don't know whether I should not have given him different advice if I had known how much I was to be tormented by his absence. The thing couldn't have happened at a more unfortunate time, the ministry going out and everything. But, as I was saying, it is all very well for him to do what he can. He is related to them, and is bound to save the honour of his relations, if it is possible. I like him for going. I always liked him. As I said to my friend De Guest, that young man will make his way. And I rather fancy that the chance word which I spoke then to my valued old friend was not thrown away in Eames's favour. But, my dear Miss Dale, where did Mr. Crawley get that cheque? That's what I want to know. If you can tell me that, then I can tell you whether or no he will be acquitted." Lily did not feel a strong prepossession in favour of Sir Raffle, in spite of his praise of John Eames. The harsh voice of the man annoyed her, and his egotism offended her. When, much later in the evening, his character came on for discussion between herself and Mrs. Thorne and Emily Dunstable, she had not a word to say in his favour. But still she had been pleased to meet him, because he was the man with whom Johnny's life was most specially concerned. I think that a portion of her dislike of him arose from the fact that in continuing the conversation he did not revert to his private secretary, but preferred to regale her with stories of his own doings in wonderful cases which had partaken of interest similar to that which now attached itself to Mr. Crawley's case. He had known a man who had stolen £100 and had never been found out, and another man who had been arrested for stealing 2 6pence, which was found afterwards to be sticking to a bit of butter at the bottom of a plate. Mrs. Thorne had heard all this, and had answered him. "Dear me, Sir Raffle," she had said, "what a great many thieves you have had among your acquaintance." This had rather disconcerted him, and then there had been no more talking about Mr. Crawley. It had been arranged on this morning that Mr. Dale should return to Allington and leave Lily with Mrs. Thorne. Some special need of his presence at home, real or assumed, had arisen, and he had declared that he must shorten his stay in London by about half the intended period. The need would not have been so pressing, probably, had he not felt that Lily would be more comfortable with Mrs. Thorne than in his lodgings in Sackville Street. Lily had at first declared that she would return with him, but everybody had protested against this. Emily Dunstable had protested against it very stoutly. Mrs. Dale herself had protested against it by letter, and Mrs. Thorne's protest had been quite imperious in its nature. "Indeed, my dear, you'll do nothing of the kind. I'm sure your mother wouldn't wish it. I look upon it as quite essential that you and Emily should learn to know each other." "But we do know each other, don't we, Emily?" said Lily. "Not quite well yet," said Emily. Then Lily had laughed, and so the matter was settled. And now on this present occasion Mr. Dale was there at Mrs. Thorne's house for the last time. His conscience had been perplexed about Lily's horse, and if anything was to be said, it must be said now. The subject was very disagreeable to him, and he was angry with Bernard because Bernard had declined to manage it for him after his own fashion. But he had told himself so often that anything was better than a pecuniary obligation, that he was determined to speak his mind to Mrs. Thorne, and to beg her to allow him to have his way. So he waited till the Harold Smiths were gone, and Sir Raffle Buffle, and then, when Lily was apart with Emily, for Bernard Dale had left them, he found himself at last alone with Mrs. Thorne. "I can't be too much obliged to you," he said, "for your kindness to my girl." "Oh, laws, that's nothing," said Mrs. Thorne. "We look on her as one of us now." "I'm sure she is grateful, very grateful, and so am I. She and Bernard have been brought up so much together that it is very desirable that she should not be unknown to Bernard's wife." "Exactly. That's just what I mean. Blood's thicker than water, isn't it? Emily's child, if she has one, will be Lily's cousin." "Her first cousin once removed," said the squire, who was accurate in these matters. Then he drew himself up in his seat and compressed his lips together and prepared himself for his task. It was very disagreeable. Nothing, he thought, could be more disagreeable. "I have a little thing to speak about," he said at last, "which I hope will not offend you." "About Lily?" "Yes, about Lily." "I'm not easily offended, and I don't know how I could possibly be offended about her." "I'm an old-fashioned man, Mrs. Thorne, and I don't know much about the ways of the world. I have always been down in the country, and maybe I have prejudices. You won't refuse to humour one of them, I hope?" "You're beginning to frighten me, Mr. Dale. What is it?" "About Lily's horse." "Lily's horse? What about her horse? I hope he's not vicious." "She is riding every day with your niece," said the squire, thinking it best to stick to his own point. "It will do her all the good in the world," said Mrs. Thorne. "Very likely. I don't doubt it. I do not in the least disapprove her riding, but—" "But what, Mr. Dale?" "I should be much obliged if I might be allowed to pay the livery stable keeper's bill." "Oh, laws a mercy!" "I dare say it may sound odd, but as I have a fancy about it, I'm sure you'll gratify me." "Of course I will. I'll remember it. I'll make it all right with Bernard. Bernard and I have no end of accounts, or shall have before long, and we'll make an item of it. Then you can arrange with Bernard afterwards." Mr. Dale, as he got up to go away, felt that he was beaten, but he did not know how to carry the battle any further on that occasion. He could not take out his purse and put down the cost of the horse on the table. "I will then speak to my nephew about it," he said very gravely as he went away. And he did speak to his nephew about it, and even wrote to him more than once. But it was all to no purpose. Mr. Potts could not be induced to give a separate bill, and, so said Bernard, swore at last that he would furnish no account to anybody for horses that went to Mrs. Thorne's door, except to Mrs. Thorne herself. That night Lily took leave of her uncle and remained at Mrs. Thorne's house. As things were now arranged, she would, no doubt, be in London when John Eames returned. If he should find her in town, and she told herself that if she was in town he certainly would find her, he would doubtless repeat to her the offer he had so often made before. She never ventured to tell herself that she doubted as to the answer to be made to him. The 2 letters were written in the book and must remain there. But she felt that she would have had more courage for persistency down at Allington than she would be able to summon to her assistance up in London. She knew she would be weak should she be found by him alone in Mrs. Thorne's drawing room. It would be better for her to make some excuse and go home. She was resolved that she would not become his wife. She could not extricate herself from the dominion of a feeling which she believed to be love for another man. She had given a solemn promise both to her mother and to John Eames that she would not marry that other man. But in doing so she had made a solemn promise to herself that she would not marry John Eames. She had sworn it and would keep her oath. And yet she regretted it. In writing home to her mother the next day, she told Mrs. Dale that all the world was speaking well of John Eames, that John had won for himself a reputation of his own, and was known far and wide to be a noble fellow. She could not keep herself from praising John Eames, though she knew that such praise might and would be used against her at some future time. "Though I cannot love him, I will give him his due," she said to herself. "I wish you would make up your mind to have an it for yourself," Emily Dunstable said to her again that night. "A nice it, so that I could make a friend, perhaps a brother of him." "I shall never have an it if I live to be 100, said Lily Dale. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 53. Rotten Row. Lily had heard nothing as to the difficulty about her horse, and could therefore enjoy her exercise without the drawback of feeling that her uncle was subjected to an annoyance. She was in the habit of going out every day with Bernard and Emily Dunstable, and their party was generally joined by others who would meet them at Mrs. Thorne's house. For Mrs. Thorne was a very hospitable woman, and there were many who liked well enough to go to her house. Late in the afternoon there would be a great congregation of horses before the door, sometimes as many as a dozen, and then the cavalcade would go off into the park, and there would become scattered. As neither Bernard nor Miss Dunstable were unconscionable lovers, Lily in these scatterings did not often find herself neglected or lost. Her cousin would generally remain with her, and as in those days she had no it of her own, she was well pleased that he should do so. But it so happened that on a certain afternoon she found herself riding in Rotten Row alone, with a certain stout gentleman whom she constantly met at Mrs. Thorne's house. His name was Onesiphorus Dunn, and he was usually called Sif by his intimate friends. It had seemed to Lily that everybody was an intimate friend of Mr. Dunn's, and she was in daily fear lest she should make a mistake and call him Sif herself. Had she done so, it would not have mattered in the least. Mr. Dunn, had he observed it at all, would neither have been flattered nor angry. A great many young ladies about London did call him Sif, and to him it was quite natural that they should do so. He was an Irishman, living on the best of everything in the world, with apparently no fortune of his own, and certainly never earning anything. Everybody liked him, and it was admitted on all sides that there was no safer friend in the world, either for young ladies or young men, than one Onesiphorus Dunn. He did not borrow money, and he did not encroach. He did like being asked out to dinner, and he did think that they to whom he gave the light of his countenance in town owed him the return of a week's run in the country. He neither shot, nor hunted, nor fished, nor read, and yet he was never in the way in any house. He did play billiards and whist and croquet very badly. He was a good judge of wine, and would occasionally condescend to look after the bottling of it on behalf of some very intimate friend. He was a great friend of Mrs. Thorne's, with whom he always spent 10 days in the autumn at Chaldicotes. Bernard and Emily were not insatiable lovers, but nevertheless Mrs. Thorne had thought it proper to provide a fourth in the riding parties, and had put Mr. Dunn upon this duty. "Don't bother yourself about it, Sif," she had said. "Only if those lovers should go off philandering out of sight, our little country lassie might find herself to be nowhere in the park." Sif had promised to make himself useful, and had done so, There had generally been so large a number in their party that the work imposed on Mr. Dunn had been very light. Lily had never found out that he had been especially consigned to her as her own cavalier, but had seen quite enough of him to be aware that he was a pleasant companion. To her, thinking as she ever was thinking about Johnny Eames, Sif was much more agreeable than might have been a younger man who would have endeavoured to make her think about himself. Thus, when she found herself riding alone in Rotten Row with Sif Dunn, she was neither disconcerted nor displeased. He had been talking to her about Lord De Guest, whom he had known, for Sif knew everybody, and Lily had begun to wonder whether he knew John Eames. She would have liked to hear the opinion of such a man about John Eames. She was making up her mind that she would say something about the Crawley matter, not intending, of course, to mention John Eames's name, when suddenly her tongue was paralysed, and she could not speak. At that moment they were standing near a corner, where a turning path made an angle in the iron rails, Mr. Dunn having proposed that they should wait there for a few minutes before they returned home, as it was probable that Bernard and Miss Dunstable might come up. They had been there for some 5 or 10 minutes, when Lily had asked her first question about the Crawleys, inquiring of Mr. Dunn whether he had heard of a terrible accusation which had been made against a clergyman in Barsetshire, when, on a sudden, her tongue was paralysed. As they were standing, Lily's horse was turned towards the diverging path, whereas Mr. Dunn was looking the other way, towards Achilles and Apsley House. Mr. Dunn was nearer to the railings, but though they were thus looking different ways, they were so placed that each could see the face of the other. Then, on a sudden, coming slowly towards her along the diverging path, and leaning on the arm of another man, she saw Adolphus Crosbie. She had never seen him since the day on which she had parted from him with many kisses, with warm, pressing, eager kisses, of which she had been nowhat ashamed. He had then been to her almost as her husband. She had trusted him entirely, and had thrown herself into his arms with a full reliance. There is often much of reticence on the part of a woman towards a man to whom she is engaged, something also of shamefacedness occasionally. There exists a shadow of doubt, or at least of that hesitation which shows that, in spite of vows, the woman knows that a change may come, and that provision for such possible steps backward should always be within her reach. But Lily had cast all such caution to the wind. She had given herself to the man entirely, and had determined that she would sink or swim, stand or fall, live or die, by him and by his truth. He had been as false as hell. She had been in his arms, clinging to him, kissing him, swearing that her only pleasure in the world was to be with him, her treasure, her promised husband. And within a month, a week, he had been false to her. There had come upon her crushing tidings, and she had for days wondered at herself that they had not killed her. But she had lived, and had forgiven him. She had still loved him, and had received new offers from him, which had been answered, as the reader knows. But she had never seen him since the day on which she had parted from him at Allington, without a doubt as to his faith. Now he was before her, walking on the footpath, almost within reach of her whip. He did not recognize her, but as he passed on he did recognize Mr. Onesiphorus Dunn, and stopped to speak to him. Or it might have been Crosbie's friend Fowler Pratt stopped with this special object, for Sif Dunn was an intimate friend of Fowler Pratt's. Crosbie and Sif were also acquainted, but in those days Crosbie did not care much for stopping his friends in the park or elsewhere. He had become moody and discontented, and was generally seen going about the world alone. On this special occasion he was having a little special conversation about money with his very old friend Fowler Pratt. "What, Sif, is this you? You're always on horseback now," said Fowler Pratt. "Well, yes, I have gone in a good deal for cavalry work this last month. I've been lucky enough to have a young lady to ride with me." This he said in a whisper, which the distance of Lily justified. "How do you do, Crosbie? One doesn't often see you on horseback, or on foot either." "I've something to do besides going to look or to be looked at," said Crosbie. Then he raised his eyes and saw Lily's side face, and recognised her. Had he seen her before he had been stopped on his way, I think he would have passed on, endeavouring to escape observation. But, as it was, his feet had been arrested before he knew of her close vicinity, and now it would seem that he was afraid of her, and was flying from her, were he at once to walk off, leaving his friend behind him. And he knew that she had seen him, and had recognised him, and was now suffering from his presence. He could not but perceive that it was so from the fixedness of her face, and from the constrained manner in which she gazed before her. His friend Fowler Pratt had never seen Miss Dale, though he knew very much of her history. Sif Dunn knew nothing of the history of Crosbie and his love, and was unaware that he and Lily had ever seen each other. There was thus no help near her to extricate her from her difficulty. "When a man has any work to do in the world," said Sif, "he always boasts of it to his acquaintance, and curses his luck to himself. I have nothing to do, and can go about to see and to be seen, and I must own that I like it." "Especially the being seen, Sif?" said Fowler Pratt. "I also have nothing on earth to do, and I come here every day because it is as easy to do that as to go anywhere else." Crosbie was still looking at Lily. He could not help himself. He could not take his eyes from off her. He could see that she was as pretty as ever, that she was but very little altered. She was, in truth, somewhat stouter than the old days, but of that he took no special notice. Should he speak to her? Should he try to catch her eye and then raise his hat? Should he go up to her horse's head, boldly, and ask her to let bygones be bygones? He had an idea that of all courses which he could pursue, that was the one which she would approve the best, which would be the most efficacious for him, if with her anything from him might have any efficacy. But he could not do it. He did not know what words he might best use. Would it become him humbly to sue her for pardon? Or should he strive to express his unaltered love by some tone of his voice? Or should he simply ask after her health? He made one step towards her, and he saw that the face became more rigid and more fixed than before. And then he desisted. He told himself that he was simply hateful to her. He thought that he could perceive that there was no tenderness mixed with her unabated anger. At this moment Bernard Dale and Emily came close upon him, and Bernard saw him at once. It was through Bernard that Lily and Crosbie had come to know each other. He and Bernard Dale had been fast friends in old times, and had, of course, been bitter enemies since the day of Crosbie's treachery. They had never spoken since, though they had often seen each other, and Dale was not at all disposed to speak to him now. The moment that he recognized Crosbie, he looked across to his cousin. For an instant an idea had flashed across him that he was there by her permission, with her assent. But it required no second glance to show him that this was not the case. "Done," he said. "I think we will ride on." And he put his horse into a trot. Sif, whose ear was very accurate, and who knew at once that something was wrong, trotted on with him, and Lily, of course, was not left behind. "Is there anything the matter?" said Emily to her lover. "Nothing specially the matter," he replied, "but you were standing in company with the greatest blackguard that ever lived, and I thought we had better change our ground." "Bernard," said Lily, flashing on him with all the fire which her eyes could command. Then she remembered that she could not reprimand him for the offence of such abuse in such company, so she reined in her horse and fell a weeping. Sif Dunn, with his wicked cleverness, knew the whole story at once, remembering that he had once heard something of Crosbie having behaved very ill to someone before he married Lady Alexandrina de Courcy. He stopped his horse also, falling a little behind Lily, so that he might not be supposed to have seen her tears, and began to hum a tune. Emily also, though not wickedly clever, understood something of it. "If Bernard says anything to make you angry, I will scold him," she said. Then the two girls rode on together in front, while Bernard fell back with Sif Dunn. "Pratt," said Crosbie, putting his hand on his friend's shoulder as soon as the party had ridden out of hearing, "do you see that girl there in the dark blue habit?" "What, the one nearest to the path?" "Yes, the one nearest to the path. That is Lily Dale." "Lily Dale!" said Fowler Pratt. "Yes, that is Lily Dale." "Did you speak to her?" Pratt asked. "No, she gave me no chance. She was there but a moment. But it was herself. It seems so odd to me that I should have been thus so near her again. If there was any man to whom Crosbie could have spoken freely about Lily Dale, it was this man, Fowler Pratt. Pratt was the oldest friend he had in the world, and it had happened that when he first woke to his misery that he had prepared for himself in throwing over Lily and betrothing himself to his late wife, Pratt had been the first person to whom he had communicated his sorrow. Not that he had ever been really open in his communications. It is not given to such men as Crosbie to speak openly of themselves to their friends. Nor indeed was Fowler Pratt one who was fond of listening to such tales. He had no such tales to tell of himself, and he thought that men and women should go through the world quietly, not subjecting themselves or their acquaintances to to anxieties and emotions from peculiar conduct. But he was conscientious and courageous also, as well as prudent, and he had dared to tell Crosbie that he was behaving very badly. He had spoken his mind plainly, and had then given all the assistance in his power. He paused a moment before he replied, weighing, like a prudent man, the force of the words he was about to utter. "It is much better as it is," he said. "It is much better that you should be as strangers for the future." "I do not see that at all," said Crosbie. They were both leaning on the rails, and so they remained for the next 20 minutes. "I do not see that at all." "I feel sure of it. What could come of any renewed intercourse, even if she would allow it? I might make her my wife." "And do you think that you would be happy with her, or she with you, after what has passed?" "I do think so." "I do not. It might be possible that she should bring herself to marry you. Women delight to forgive injuries. They like the excitement of generosity. But she could never forget that you had had a former wife, or the circumstances under which you were married. And as for yourself, you would regret it after the first month. How could you ever speak to her of your love without speaking also of your shame? If a man does marry, he should at least be able to hold up his head before his wife." This was very severe, but Crosbie showed no anger. "I think I should do so," he said, after a while. "And then about money. Of course you would have to tell her everything." "Everything, of course. It is like enough that she might not regard that, except that she would feel that if you could not afford to marry her when you were unembarrassed, you could hardly afford to do so when you were over head and ears in debt. She has money now. After all that has come and gone, you would hardly seek Lily Dale because you want to marry a fortune." "You are too hard on me, Pratt. You know that my only reason for seeking her is that I love her." "I do not mean to be hard, but I have a very strong opinion that the quarrels of lovers, when they are of so serious a nature, are a bad basis for the renewal of love. Come, let us go and dress for dinner. I am going to dine with Mrs. Thorne, the millionaire, who married a country doctor, and who used to be called Miss Dunstable." "I never dine out anywhere now," said Crosbie. And then they walked out of the park together. Neither of them, of course, knew that Lily Dale was staying at the house at which Fowler Pratt was going to dine. Lily, as she rode home, did not speak a word. She would have given worlds to be able to talk, but she could not even make a beginning. She heard Bernard and Sif Dunn chatting behind her, and hoped that they would continue to do so till she was safe within the house. They all used her well, for no one tried to draw her into conversation. Once Emily said to her, "Shall we trot a little, Lily?" And then they had moved on quickly, and the misery was soon over. As soon as she was upstairs in the house, she got Emily by herself and explained all the mystery in a word or two. "I fear I have made a fool of myself. That was the man to whom I was once engaged." "What, Mr. Crosbie?" said Emily, who had heard the whole story from Bernard. "Yes, Mr. Crosbie. Pray do not say a word of it to anybody, not even to your aunt. I am better now, but I was such a fool. No, dear, I won't go into the drawing room. I'll go upstairs and come down ready for dinner." When she was alone, she sat down in her habit and declared to herself that she certainly would never become the wife of Mr. Crosbie. I do not know why she should make such a declaration. She had promised her mother and John Eames that she would not do so, and that promise would certainly have bound her without any further resolutions on her part. But to tell the truth, the vision of the man had disenchanted her. When last she had seen him, he had been as it were a god to her, and though since that day his conduct to her had been as ungodlike as it well might be, still the memory of the outward signs of his divinity had remained with her. It is difficult to explain how it had come to pass that the glimpse which she had had of him should have altered so much within her mind, why she should so suddenly have come to regard him in an altered light. It was not simply that he looked to be older, because his face was careworn. It was not only that he had lost that look of an Apollo which Lily had once in her mirth attributed to him. I think it was chiefly that she herself was older, and could no longer see a god in such a man. She had never regarded John Eames as being gifted with divinity, and had therefore always been making comparisons to his discredit. Any such comparison now would tend quite the other way. Nevertheless, she would adhere to the 2 letters in her book. Since she had seen Mr. Crosbie, she was altogether out of love with the prospect of matrimony. She was in the room when Mr. Pratt was announced, and she had once recognised him as the man who had been with Crosbie, and when, some minutes afterwards, Siph Dunn came into the room, she could see that in their greeting allusion was made to the scene in the park. But still it was probable that this man would not recognise her, and if he did so, what would it matter? There were 20 people to sit down to dinner, and the chances were that she would not be called upon to exchange a word with Mr. Pratt. She had now recovered herself, and could speak freely to her friend Siph, and when Siph came and stood near her, she thanked him graciously for his escort in the park. "If it wasn't for you, Mr. Dunn, I really think I should not get any riding at all. Bernard and Miss Dunstable have only one thing to think about, and certainly I am not that one thing." She thought it probable that if she could keep Siph close to her, Mrs. Thorne, who always managed those things herself, might apportion her out to be led to dinner by her good-natured friend. But the fates were averse. The time had now come, and Lily was waiting her turn. "Mr. Fowler Pratt, let me introduce you to Miss Lily Dale," said Mrs. Thorne. Lily could perceive that Mr. Pratt was startled. The sign he gave was the least possible sign in the world, but still it sufficed for Lily to perceive it. She put her hand upon his arm, and walked down with him to the dining room without giving him the slightest cause to suppose that she knew who he was. "I think I saw you in the park riding," he said. "Yes, I was there. We go nearly every day." "I never ride. I was walking." "It seems to me that the people don't go there to walk, but to stand still," said Lily. "I cannot understand how so many people can bear to loiter about in that way, leaning on the rails and doing nothing." "It is about as good as riding, and it costs less money. That is all that can be said for it. Do you live chiefly in town?" "Oh dear, no. I live altogether in the country. I'm only up here because a cousin is going to be married." "Captain Dale, you mean, to Miss Dunstable?" said Fowler Pratt. "When they have been joined together in holy matrimony, I shall go down to the country, and never, I suppose, come up to London again." "You do not like London?" "Not as a residence, I think," said Lily. "But of course one's likings and dislikings on such a matter depend on circumstances. I live with my mother, and all my relatives live near us. Of course I like the country best, because they are there. Young ladies so often have a different way of looking at this subject. I shouldn't wonder if Miss Dunstable's views about it were altogether of another sort. Young ladies generally expect to be taken away from their fathers and mothers and uncles and aunts." "But you see I expect to be left with mine," said Lily. After that she turned as much away from Mr. Fowler Pratt as she could, having taken an aversion to him. What business had he to talk of her about being taken away from her uncles and aunts? She had seen him with Mr. Crosbie, and it might be possible that they were intimate friends. It might be that Mr. Pratt was asking questions in Mr. Crosbie's interest. Let that be as it might, she would answer no more questions from him further than ordinary good breeding should require of her. "She is a nice girl, certainly," said Fowler Pratt to himself as he walked home, "and I have no doubt would make a good, ordinary, everyday wife. But she is not such a paragon that a man should condescend to grovel in the dirt for her." That night Lily told Emily Dunstable the whole of Mr. Crosbie's history, as far as she knew it, and also explained her new aversion to Mr. Fowler Pratt. "They are very great friends," said Emily. "Bernard has told me so, and you may be sure that Mr. Pratt knew the whole history before he came here. I am so sorry that my aunt asked him." "That does not signify in the least," said Lily. "Even if I were to meet Mr. Crosbie, I don't think I should make such a fool of myself again. As it is, I can only hope he did not see it." "I am sure he did not." Then there was a pause, during which Lily sat with her face resting on both her hands. "It is wonderful how much he has altered," she said at last. "Think how much he has suffered. I suppose I am altered as much, only I do not see it in myself. I don't know what you were, but I don't think you can have changed much. You no doubt have suffered too, but not as he has done." "Oh, as for that, I have done very well. I think I'll go to bed now. The riding makes me so sleepy." End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 54. The Clerical Commission. It was at last arranged that the 5 clergymen selected should meet at Dr. Tempest's house in Silverbridge to make inquiry and report to the bishop whether the circumstances connected with the cheque for £20 were of such a nature as to make it incumbent on him to institute proceedings against Mr. Crawley in the Court of Arches. Dr. Tempest had acted upon the letter which he had received from the bishop exactly as though there had been no meeting at the palace, no quarrel to the death between him and Mrs. Proudie. He was a prudent man, gifted with the great power of holding his tongue, and had not spoken a word, even to his wife, of what had occurred. After such a victory, our old friend the Archdeacon would have blown his own trumpet loudly among his friends. Plumstead would have heard of it instantly, and the paean would have been sung out in the neighbouring parishes of Eiderdown, Stogbingham, and St. Ewolds. The High Street of Barchester would have known of it, and the very bedesmen in Hiram's Hospital would have told among themselves the terrible discomfiture of the bishop and his lady. But Dr. Tempest spoke no word of it to anybody. He wrote letters to the 2 clergymen named by the bishop, and himself selected 2 others out of his old rural deanery, and suggested to them all a day at which a preliminary meeting should be held at his own house. The 2 who were invited by him were Mr. Oriel, the rector at Greshamsbury, and Mr. Robarts, the vicar of Framley. They all assented to the proposition, and on the day named assembled themselves at Silverbridge. It was now April, and the judges were to come into Barchester before the end of the month. What then could be the use of this ecclesiastical inquiry exactly at the same time? Men and women declared that it was a double prosecution, and that a double prosecution for the same offence was a course of action opposed to the feelings and traditions of the country. Miss Anne Prettyman went so far as to say that it was unconstitutional, and Mary Walker declared that no human being except Mrs. Proudie would ever have been guilty of such cruelty. "Don't tell me about the bishop, John," she said. "The bishop is a cipher." "You may be sure Dr. Tempest would not have a hand in it if it were not right," said John Walker. "My dear Mr. John," said Miss Anne Prettyman, "Dr. Tempest is as hard as a bar of iron, and always was. But I am surprised that Mr. Robarts should take part in it." In the meantime, at the palace, Mrs. Proudie had been reduced to learn what was going on from Mr. Thumble. The bishop had never spoken a word to her respecting Mr. Crawley since that terrible day on which Dr. Tempest had witnessed his imbecility, having absolutely declined to answer when his wife had mentioned the subject. "You won't speak to me about it, my dear," she had said to him, when he had thus declined, remonstrating more in sorrow than in anger. "No, I won't," the bishop had replied. "There's been a great deal too much talking about it. It has broken my heart already, I know." These were very bad days in the palace. Mrs. Proudie affected to be satisfied with what was being done. She talked to Mr. Thumble about Mr. Crawley and the cheque, as though everything were arranged quite to her satisfaction, as though everything indeed had been arranged by herself. But everybody about the house could see that the manner of the woman was altogether altered. She was milder than usual with the servants, and was almost too gentle in her usage of her husband. It seemed as though something had happened to frighten her and break her spirit, and it was whispered about through the palace that she was afraid that the bishop was dying. As for him, he hardly left his own sitting room in these days, except when he joined the family at breakfast and at dinner, and in his study he did little or nothing. He would smile when his chaplain went to him and give some trifling verbal directions, but for days he scarcely ever took a pen in his hands, and though he took up many books, he read hardly a page. How often he told his wife in those days that he was broken-hearted, no one but his wife ever knew. "What has happened that you should speak like that?" she said to him once. "What has broken your heart?" "You," he replied. You have done it." "Oh, Tom," she said, going back into the memory of very far distant days in her nomenclature. "How can you speak to me so cruelly as that? That it should come to that between you and me after all!" "Why did you not go away and leave me that day when I told you?" "Did you ever know a woman who liked to be turned out of a room in her own house?" said Mrs. Proudie. When Mrs. Proudie had condescended so far as this, it must be admitted that in those days there was great trouble in the palace. Mr. Thumble, on the day before he went to Silverbridge, asked for an audience with the bishop, in order that he might receive instructions. He had been strictly desired to do this by Mrs. Proudie, and had not dared to disobey her injunctions, thinking, however, himself, that his doing so was inexpedient. "I have got nothing to say to you about it, not a word," said the bishop crossly. "I thought that perhaps you might like to see me before I started," pleaded Mr. Thumble very humbly. "I don't want to see you at all," said the bishop. "You are going there to exercise your own judgment, if you have got any, and you ought not to come to me." After that Mr. Thumble began to think that Mrs. Proudie was right, and the bishop was near his dissolution. Mr. Thumble and Mr. Quiverful went over to Silverbridge together in a gig, hired from the Dragon of Wantley, as to the cost of which there arose among them a not unnatural apprehension, which amounted at last almost to dismay. "I don't mind it so much for once," said Mr. Quiverful, "but if many such meetings are necessary, I for one can't afford it, and I won't do it. A man with my family can't allow himself to be money out of pocket in that way." "It is very hard," said Mr. Thumble. "She ought to pay it herself, out of her own pocket," said Mr. Quiverful. He had had concerns with the palace when Mrs. Proudie was in the full swing of her dominion, and had not as yet begun to suspect that there might possibly be a change. Mr. Oriel and Mr. Robarts were already sitting with Dr. Tempest when the other two clergymen were shown into the room. When the first greetings were over, luncheon was announced, and while they were eating not a word was said about Mr. Crawley. The ladies of the family were not present, and the 5 clergymen sat round the table alone. It would have been difficult to have got together 5 gentlemen less likely to act with one mind and one spirit, and perhaps it was all the better for Mr. Crawley that it should be so. Dr. Tempest himself was a man peculiarly capable of exercising the functions of a judge in such a matter, had he sat alone as a judge, but he was one who would be almost sure to differ from others who sat as equal assessors with him. Mr. Oriel was a gentleman at all points, but he was very shy, very reticent, and altogether uninstructed in the ordinary daily intercourse of man with man. Any one knowing him might have predicted of him that he would be sure on such an occasion as this to be found floundering in the sea of doubts. Mr. Quiverful was the father of a large family, whose whole life had been devoted to fighting a cruel world on behalf of his wife and children. That fight he had fought bravely, but it had left him no energy for other business. Mr. Thumble was a poor creature, so poor a creature that, in spite of a small restless ambition to be doing something, he was almost cowed by the hard lines of Dr. Tempest's brow. The Reverend Mark Robarts was a man of the world, and a clever fellow, and did not stand in awe of anybody, unless it might be, in a very moderate degree, of his patrons the Luftons, whom he was bound to respect. But his cleverness was not the cleverness needed by a judge. He was essentially a partisan, and would be sure to vote against the bishop in such a matter as this now before him. There was a palace faction in the diocese, and an anti-palace faction. Mr. Thumble and Mr. Quiverful belonged to one, and Mr. Oriel and Mr. Robarts to the other. Mr. Thumble was too weak to stick to his faction against the strength of such a man as Dr. Tempest. Mr. Quiverful would be too indifferent to do so, unless his interest were concerned. Mr. Oriel would be too conscientious to regard his own side on such occasion as this. But Mark Robarts would be sure to support his friends and oppose his enemies, let the case be what it might. "Now, gentlemen, if you please, we will go into the other room," said Dr. Tempest. They went into the other room, and there they found 5 chairs arranged for them round the table. Not a word had as yet been said about Mr. Crawley, and no one of the 4 strangers knew whether Mr. Crawley was to appear before them on that day or not. "Gentlemen," said Dr. Tempest, seating himself at once in an arm-chair placed at the middle of the table, "I think it will be well to explain to you at first what, as I regard the matter, is the extent of the work which we are called upon to perform. It is of its nature very disagreeable. It cannot but be so, let it be ever so limited. Here is a brother clergyman and a gentleman living among us, and doing his duty, as we are told, in a most exemplary manner, and suddenly we hear that he is accused of a theft. The matter is brought before the magistrates, of whom I myself was one, and he was committed for trial. There is therefore prima facie evidence of his guilt. But I do not think that we need go into the question of his guilt at all." When he said this, the other 4 all looked up at him in astonishment. "I thought that we had been summoned here for that purpose," said Mr. Robarts. "Not at all, as I take it," said the doctor. "Were we to commence in such inquiry, the jury would have given their verdict before we could come to any conclusion, and it would be impossible for us to oppose that verdict, whether it declares this unfortunate gentleman to be innocent or to be guilty. If the jury shall say that he is innocent, there is an end of the matter altogether. He would go back to his parish amidst the sympathy and congratulations of his friends. It is what we should all wish." "Of course it is," said Mr. Robarts. They all declared that it was their desire, as a matter of course, and Mr. Thumble said it louder than any one else. "But if he be found guilty, then will come that difficulty to the bishop, in which we are bound to give him any assistance within our power." "Of course we are," said Mr. Thumble, who, having heard his own voice once, and having liked the sound, thought that he might creep into a little importance by using it on any occasion that opened itself for him. "If you will allow me, sir, I will venture to state my views as shortly as I can," said Dr. Tempest. "That may perhaps be the most expeditious course for us all in the end." "Oh, certainly," said Mr. Thumble. "I didn't mean to interrupt." "In the case of his being found guilty," continued the doctor, "there will arise the question whether the punishment awarded to him by the judge should suffice for ecclesiastic purposes. Suppose, for instance, that he should be imprisoned for 2 months. Should he be allowed to return to his living at the expiration of that term?" "I think he ought," said Mr. Robarts, "considering all things." "I don't see why he shouldn't," said Mr. Quiverful. Mr. Oriel sat listening patiently, and Mr. Thumble looked up at the doctor, expecting to hear some opinion expressed by him with which he might coincide. "There certainly are reasons why he should not," said Dr. Tempest, "though I by no means say that those reasons are conclusive in the present case. In the first place, a man who has stolen money can hardly be a fitting person to teach others not to steal." "You must look to the circumstances," said Robarts. "Yes, that is true. But just bear with me a moment. It cannot at any rate be thought that a clergyman should come out of prison and go to his living without any notice from his bishop, simply because he has already been punished under the common law. If this were so, a clergyman might be fined 10 days running for being drunk in the street, 5 shillings each time, and at the end of that time might set his bishop at defiance. When a clergyman has shown himself to be utterly unfit for clerical duties, he must not be held to be protected from ecclesiastical censure or from deprivation by the action of the common law." "But Mr. Crawley has not shown himself to be unfit," said Robarts. "That is begging the question, Robarts," said the doctor. "Just so," said Mr. Thumble. Then Mr. Robarts gave a look at Mr. Thumble, and Mr. Thumble retired into his shoes. "That is the question as to which we are called upon to advise the bishop," continued Dr. Tempest, "and I must say that I think the bishop is right. If he were to allow the matter to pass by without notice, that is to say, in the event of Mr. Crawley being pronounced to be guilty by the jury, he would, I think, neglect his duty. Now, I have been informed that the bishop has recommended Mr. Crawley to desist from his duties till the trial be over, and that Mr. Crawley has declined to take the bishop's advice." "That is true," said Mr. Thumble. "He has altogether disregarded the bishop." "I cannot say that I think he was wrong," said Dr. Tempest. "I think he was quite right," said Mr. Robarts. "A bishop in almost all cases is entitled to the obedience of his clergy," said Mr. Oriel. "I must say that I agree with you, sir," said Mr. Thumble. "The income is not large, and I suppose that it would have gone with the duties," said Mr. Quiverful. "It is very hard for a man with a family to live when his income has been stopped." "Be that as it may," continued the doctor, "the bishop feels that it may be his duty to oppose the return of Mr. Crawley to his pulpit, and that he can oppose it in no other way than by proceeding against Mr. Crawley under the Clerical Offences Act. I propose, therefore, that we should invite Mr. Crawley to attend here." "Mr. Crawley is not coming here to day, then?" said Mr. Robarts. "I thought it useless to ask for his attendance until we had settled on our course of action," said Dr. Tempest. "If we are all agreed, I will beg him to come here on this day week, and then we will meet again, and we will then ask him whether he will submit himself to the bishop's decision in the event of the jury finding him guilty. If he should decline to do so, we can only then form our opinion as to what will be the bishop's duty by reference to the facts as they are elicited at the trial. If Mr. Crawley should choose to make to us any statement as to his own case, of course we shall be willing to receive it. That is my idea of what had better be done. And now, if any gentleman has any other proposition to make, of course we shall be pleased to hear him." Dr. Tempest, as he said this, looked round upon his companions as though his pleasure, under the circumstances suggested by himself, would be very doubtful. "I don't suppose we can do anything better," said Mr. Robarts. "I think it a pity, however, that any steps should be taken by the bishop before the trial." "The bishop has been placed in a very delicate position," said Mr. Thumble, pleading for his patron. "I don't know the meaning of the word delicate," said Robarts. "I think his duty was very clear, to avoid interference while the matter is, so to say, before the judge." "Nobody has anything else to propose?" said Dr. Tempest. "Then I will write to Mr. Crawley, and you, gentlemen, will perhaps do me the honour of meeting me here at 1 o'clock on this day week." Then the meeting was over, and the four clergymen, having shaken hands with Dr. Tempest in the hall, all promised that they would return on that day week. So far Dr. Tempest had carried his point exactly as he might have done had the four gentlemen been represented by the chairs on which they had sat. "I shan't come again all the same unless I know where I'm to get my expenses," said Mr. Quiverful as he got into the gig. "I shall come," said Mr. Thumble, "because I think it a duty. Of course it is a hardship." Mr. Thumble liked the idea of being joined with such men as Dr. Tempest and Mr. Oriel and Mr. Robarts, and would any day have paid the expense of a gig from Barchester to Silverbridge out of his own pocket for the sake of sitting with such bench fellows at any clerical inquiry. "One's first duty is to one's wife and family," said Mr. Quiverful. "Well, yes, in a way, of course, that is quite true, Mr. Quiverful. And when we know how very inadequate are the incomes of the working clergy, we cannot but feel ourselves to be, if I may so say, put upon when we have to defray the expenses incidental to special duties out of our own pockets. I think, you know, I don't mind saying this to you, that the palace should have provided us with a chaise and pair." This was ungrateful on the part of Mr. Thumble, who had been permitted to ride miles upon miles to various outlying clerical duties upon the bishop's worn-out cob. "You see," continued Mr. Thumble, "you and I go specially to represent the palace, and the palace ought to remember that. I think there ought to have been a chaise and pair. I do indeed." "I don't care much what the conveyance is," said Mr. Quiverful, "but I certainly shall pay nothing out of my own pocket. Certainly I shall not." "The result will be that the palace will be thrown over if they don't take care," said Mr. Thumble. "Tempest, however, seems to be pretty steady. Tempest, I think, is steady. You see, he is getting tired of parish work and would like to go into the close. That's what he's looking out for. Did you ever see such a fellow as that Robarts? Just look at him. Quite indecent, wasn't he? He thinks he can have his own way in everything, just because his sister married a lord. I do hate to see all that meanness." Mark Robarts and Caleb Oriel left Silverbridge in another gig by the same road, and soon passed their brethren, as Mr. Robarts was in the habit of driving a large quick-stepping horse. The last remarks were being made as the dust from the vicar of Framley's wheels saluted the faces of the two slower clergymen. Mr. Oriel had promised to dine and sleep at Framley, and therefore returned in Mr. Robarts' gig. "Quite unnecessary, all this fuss, don't you think so?" said Mr. Robarts. "I am not quite sure," said Mr. Oriel. "I can understand that the bishop may have found a difficulty." "The bishop, indeed! The bishop doesn't care two straws about it. It's Mrs. Proudie. She has put her finger on the poor man's neck because he has not put his neck beneath her feet. And now she thinks she can crush him, as she would crush you or me if it were in her power. That's about the long and the short of the bishop's solicitude." "You are very hard on him," said Mr. Oriel. "I know him, and I'm not at all hard on him. She is hard upon him, if you like. Tempest is fair. He is very fair. As long as no one meddles with him, he won't do amiss. I can't hold my tongue always, but I often know that it is better that I should." Dr. Tempest said not a word to any one on the subject, not even in his own defence, and yet he was sorely tempted. On the very day of the meeting he dined at Mr. Walker's in Silverbridge, and there submitted to be talked at by all the ladies and most of the gentlemen present, without saying a word in his own defence. And yet a word or two would have been so easy and so conclusive. "Oh, Dr. Tempest," said Mary Walker, "I am so sorry that you have joined the bishop." "Are you, my dear?" said he. "It is generally thought well that a parish clergyman should agree with his bishop." "But you know, Dr. Tempest, that you don't agree with your bishop generally." "Then it is the more fortunate that I shall be able to agree with him on this occasion." Major Grantly was present at the dinner, and ventured to ask the doctor in the course of the evening what he thought would be done. "I should not venture to ask such a question, Dr. Tempest," he said, unless I had the strongest possible reason to justify my anxiety. I don't know that I can tell you anything, Major Grantly, said the doctor. We did not even see Mr. Crawley to-day. But the real truth is that he must stand or fall as the jury shall find him guilty or not guilty. It would be the same in any profession. Could a captain in the army hold up his head in his regiment after he had been tried and found guilty of stealing £20? I don't think he could, said the Major. Neither can a clergyman, said the doctor. The bishop can neither make him nor mar him. It is the jury that must do it. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 55, Framley Parsonage. At this time Grace Crawley was at Framley Parsonage. The old Lady Lufton's strategy had been quite intelligible, but some people said that in point of etiquette and judgment and moral conduct it was indefensible. Her vicar, Mr. Robarts, had been selected to be one of the clergymen who was to sit in ecclesiastical judgment upon Mr. Crawley, and while he was so sitting, Mr. Crawley's daughter was staying in Mr. Robarts' house as a visitor with his wife. It might be that there was no harm in this. Lady Lufton, when the apparent impropriety was pointed out to her by no less a person than Archdeacon Grantly, ridiculed the idea. "My dear Archdeacon," Lady Lufton had said, "we all know the bishop to be such a fool, and the bishop's wife to be such a knave, that we cannot allow ourselves to be governed in this matter by ordinary rules. Do you not think that it is expedient to show how utterly we disregard his judgment and her malice?" The Archdeacon had hesitated much before he spoke to Lady Lufton, whether he should address himself to her or to Mr. Robarts, or indeed to Mrs. Robarts. But he had become aware that the proposition as to the visit had originated with Lady Lufton, and he had therefore decided on speaking to her. He had not condescended to say a word as to his son, nor would he so condescend, nor could he go from Lady Lufton to Mr. Robarts, having once failed with her ladyship. Indeed, in giving him his due, we must acknowledge that his disapprobation of Lady Lufton's strategy arose rather from his own conviction as to its impropriety, than from any fear lest this attention paid to Miss Crawley should tend to bring about her marriage with his son. By this time he hated the very name of Crawley. He hated it the more because in hating it he had to put himself for the time on the same side with Mrs. Proudie. But for all that he would not condescend to any unworthy mode of fighting. He thought it wrong that the young lady should be invited to Framley Parsonage at this moment, and he said so to the person who had, as he thought, in truth given the invitation. But he would not allow his own personal motives to induce him to carry on the argument with Lady Lufton. "The bishop is a fool," he said, "and the bishop's wife is a knave. Nevertheless, I would not have the young lady over to Framley at this moment. If, however, you think it right, and Robarts thinks it right, there is an end of it." "Upon my word we do," said Lady Lufton. I am induced to think that Mr. Robarts was not quite confident of the expediency of what he was doing by the way in which he mentioned to Mr. Oriel the fact of Miss Crawley's presence at the parsonage as he drove that gentleman home in his gig. They had been talking about Mr. Crawley when he suddenly turned himself round so that he could look at his companion, and said, "Miss Crawley is staying with us at the parsonage at the present moment." "What, Mr. Crawley's daughter?" said Mr. Oriel, showing plainly by his voice that the tidings had much surprised him. "Yes, Mr. Crawley's daughter." "Oh, indeed. I did not know that you were on those terms with the family." "We have known them for the last 7 or 8 years," said Mark. "And though I should be giving you a false notion if I were to say that I myself have known them intimately, for Crawley is a man whom it is quite impossible to know intimately, yet the womankind at Framley have known them. My sister stayed with them over at Hogglestock for some time." "What, Lady Lufton?" "Yes, my sister Lucy. It was just before her marriage. There was a lot of trouble, and the Crawleys were all ill, and she went to nurse them, and then the old lady took them up, and altogether there came to be a sort of feeling that they were to be regarded as friends. They were always in trouble, and now in this special trouble. The women between them have thought it best to have the girl over at Framley. Of course I had a kind of feeling about this commission, but as I knew that it would make no difference with me, I did not think it necessary to put my veto upon the visit." Mr. Oriel said nothing further, but Mark Robarts was aware that Mr. Oriel did not quite approve of the visit. That morning old Lady Lufton herself had come across to the parsonage with the express view of bidding all the parsonage party to come across to the hall to dine. You can tell Mr. Oriel, Fanny, with Lucy's compliments, how delighted she will be to see him. The old Lady Lufton always spoke of her daughter-in-law as the mistress of the house. If you think he is particular, you know, we will send a note across. Mrs. Robarts said that she supposed Mr. Oriel would not be particular, but, looking at Grace, made some faint excuse. "You must come, my dear," said Lady Lufton. "Lucy wishes it particularly." Mrs. Robarts did not know how to say that she would not come, and so the matter stood, when Mrs. Robarts was called upon to leave the room for a moment, and Lady Lufton and Grace were left alone. "Dear Lady Lufton," said Grace, getting up suddenly from her chair, "will you do me a favour, a great favour?" She spoke with an energy which quite surprised the old lady, and caused her almost to start from her seat. "I don't like making promises," said Lady Lufton, "but anything I can do with propriety, I will." "You can do this. Pray let me stay here to day. You don't understand how I feel about going out while papa is in this way. I know how kind and how good you all are. And when dear Mrs. Robarts asked me here, and mamma said that I had better come, I could not refuse. But indeed, I had rather not go out to a dinner party." "It is not a party, my dear girl," said Lady Lufton, with the kindest voice which she knew how to assume. "You must remember that my daughter-in-law regards you as a very old friend. You remember, of course, when she was staying over at Hogglestock?" "Indeed I do. I remember it well." "And therefore you should not regard it as going out. There will be nobody there but ourselves and the people from this house." "But it will be going out, Lady Lufton, and I do hope you will let me stay here. You cannot think how I feel it. Of course I cannot go without something like dressing. And in poor papa's state I feel that I ought not to do anything that looks like gaiety. I ought never to forget it, not for a moment." There was a tear in Lady Lufton's eye as she said, "My dear, you shan't come. You and Fanny shall stop and dine here by yourselves. The gentlemen shall come." "Do let Mrs. Robarts go, please," said Grace. "I won't do anything of the kind," said Lady Lufton. Then, when Mrs. Robarts returned to the room, her ladyship explained it all in 2 words. "Whilst you have been away, my dear, Grace has begged off, and therefore we have decided that Mr. Oriel and Mr. Robarts shall come without you." "I am so sorry, Mrs. Robarts," said Grace. "Pooh, said Lady Lufton. "Fanny and I have known each other quite long enough not to stand on any compliments. Haven't we, my dear? I must get home now, as all the morning has gone by. Fanny, my dear, I want to speak to you." Then she expressed her opinion of Grace Crawley as she walked across the parsonage garden with Mrs. Robarts. "She is a very nice girl, and a very good girl, I am sure, and she shows excellent feeling. Whatever happens, we must take care of her. And Fanny, have you observed how handsome she is?" "We think her very pretty." "She is more than pretty when she has a little fire in her eyes. She is downright handsome, or will be when she fills out a little. I tell you what, my dear, she'll make havoc with somebody yet. You see if she doesn't. Bye. Tell the 2 gentlemen to be up by 7 punctually." Then Lady Lufton went home. Grace so contrived that Mr. Oriel came and went without seeing her. There was a separate nursery breakfast at the parsonage, and by special permission Grace was allowed to have her tea and bread and butter on the next morning with the children. "I thought you told me Miss Crawley was here," said Mr. Oriel, as the 2 clergymen were waiting for the gig which was to take the visitor away to Barchester. "So she is," said Robarts, "but she likes to hide herself because of her father's trouble. You can't blame her." "No, indeed," said Mr. Oriel. "Poor girl! If you knew her, you would not only pity her, but like her. Is she what you call—" "You mean, is she a lady? Of course she is by birth and all that," said Mr. Oriel, apologizing for his inquiry. "I don't think there is another girl in the country so well educated," said Mr. Robarts. "Indeed! I had no idea of that. And we think her a great beauty. As for manners, I never saw a girl with a prettier way of her own." "Dear me," said Mr. Oriel, "I wish she had come down for breakfast." It will have been perceived that old Lady Lufton had heard nothing of Major Grantly's offence, that she had no knowledge that Grace had already made havoc, as she had called it, had in truth made very sad havoc at Plumstead. She did not therefore think much about it when her son told her upon her return home from the parsonage on that afternoon that Major Grantly had come over from Crosbie Lodge, and that he was going to dine and sleep at Framley Court. Some slight idea of thankfulness came across her mind that she had not betrayed Grace Crawley into a meeting with a stranger. "I asked him to come some day before we went up to town," said his lordship, "and I am glad that he has come to-day, as two clergymen to oneself are, at any rate, one too many." So Major Grantly dined and slept at the court. But Mrs. Robarts was in a great flurry when she was told of this by her husband on his return from the dinner. Mrs. Crawley had found an opportunity of telling the story of Major Grantly's love to Mrs. Robarts before she had sent her daughter to Framley, knowing that the families were intimate, and thinking it right that there should be some precaution. "I wonder whether he will come up here," Mrs. Robarts had said. "Probably not," said the vicar. "He said he was going home early." "I hope he will not come, for Grace's sake," said Mrs. Robarts. She hesitated whether she should tell her husband. She always did tell him everything, but on this occasion she thought she had no right to do so, and she kept the secret. "Don't do anything to bring him up, dear." "You needn't be afraid. He won't come," said the vicar. On the following morning, as soon as Mr. Oriel was gone, Mr. Robarts went out. About his parish, he would probably have called it. But in half an hour he might have been seen strolling about the court stable yard with Lord Lufton. "Where is Grantly?" asked the vicar. "I don't know where he is," said his lordship. "He has sloped off somewhere." The major had sloped off to the parsonage, well knowing in what nest his dove was lying hid, and he and the vicar had passed each other. The major had gone out of the front gate, and the vicar had gone in at the stable entrance. The two clergymen had hardly taken their departure when Major Grantly knocked at the parsonage door. He had come so early that Mrs. Robarts had taken no precautions, even had there been any precautions which she would have thought it right to take. Grace was in the act of coming down the stairs, not having heard the knock at the door, and thus she found her lover in the hall. He had asked, of course, for Mrs. Robarts, and thus they two entered the drawing-room together. They had not had time to speak when the servant opened the drawing-room door to announce the visitor. There had been no word spoken between Mrs. Robarts and Grace about Major Grantly, but the mother had told the daughter of what she had said to Mrs. Robarts. "Grace," said the major, "I am so glad to find you." Then he turned to Mrs. Robarts with his open hand. "You won't take it uncivil of me if I say that my visit is not entirely to yourself? I think I may take upon myself to say that I and Miss Crawley are old friends. May I not?" Grace could not answer a word. "Mrs. Crawley told me that you had known her at Silverbridge," said Mrs. Robarts, driven to say something, but feeling that she was blundering. "I came over to Framley yesterday because I heard that she was here. Am I wrong to come up here to see her?" "I think she must answer that for herself, Major Grantly." "Am I wrong, Grace?" Grace thought that he was the finest gentleman and the noblest lover that had ever shown his devotion to a woman, and was stirred by a mighty resolve that if it ever should be in her power to reward him after any fashion, she would pour out the reward with a very full hand indeed. But what was she to say on the present moment? "Am I wrong, Grace?" he said, repeating his question with so much emphasis that she was positively driven to answer it. "I do not think you are wrong at all. How can I say you are wrong when you are so good? If I could be your servant I would serve you, but I can be nothing to you because of papa's disgrace. Dear Mrs. Robarts, I cannot stay. You must answer him for me." And having thus made her speech, she escaped from the room. It may suffice to say further now that the major did not see Grace again during that visit at Framley. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 56. The Archdeacon goes to Framley. By some of those unseen telegraphic wires which carry news about the country and make no charge for the conveyance, Archdeacon Grantly heard that his son, the Major, was at Framley. Now in that itself there would have been nothing singular. There had been for years much intimacy between the Lufton family and the Grantly family, so much that an alliance between the two houses had once been planned, the elders having considered it expedient that the young lord should marry that Griselda, who had since mounted higher in the world even than the elders had then projected for her. There had come no such alliance, but the intimacy had not ceased, and there was nothing in itself surprising in the fact that Major Grantly should be staying at Framley Court. But the Archdeacon, when he heard the news, bethought him at once of Grace Crawley. Could it be possible that his old friend Lady Lufton Lady Lufton, whom he had known and trusted all his life, whom he had ever regarded as a pillar of the church at Barsetshire, should now be untrue to him in a matter so closely affecting his interests? Men, when they are worried by fears and teased by adverse circumstances, become suspicious of those on whom suspicion should never rest. It was hardly possible, the Archdeacon thought, that Lady Lufton should treat him so unworthily. But the circumstances were strong against his friend. Lady Lufton had induced Miss Crawley to go to Framley, much against his advice, at a time when such a visit seemed to him to be very improper. And it now appeared that his son was to be there at the same time, a fact of which Lady Lufton had made no mention to him whatever. Why had not Lady Lufton told him that Henry Grantly was coming to Framley Court? The reader, whose interest in the matter will be less keen than was the Archdeacon's, will know very well why Lady Lufton had said nothing about the Major's visit. The reader will remember that Lady Lufton, when she saw the Archdeacon, was as ignorant as to the intended visit as was the Archdeacon himself. But the Archdeacon was uneasy, troubled and suspicious, and he suspected his old friend unworthily. He spoke to his wife about it within a few hours of the arrival of the tidings by those invisible wires. He had already told her that Miss Crawley was to go to Framley Parsonage, and that he thought that Mrs. Robarts was wrong to receive her at such a time. "It is only intended for good nature," Mrs. Grantly had said. "It is misplaced good nature at the present moment," the Archdeacon had replied. Mrs. Grantly had not thought it worth her while to undertake at the moment any strong defence of the Framley people. She knew well how odious was the name of Crawley in her husband's ears, and she felt that the less that was said at present about the Crawleys, the better for the peace of the rectory at Plumstead. She had therefore allowed the expression of his disapproval to pass unchallenged. But now he came upon her with a more bitter grievance, and she was obliged to argue the matter with him. "What do you think?" said he. "Henry is at Framley." "He can hardly be staying there," said Mrs. Grantly, "because I know that he is so very busy at home." The business at home of which the Major's mother was speaking was his projected moving from Crosbie Lodge, a subject which was also very odious to the Archdeacon. He did not wish his son to move from Crosbie Lodge. He could not endure the idea that his son should be known throughout the county to be giving up a residence because he could not afford to keep it. The Archdeacon could have afforded to keep up 2 Crosbie Lodges for his son, and would have been well pleased to do so, if only his son would not misbehave against him so shamefully. He could not bear that his son should be punished openly before the eyes of all Barsetshire. Indeed, he did not wish that his son should be punished at all. He simply desired that his son should recognize his father's power to inflict punishment. It would be henbane to Archdeacon Grantly to have a poor son, a son living in Pau among Frenchmen, because he could not afford to live in England. Why had the Archdeacon been careful of his money, adding house to house and field to field? He himself was contented, so he told himself, to die as he had lived in a country parsonage, working with the collar round his neck up to the day of his death, if God would allow him so to do. He was ambitious of no grandeur for himself, so he would tell himself, being partly oblivious of certain episodes in his own life. All his wealth had been got together for his children. He desired that his sons should be fitting brothers for their august sister, and now the son who was nearest to him, whom he was bent upon making a squire in his own county, wanted to marry the daughter of a man who had stolen £20, and when objection was made to so discreditable a connection, replied by packing up all his things and saying he would go to live at Pau. The Archdeacon therefore did not like to hear of his son being very busy at home. "I don't know whether he's busy or not," said the Archdeacon, "but I tell you he is staying at Framley." "From whom have you heard it?" "What matter does that make if it is so? I heard it from Flurry." "Flurry may have been mistaken," said Mrs. Grantly. "It is not at all likely. Those people always know about such things. He heard it from the Framley keeper. I don't doubt but it's true, and I think that it's a great shame." "A great shame that Henry should be at Framley? He has been there 2 or 3 times every year since he has lived in the county." "It is a great shame that he should be had over there just at the time when that girl is there also. It is impossible to believe that such a thing is an accident." "But, Archdeacon, you do not mean to say that you think Lady Lufton has arranged it?" "I don't know who has arranged it. Somebody has arranged it. If it is Robarts, that is almost worse. One could forgive a woman in such a matter better than one could a man. Psha! Mrs. Grantly's temper was never bitter, but at that moment it was not sweetened by her husband's very uncivil reference to her sex. "The whole idea is nonsense, and you should get it out of your head." "Am I to get it out of my head when Henry wants to make this girl his wife, and that the two are at this moment at Framley together?" In this the archdeacon was wrong as to his facts. Major Grantly had left Framley on the previous day, having stayed there only one night. "It is coming to that one can trust no one, literally no one." Mrs. Grantly perfectly understood that the archdeacon, in the agony of the moment, intended to exclude even herself from his confidence by that no one. But to this she was indifferent, understanding accurately when his words should be accepted as expressing his thoughts, and when they should be supposed to express only his anger. "The probability is that no one at Lufton knew anything about Henry's partiality for Miss Crawley," said Mrs. Grantly. "I tell you I think they are both at Framley together. And I tell you that if they are, which I doubt, they are there simply by an accident. Besides, what does it matter? If they choose to marry each other, you and I cannot prevent them. They don't want any assistance from Lady Lufton or anybody else. They have simply got to make up their own minds, and then no one can hinder them." "And therefore you would like to see them brought together?" "I say nothing about that, Archdeacon, but I do say that we must take these things as they come. What can we do? Henry may go and stay with Lady Lufton if he pleases. You and I cannot prevent him." After this the archdeacon walked away, and would not argue the matter any further with his wife at that moment. He knew very well that he could not get the better of her, and was apt at such moments to think that she took an unfair advantage of him by keeping her temper. But he could not get out of his head the idea that perhaps on this very day things were being arranged between his son and Grace Crawley at Framley, and he resolved that he himself would go over and see what might be done. He would at any rate tell all his trouble to Lady Lufton, and beg his old friend to assist him. He could not think that such a one as he had always known Lady Lufton to be would approve of a marriage between Henry Grantly and Grace Crawley. At any rate he would learn the truth. He had once been told that Grace Crawley had herself refused to marry his son, feeling that she would do wrong to inflict so great an injury upon any gentleman. He had not believed in so great a virtue. He could not believe in it now. Now, when he heard that Miss Crawley and his son were staying together in the same parish. Somebody must be doing him an injury. It could hardly be chance. But his presence at Framley might even yet have a good effect, and he would at least learn the truth. So he had himself driven to Barchester, and from Barchester he took post-horses to Framley. As he came near to the village he grew to be somewhat ashamed of himself, or at least nervous as to the mode in which he should proceed. The driver, turning round to him, had suggested that he supposed he was to drive to my lady's. This injustice to Lord Lufton, to whom the house belonged, and with whom his mother lived as a guest, was very common in the county, for old Lady Lufton had lived at Framley Court through her son's long minority, and had kept the house there till his marriage, and even since his marriage she had been recognised as its presiding genius. It certainly was not the fault of old Lady Lufton, as she always spoke of everything as belonging either to her son or to her daughter-in-law. The archdeacon had been in doubt whether he would go to the court or to the parsonage. Could he have done exactly as he wished, he would have left the chase and walked to the parsonage, so as to reach it without the noise and fuss incidental to a postillion's arrival. But that was impossible. He could not drop into Framley as though he had come from the clouds, and therefore he told the man to do as he had suggested. "To my lady's?" said the postilion. The archdeacon assented, and the man, with loud cracks of his whip, and with a spasmodic gallop along the short avenue, took the archdeacon up to the door at Lord Lufton's house. He asked for Lord Lufton first, putting on his pleasantest smile, so that the servant should not suspect the purpose, of which he was somewhat ashamed. Was Lord Lufton at home? Lord Lufton was not at home. Lord Lufton had gone up to London that morning, intending to return the day after tomorrow, but both my ladies were at home. So the archdeacon was shown into the room where both my ladies were sitting, and with them he found Mrs. Robarts. Anyone who had become acquainted with the habits of the Framley ladies would have known that this might very probably be the case. The archdeacon himself was as well aware as anyone of the modes of life at Framley. The lord's wife was the parson's sister, and the parson's wife had from her infancy been the petted friend of the old lady. Of course they all lived very much together. Of course, Mrs. Robarts was as much at home in the drawing-room of Framley Court as she was in her own drawing-room at the parsonage. Nevertheless, the Archdeacon thought himself to be hardly used when he found that Mrs. Robarts was at the house. "My dear Archdeacon, who ever expected to see you?" said old Lady Lufton. Then the two younger women greeted him, and they all smiled at him pleasantly, and seemed overjoyed to see him. He was, in truth, a great favourite at Framley, and each of the three was glad to welcome him. They believed in the Archdeacon at Framley, and felt for him that sort of love which ladies in the country do feel for their elderly male friends. There was not one of the three who would not have taken much trouble to get anything for the Archdeacon which they had thought the Archdeacon would like. Even old Lady Lufton remembered what was his favourite soup, and always took care that he should have it when he dined at the court. Young Lady Lufton would bring his tea to him as he sat in his chair. He was petted in the house, was allowed to poke the fire as he pleased, and called the servants by their names as though he were at home. He was compelled therefore to smile and to seem pleased, and it was not till after he had eaten his lunch and had declared that he must return home to dinner that the Dowager gave him an opportunity of having the private conversation which she desired. "Can I have a few minutes' talk with you?" he said to her, whispering into her ear as they left the drawing-room together. So she led the way into her own sitting-room, telling him, as she asked him to be seated, that she had supposed that something special must have brought him over to Framley. "I should have asked you to come up here, even if you had not spoken," she said. "Then perhaps you know what has brought me over," said the Archdeacon. "Not in the least," said Lady Lufton. "I have not an idea. But I did not flatter myself that you would come so far on a morning call, merely to see us three ladies. I hope you did not want to see Ludovic, because he will not be back till to-morrow." "I wanted to see you, Lady Lufton." "That is lucky, as here I am. You may be pretty sure to find me here any day in the year." After this there was a little pause. The Archdeacon hardly knew how to begin his story. In the first place, he was in doubt whether Lady Lufton had ever heard of the preposterous match which his son had proposed to himself to make. In his anger at Plumstead he had felt sure that she knew all about it, and that she was assisting her son. But this belief had dwindled as his anger had dwindled, and as the chaise had entered the parish of Framley he had told himself that it was quite impossible that she should know anything about it. Her manner had certainly been altogether in her favour since he had been in the house. There had been nothing of the consciousness of guilt in her demeanour, but nevertheless there was the coincidence. How had it come to pass that Grace Crawley and his son should be at Framley together? It might indeed be just possible that Flurry might have been wrong, and that his son had not been there at all. "I suppose Miss Crawley is at the parsonage?" he said at last. "Oh yes, she is still there, and will remain there, I should think, for the next 10 days. "Oh, I did not know," said the Archdeacon very coldly. It seemed to Lady Lufton, who was as innocent as an unborn babe in the matter of the projected marriage, that her old friend the Archdeacon was in a mind to persecute the Crawleys. He had on a former occasion taken upon himself to advise that Grace Crawley should not be entertained at Framley, and now it seemed that he had come all the way from Plumstead to say something further in the same strain. Lady Lufton, if he had anything further to say of that kind, would listen to him as a matter of course. She would listen to him and reply to him without temper, but she did not approve of it. She told herself silently that she could not approve of persecution or of interference. She therefore drew herself up and pursed her mouth, and put on something of that look of severity which she could assume very visibly if it so pleased her. "Yes, she is still there, and I think that her visit will do her a great deal of good," said Lady Lufton. "When we talk of doing good to people," said the Archdeacon, "we often make terrible mistakes. It so often happens that we don't know when we are doing good and when we are doing harm." "That is true, of course, Dr. Grantly, and must be so necessarily, as our wisdom here below is very limited. But I should think, as far as I can see, that is, that the kindness which my friend Mrs. Robarts is showing to this young lady must be beneficial. You know, Archdeacon, I explained to you before that I could not quite agree with you in what you said as to leaving these people alone till after the trial. I thought that help was necessary to them at once." The Archdeacon sighed deeply. He ought to have been somewhat renovated in spirit by the tone in which Lady Lufton spoke to him, as it conveyed to him almost an absolute conviction that his first suspicion was incorrect. But any comfort which might have come to him from this source was marred by the feeling that he must announce his own disgrace. At any rate he must do so, unless he were contented to go back to Plumstead without having learned anything by his journey. He changed the tone of his voice, however, and asked a question, as it might be altogether on a different subject. "I heard yesterday," he said, "that Henry was over here." "He was here yesterday. He came the evening before, and dined and slept here, and went home yesterday morning." "Was Miss Crawley with you that evening?" "Miss Crawley? No. She would not come. She thinks it best not to go out while her father is in his present unfortunate position, and she is right." "She is quite right in that," said the archdeacon. And then he paused again. He thought that it would be best for him to make a clean breast of it, and to trust to Lady Lufton's sympathy. "Did Henry go up to the parsonage?" he asked. But still Lady Lufton did not suspect the truth. "I think he did," she replied, with an air of surprise. "I think I heard that he went up there to talk to Mrs. Robarts after breakfast." "No, Lady Lufton, he did not go up there to call on Mrs. Robarts. He went up there because he is making a fool of himself about that Miss Crawley. That is the truth. Now you understand it all. I hope that Mrs. Robarts does not know it. I do hope for her own sake that Mrs. Robarts does not know it." The archdeacon certainly had no longer any doubt as to Lady Lufton's innocence when he looked at her face as she heard these tidings. She had predicted that Grace Crawley would make havoc, and could not therefore be altogether surprised at the idea that some gentleman should have fallen in love with her, but she had never supposed that the havoc might be made so early in her days, or on so great a quarry. "You don't mean to tell me that Henry Grantly is in love with Grace Crawley?" she replied. "I mean to say that he says he is." "Dear, dear, dear! I'm sure, Archdeacon, that you will believe me when I say that I knew nothing about it." "I am quite sure of that," said the archdeacon dolefully. "Or I certainly should not have been glad to see him here. But the house, you know, is not mine, Dr. Grantly. I could have done nothing if I had known it. But only to think! Well, to be sure, she has not lost time at any rate." Now this was not at all the light in which the archdeacon wished that the matter should be regarded. He had been desirous that Lady Lufton should be horror-stricken by the tidings, but it seemed to him that she regarded the iniquity almost as a good joke. What did it matter how young or how old the girl might be? She came of poor people, of people who had no friends, of disgraced people. And Lady Lufton ought to feel that such a marriage would be a terrible misfortune and a terrible crime. "I need hardly tell you, Lady Lufton," said the archdeacon, "that I shall set my face against it as far as it is in my power to do so." "If they are both resolved, I suppose you can hardly prevent it." "Of course I cannot prevent it. Of course I cannot prevent it. If he will break my heart and his mother's and his sister's, of course I cannot prevent it. If he will ruin himself, he must have his own way." "Ruin himself, Dr. Grantly?" "They will have enough to live upon, somewhere in Spain or France." The scorn expressed in the archdeacon's voice as he spoke of Pau as being somewhere in Spain or France should have been heard to be understood. "No doubt they will have enough to live upon." "Do you mean to say that it will make a difference as to your own property, Dr. Grantly?" "Certainly it will, Lady Lufton. I told Henry when I heard of the thing, before he had definitely made any offer to the girl, that I should withdraw from him altogether the allowance that I now make him, if he married her. And I told him also that if he persisted in his folly, I should think it my duty to alter my will." "I am sorry for that, Dr. Grantly." "Sorry! And am not I sorry? Sorrow is no sufficient word. I am broken hearted. Lady Lufton, it is killing me. It is indeed. I love him. I love him. I love him as you have loved your son. But what is the use? What can he be to me when he shall have married the daughter of such a man as that?" Lady Lufton sat for a while silent, thinking of a certain episode in her own life. There had been a time when her son was desirous of making a marriage which she had thought would break her heart. She had for a time moved heaven and earth as far as she knew how to move them to prevent the marriage, but at last she had yielded, not from lack of power, for the circumstance had been such that at the moment of yielding she still had the power in her hand of staying the marriage, but she had yielded because she had perceived that her son was in earnest. She had yielded and had kissed the dust, but from the moment in which her lips had so touched the ground she had taken great joy in the new daughter whom her son had brought into the house. Since that she had learned to think that young people might perhaps be right, and that old people might perhaps be wrong. This trouble of her friend the Archdeacon's was very like her own old trouble.
"And he is engaged to her now?" she said, when those thoughts had passed through her mind.
"Yes, that is, no. I'm not sure. I do not know how to make myself sure."
"I am sure Major Grantly will tell you all the truth as it exists."
"Yes, he'll tell me the truth, as far as he knows it. I do not see that there is much anxiety to spare me in the matter. He is desirous rather of making me understand that I have no power of saving him from his own folly. Of course I have no power of saving him."
"But is he engaged to her?"
"He says that she refused him, but of course that means nothing." Again the Archdeacon's position was very like Lady Lufton's position, as it had existed before her son's marriage. In that case also the young lady, who was now Lady Lufton's own daughter and dearest friend, had refused the lover who had proposed to her, although the marriage was so much to her advantage, loving him too the while with her whole heart, as it was natural to suppose that Grace Crawley might so love her lover. The more she thought of the similarity of the stories, the stronger were her sympathies on the side of poor Grace. Nevertheless, she would comfort her old friend if she knew how, and of course she could not but admit to herself that the match was one which must be a cause of real sorrow to him.
"I don't know why her refusal should mean nothing," said Lady Lufton.
"Of course a girl refuses at first. A girl, I mean, in such circumstances as hers. She can't but feel that more is offered to her than she ought to take, and that she is bound to go through the ceremony of declining. But my anger is not with her, Lady Lufton."
"I do not see how it can be."
"No, it is not with her. If she becomes his wife, I trust that I may never see her."
"Oh, Dr. Grantly!"
I do. How can it be otherwise with me? But I shall have no quarrel with her. With him I must quarrel."
"I do not see why," said Lady Lufton.
"You do not?
Does he not set me at defiance? At his age, surely a son has a right to marry as he pleases."
"If he took her out of the streets, then would it be the same?" said the Archdeacon with bitter anger.
"No, for such a one would herself be bad."
"Or if she were the daughter of a huckster out of the city?"
"No again, for in that case her want of education would probably unfit her for your society."
"Her father's disgrace, then, should be a matter of indifference to me, Lady Lufton."
"I did not say so. In the first place, her father is not disgraced, not as yet, and we do not know whether he may ever be disgraced. You will hardly be disposed to say that a persecution from the palace disgraces a clergyman in Barsetshire."
"All the same, I believe that the man was guilty," said the Archdeacon.
"Wait and see, my friend, before you condemn him altogether. But, be that as it may, I acknowledge that the marriage is one that must naturally be distasteful to you."
"Oh, Lady Lufton, if you only knew, if you only knew!"
"I do know, and I feel for you. But I think that your son has a right to expect that you should not show the same repugnance to such a marriage as this, as you would have had the right to show had he suggested to himself such a wife as those at which you now hinted. Of course you can advise him and make him understand your feelings, but I cannot think you will be justified in quarrelling with him, or in changing your views towards him as regards money, seeing that Miss Crawley is an educated lady who has done nothing to forfeit your respect." A heavy cloud came upon the Archdeacon's brow as he heard these words, but he did not make an immediate answer. "Of course, my friend," continued Lady Lufton, "I should not have ventured to say so much to you had you not come to me, as it were, for my opinion." "I came here because I thought Henry was here," said the Archdeacon. "If I have said too much, I beg your pardon." "No, you have not said too much. It is not that. You and I are such old friends that either may say almost anything to the other." "Yes, just so, and therefore I have ventured to speak my mind," said Lady Lufton. "Of course I am obliged to you. But, Lady Lufton, you do not understand yet how this hits me. Everything in life that I have done for my children. I am wealthy, but I have not used my wealth for myself, because I have desired that they should be able to hold their heads high in the world. All my ambition has been for them, and all the pleasure which I have anticipated for myself in my old age is that which I have hoped to receive from their credit. As for Henry, he might have had anything he wanted from me in the way of money. He expressed a wish a few months since to go into Parliament, and I promised to help him as far as ever I could go. I have kept up the game altogether for him.
He, the younger son of a working parish parson, has had everything that could be given to the eldest son of a country gentleman, more than is given to the eldest son of many a peer. I have hoped that he would marry again, but I have never cared that he should marry for money. I have been willing to do anything for him myself. But, Lady Lufton, a father does feel that he should have some return for all this. No one can imagine that Henry ever supposed that a bride from that wretched place in Hogglestock could be welcomed among us. He knew that he would break our hearts, and he did not care for it. That is what I feel. Of course he has the power to do as he likes, and of course I have the power to do as I like also with what is my own. Lady Lufton was a very good woman, devoted to her duties, affectionate and just to those about her, truly religious and charitable from her nature. But I doubt whether the thorough worldliness of the Archdeacon's appeal struck her as it will strike the reader. People are so much more worldly in practice than they are in theory, so much keener after their own gratification in detail than they are in the abstract, that the narrative of many an adventure would shock us, though the same adventure would not shock us in the action. One girl tells another how she has changed her mind in love, and the friend sympathizes with the friend, and perhaps applauds. Had the story been told in print, the friend who had listened with equanimity would have read of such vacillation with indignation. She who vacillated herself would have hated her own performance when brought before her judgment as a matter in which she had no personal interest. Very fine things are written every day about honesty and truth, and men read them with a sort of external conviction that a man, if he be anything of a man at all, is of course honest and true. But when the internal convictions are brought out between two or three who are personally interested together, between two or three who feel that their little gathering is, so to speak, tiled, those internal convictions differ very much from the external convictions. This man in his confidences asserts broadly that he does not mean to be thrown over, and that man has a project for throwing over somebody else. And the intention of each is that scruples are not to stand in the way of his success. The ruat coelum fiat justitia was said, no doubt, from an outside balcony to the crowd, and the speaker knew he was talking bunkum. The rem si possis recte, si non quocunque modo, was whispered into the ear in a club smoking room, and the whisperer intended that his words should prevail. Lady Lufton had often heard her friend the Archdeacon preach, and she knew well the high tone which he could take as to the necessity of trusting to our hopes for the future for all our true happiness. And yet she sympathized with him when he told her that he was broken-hearted because his son would take a step which might possibly interfere with his worldly prosperity. Had the Archdeacon been preaching about matrimony, he would have recommended young men in taking wives to themselves, especially to look for young women who feared the Lord. But in talking about his own son's wife, no word as to her eligibility or non-eligibility in this respect escaped his lips. Had he talked on the subject till nightfall, no such word would have been spoken. Had any friend of his own, man or woman, in discussing such a matter with him and asking his advice upon it, alluded to the fear of the Lord, the allusion would have been distasteful to him, and would have smacked to his palate of hypocrisy. Lady Lufton, who understood as well as any woman what it was to be tiled with a friend, took all this in good part. The Archdeacon had spoken out of his heart what was in his heart. One of his children had married a marquis, another might probably become a bishop, perhaps an archbishop, the third might be a county squire, high among county squires, but he could only so become by walking warily. And now he was bent on marrying the penniless daughter of an impoverished, half-mad country curate, who was about to be tried for stealing £20. Lady Lufton, in spite of all her arguments, could not refuse her sympathy to her old friend. "After all, from what you say, I suppose they are not engaged." "I do not know," said the Archdeacon. "I cannot tell." "And what do you wish me to do?" "Oh, nothing. I came over, as I said before, because I thought he was here. I think it right, before he has absolutely committed himself, to take every means in my power to make him understand that I shall withdraw from him all pecuniary assistance, now and for the future." "My friend, that threat seems to me to be so terrible." "It is the only power I have left to me." "But you, who are so affectionate by nature, would never adhere to it." "I will try. I will do my best to be firm. I will at once put everything beyond my control after my death." The Archdeacon, as he uttered these terrible words, words which were so awful to Lady Lufton's ears, resolved that he would endeavour to nurse his own wrath, but at the same time almost hated himself for his own pusillanimity, because he feared that his wrath would die away before he should have availed himself of its heat. "I would do nothing rash of that kind," said Lady Lufton. "Your object is to prevent the marriage, not to punish him for it, when once he has made it." "He is not to have his own way in everything, Lady Lufton." "But you should first try to prevent it." "What can I do to prevent it?" Lady Lufton paused for a couple of minutes before she replied. She had a scheme in her head, but it seemed to her to savour of cruelty, and yet at present it was her chief duty to assist her old friend, if any assistance could be given. There could hardly be a doubt that such a marriage as this, of which they were speaking, was in itself an evil. In her case, the case of her son, there had been no question of a trial, of money stolen, of aught that was in truth disgraceful. "I think if I were you, Dr. Grantly," she said, "that I would see the young lady while I was here." "See her myself?" said the Archdeacon. The idea of seeing Grace Crawley himself had, up to this moment, never entered his head. "I think I would do so." "I think I will," said the Archdeacon after a pause. Then he got up from his chair. "And if I am to do it, I had better do it at once. Be gentle with her, my friend." The Archdeacon paused again. He certainly had entertained the idea of encountering Miss Crawley with severity rather than with gentleness. Lady Lufton rose from her seat, and coming up to him, took one of his hands between her own two. "Be gentle with her," she said. "You have owned that she has done nothing wrong." The Archdeacon bowed his head in token of assent, and left the room. Poor Grace Crawley. End of chapter 56.